families and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
A lot of star power, only here on CBS Mornings. See you at 7.
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
I accept with humility the honor which the American people have conferred upon me.
We must be willing, individually and as a nation, to accept whatever sacrifices may be required of us.
President-elect Nixon's limousine moves up, the president-elect and the president, the transition, an actual drama right before your eyes.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America.
I will bring the values of our history to the care of our times.
Carter means it getting next to the people. Tradition-shattering walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
The Bushers holding hands, now as President and First Lady.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
We have chosen hope over fear. Unity of purpose over conflict and discord.
When America is united, America is totally unstoppable.
The inauguration of Donald Trump. Now reporting from the nation's capital, Norah O'Donnell.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. It is the 20th of January, and on this date, every 4 years, the 20th Amendment calls for a transition of presidential power at noon sharp. This year's inauguration will look a little different, and that's because of the cold weather right here in the nation's capital. Temperatures in the 20s, wind chills in the teens, and so the ceremonies have been moved inside the Capitol building. In just hours, Democrat Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr. of Delaware, will finish his term as America's 46th president, and Republican Donald John Trump of Florida will begin his term as the 47th. You might remember 40 years ago, the second inauguration of Ronald Reagan was also moved inside the Capitol Rotunda, also because of the cold weather. Well, right now, President-elect Trump and his wife Melania are at St. John's Episcopal Church for a prayer service. That is an Inauguration Day tradition, joined by his family and the vice president-elect and his family as well. After Trump is sworn in, he will participate in a modified inaugural parade that's indoors now, too, at the Capital One Arena, which is home to the Washington Capitals hockey team. Other than the pomp and circumstance, including 3 inaugural balls, the Trump team says he will get right to work, signing roughly 200 executive actions. At a rally last night, Trump vowed to get right to work, saying he, quote, will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. Donald Trump has been arguably the most influential president-elect in recent history. He's taking credit for the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and the return of Tik Tok. But for a few more hours, Joe Biden is still president, and he's taking advantage of those final moments. We learned just this morning he has been issuing some preemptive pardons for Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, and members of the January 6th committee. We've got the best team in the business with us this morning around Washington, D.C., the country and globe, and right here in the studio. CBS Morning's co-host Gayle King, Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson, Margaret Brennan, moderator of Face the Nation, CBS News election and campaign correspondent Robert Costa, and former Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri. He chaired the Joint Congressional Inaugural Committee 4 years ago. Welcome, everybody. Good to have you here. And let's begin with political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's at St. John's Church. Caitlin, good morning.
Good morning, Nora, and happy Inauguration Day to everyone. Today is a day of tradition, and the service here at St. John's right behind me is also one of those Inauguration Day traditions. This goes all the way back to FDR, who attended a service here before taking the oath of office. And since then, every president since has attended a service here before taking that oath. Actually, going back to James Madison, every president, every person who has held this office has attended at least some kind of service at St. John's. And that is why it is known as the Church of Presidents. Now, just a few moments ago, we saw the president-elect exit his vehicle with his wife, the incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, entering the church, greeting the Reverend there. He's attending this service with members of his family that we also saw enter the church, as well as his Vice President-elect, JD Vance, and his wife, Usha. They will attend this service, which is supposed to be short, and then they will carry on the rest of the day. But we can report that it is very cold out here, about 26 degrees at this point. There is chill in the air, but there is also such excitement, Nora. Even though the inauguration itself is going to be held indoors, you really can feel here in Washington this sense of excitement and anticipation of one of the greatest American traditions that we have. We know that the president-elect will exit the church, and we're hoping to hear from him. Perhaps he did not take any questions or address the press as he walked in, but a busy day ahead, as you mentioned, executive orders on the horizon, and an important day as he returns to power in Washington today, Nora.
And we will cover it all. Caitlin Huey-Burns outside St. John's Church. Caitlin, thank you. Gayle King, so good to see you. We've covered so many of these inaugurations. I remember more than 8 years ago.
I remember it too.
It was cold then too, but not as cold as today.
It was cold then too, but you know, I was sort of bummed because I wanted to be outside. I wanted to feel the atmosphere and sense the crowd. Until I heard it would be 6 degrees, and I thought, you know, I'm really okay sitting right here in the studio.
With the wind chill, right.
But I took the train up, and it was really interesting to me because there were a group of people who had had tickets before, but now because it had been moved inside, they no longer had tickets. They were saying, Gayle, can you get us? And I go, we're trying to get in, and we can't get in. But they still wanted to come. I'm amazed by the number of people that still came and want to be in the cold streets just because they want to be part of history. You know, people coming with their families. One funny story was a guy and his wife who said, listen, there's a 99% chance that we won't get in, but there's still a 1% chance that we will, so we're going to take our chances on that. Even at the hotel, people walking around showing me their dresses about what they're going to be wearing tonight, and everybody's prepared. There is an excitement, there is an energy in this town that I think goes along with an inauguration day. People are happy and they are excited. And it's all part of our tradition.
That's right. There were more than 200,000 tickets issued to be part of the inauguration, but really only about 20,000 seats inside that Capital One arena. So people have been waiting since last night to try and get inside. Want to bring in John Dickerson. And John, you've covered and written about the presidency and Donald Trump, of course. This is different. He's going to enter with shock and awe.
He is going to enter with shock and awe. This is a day of action. Usually, the inaugurations we've covered before and in history, they are this gentle wade into a presidency. There's a honeymoon to come. Donald Trump is hitting fast right away. That's very different. But what strikes me is what looks similar. Visiting St. John Church, that didn't happen in 2020, as I recall, because of COVID, or perhaps there was some other reason. 2016 was a much different Trump inauguration. So far today, this looks like an old-fashioned inauguration. After the debates about the peaceful transfer of power, certainly in 2020, today's traditions are really an attempt to try to return the idea of a kind of normal, ceremonial, peaceful transfer of power without all of the drama. Of course, it's early in the day.
Yeah, so we heard Donald Trump say last night that he would issue dozens, we're hearing up to 200 executive actions on a number of things. And if you think about that, Margaret, that's what makes this so unique. He's only the second president in history, Grover Cleveland the other, to serve non-consecutive terms. So he comes in with what he calls a mandate and at the same time knows the White House, knows how to work the levers of government, and so he's preparing to use them.
He is, and he seems to have the confidence that a Republican majority in Congress will follow his lead. That's about to be tested as he comes to office, as I'm sure the senator will weigh in later. But we know in this sweep of executive orders, these are things that can be signed in with the stroke of a pen. This is why you go to Congress and make something a law if you actually want it to withstand the test of time. Among those, we expect him to issue an order designating Mexican drug cartels as terrorist groups, something his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, shared on the program on Face the Nation yesterday. We expect a number of other things related to the border, but these are things that can also be erased with the stroke of a pen by the next president. So we're going to wait and see what he is able to actually establish as his legacy. And in many ways, what we hear about Donald Trump is that's how he's thinking of these next 4 years. It's the second term he didn't win in 2020, though he claimed he had. It's also striking when I look at Caitlin outside St. John's Church. I had that spot back with the first inauguration, and it was cold. But I remember the feeling at the time was, what is about to happen? The pastor inside, Fox News commentator Robert Jeffress, was known for some of the things he had said that were anti-immigrant, that were anti-Muslim. And there was this sense of, what will that mean? What is the signal here? I also look at St. John's and I think of that consequential summer of 2020 and the Black Lives Matter protests out front. That Lafayette Square area is now renamed the Black Lives Matter Plaza. But I think of that image of Donald Trump with the Bible standing outside, talking about his anger that some of the protests had turned violent and had done some damage somewhere within the church. So as we talk about this new start, it's impossible to forget what happened in those 4 years. And I think we're all still trying to digest and wonder, will it look like those 4 years, or are we preparing for something that truly is a new man, a new presidency, and a different tone for the country? And we'll only be able to wait and see.
Well, Robert Costa, I know you spoke with the president-elect over the weekend. How does he see it?
It's quite a moment, and it's great to hear your everyday stories from people coming to Washington, Gail. I'm not going to ask you for inauguration tickets, but maybe some concert tickets, because you're at all the cool events all the time. I thought back this weekend to January of 2017, Nora, when I spoke to then President-elect Trump, and about how when he was coming into office the first time, he was, as Margaret just said, this total outsider. He didn't understand the levers of power. He didn't really even understand his own party, the Republican Party. And I remember him reflecting to me back then that he was not really sure what it was going to be like. He wanted to be aggressive, but Washington was a foreign place to him. And now he returns, and he is in total command of the Republican Party. He's comfortable with his agenda. The lawmakers on Capitol Hill are trying to do his bidding. And when I spoke to him over the weekend, he reflected to me about how he really wants the country to be calm, that he knows that his agenda on deportations, on tax cuts, on so many other fronts with these executive orders, it is going to be, as John said, a version of shock and awe. And he's going to talk today about how he believes he has a mandate and that the country really wants change, that he believes that in his bones, that the country wants change. But he also believes he's coming in now as someone who has been president before, and he believes he can have a steady hand in executing his policies. And when you talk to people close to him, as I did over the weekend, Susie Wiles, his incoming chief of staff, there is a different culture around Trump now. To be sure, he's still President-elect Trump, still Donald Trump, and everything that means, someone who has spent 50-plus years in the public eye as a disruptive figure. But at the same time, he's coming in now with governing at the fore of his agenda, and he really knows what he wants to do and how to do it.
You know, we talk to so many people, and the thing I keep hearing, what they say about Donald Trump, you may not like what he says, you may not like how he does it, but they all believe he will get things done. And we had Senator John Barrasso in our last hour, who said something I thought was very interesting, that success will be Donald Trump's best revenge, and that's what he thinks is going to happen. Donald Trump will be a very successful president. But as you say, the day is young. We shall see. We shall see.
The president promising in his inaugural address, we've heard from excerpts, a revolution of common sense. I want to bring in Senator Blunt. So good to have you here as you have served on the inaugural committee. You've also served in both houses of Congress. How much change can Donald Trump enact?
You know, I think he has a chance to create lots of change. I chaired his inauguration 8 years ago. I chaired President Biden's inauguration 4 years ago. I think it's a great moment for democracy. It may be the pivotal moment for democracy. People all over the world watch what happens today, and it's a big moment. I wish we were outside. It's the greatest stage in the world outside. But what happens inside will be watched by about 100 million people. And what we see here, I was at a couple of things last week with some people who are going to be in the White House, and the theme was, we have the excitement of a new administration, but we have the experience of having been there and having 4 years to think about it. I think it's dramatically different than a normal second term. A lot of presidents sort of limp into a second term, and they knew they should have run for a second term, and they do, but they don't really know quite what to do with it. I think this experience of being out of the White House for 4 years, but understanding the White House, 4 years ago, 8 years ago, President Trump barely filled the positions in the government, point of secretary and nobody else. This time they're 5 and 6 and 8 deep in these agencies of people. They want to be there, who they expect to be there day one. And I think it'll make a difference. You know,
John, you've pointed out that Donald Trump may be the least constrained president of the modern era. Why?
If you total it up, I mean, he doesn't have to worry about re-election. He got through 2 impeachments and not only and emerged stronger. His view is that the Supreme Court has ruled that he can do pretty much what he wants in the White House. They may disagree, but he sees it differently. The Democrats are in disarray. He no longer has cabinet officials who've come in with the express argument that they're going to constrain him. His vice president is no longer somebody who was put on the ticket to hold him back. He's got somebody who is the heir apparent. And I'd love the senator's thoughts on this, he no longer has Republican senators like John McCain, Jeff Flake, Mitt Romney, who were a thorn in his side. He's now got Republicans who were elected in his image, who will be much more amenable, as we've seen from the advise and consent, mostly just consent so far. So all of those constraints are gone, and in his soul, he is unbound and always has been. So I can't think of a modern presidency that has had somebody who is as unconstrained as he has. Now, reality is a constraint, and that's to come, and we'll see.
Some people call that a presidency with no guardrails. Is that a good thing? Is that what this is?
Well, it's why the founders, when they met in that sweaty summer of 1787, said, you know what's crucial for the presidency is virtue in the person who has the job, because they have so much power, and we know from history that power corrupts even the most noble people, and that at bottom, it is an unrestrained job, and you need virtue, and so that's why it comes down to the soul and character of the person in the job.
I want to take a look now. This is the North Portico of the White House. You see the president and the first lady, the Bidens there. They are going to be greeting the vice president, Kamala Harris, as she returns to the White House one last time. And we should note, too, of course, the president-elect and his wife will soon be making their way to the White House for the traditional tea and a discussion of the two of them together. And then the president and the president-elect will ride together to the United States Capitol. Let's take a moment here and just watch what's happening. Robert?
And what a moment for President Joe Biden, elected to the Senate in 1972, sought the presidency, 1988, 2008, 8 years as vice president to President Obama. Now this political career, after more than a half century, comes to an end. Some disappointment in Democratic ranks, but a lot of pride in President Biden's inner circle about what he accomplished on domestic and foreign policy over the last 4 years.
I want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. She is at the White House. And Weijia, as we look at these pictures of the president and the vice president, they are leaving office with some breaking news, issuing some final preemptive pardons. What have we learned?
That's right, Nora. We know that President Biden has already issued more than 4,000 pardons, especially in his final weeks of office. But he chose to use the final hours of his presidency to issue these preemptive pardons. And it matters because it's not about the personal individuals. It really speaks to the state of politics in this country today. And he essentially said in a lengthy statement that he wants to protect these people from revenge. Because even though Gail said revenge, success might be the best form of revenge, we know what the president-elect has said extensively about payback, about retribution, about going after his political enemies. And so that is why today President Biden issued these pardons. He said, I am exercising my authority under the Constitution to pardon General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony S. Fauci, the members of Congress and staff who served on the Select Committee, and the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the Select Committee. Of course, that is in reference to investigating what happened 4 years ago on January 6th. And notably, it includes some of Trump's fiercest political rivals, including 2 Republicans, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney and former Congressman Adam Kinzinger, along with Adam Schiff. And so, Nora, again, this really speaks to where President Biden is thinking could happen as President-elect Trump takes office. And as you mentioned, he is preparing now to welcome President-elect Trump and the First Lady, Melania Trump, here to the White House for that traditional tea. They will spend a lot of intimate moments together. But Nora, based on the pardons today, based on what we heard from President Biden in his final days here at the White House, speaking about the warnings to come with a new administration, as you can imagine, those moments, those conversations could be tense.
And Weija, we understand that President Biden just spent his final moments inside the Oval Office?
That's right. This morning, he received his final presidential daily brief, and I did peek in front of the West Wing, as you know very well. If there's a Marine sentry standing there, standing guard, it means that he is inside the Oval Office, and he was there, but he must have had a quick walk to the North Portico to prepare to welcome guests here to the White House. But I did speak to aides this morning who said it was really important to him to have that time in the Oval, because it's not just capping the past 4 years of his presidency, it is capping an entire political career. And we don't know where he goes from here, Nora, but at the end of today, he will be heading off to California for some rest. And we know last night he said, I'm not going anywhere. He said he wants to stay engaged, and we should expect to hear more of him. Nora.
And Weija, we understand President Biden left a letter for the incoming president?
He is expected to leave a letter, Nora. We are told, of course, he is an institutionalist, which is exactly why he is hosting the Trumps here, why he is participating in all the traditions. And we know that this letter, that presidents leave for each other, means a lot to Donald Trump, because he has spoken about how much the letter that President Obama left him meant to him years ago. And we know that despite the fact that Trump decided not to participate in all the traditions that we are talking about and celebrating today when it comes to the peaceful transfer of power, of course, he left town the morning of inauguration. Even Trump left a letter for President Biden on the resolute desk of the Oval Office. So we certainly expect President Biden to do the same today. Nora.
Let's listen in now to St. John's Church as the president and future First Lady leave the service there. Caitlin Huey Burns is there. President is being shouted questions.
In response to the pardons. Mr. President, how is this different for you from 8 years ago?
And there you can see the reporters there trying to get some questions to the president-elect. Senator?
To this breakfast 8 years ago, there are about 20 people that go, the 6-member congressional committee, the people we've seen going in and out. And then I rode back to the to the Capitol with just President Obama, President Trump, and I. And that's an interesting ride. That's a ride you wouldn't get to take very often. And it's a big moment. Usually it's happened. Eisenhower was mad at Truman, so he wouldn't go in for breakfast. He waited in his car. But generally, this is a moment where two people and their closest family members who have this unique sense of the power of the office come together, and it's great to see the Bidens starting that moment. I don't imagine there'll be much discussion of any action either of them are taking today. It'll be a very friendly passing of this unique place to live, this unique job, and then I think Senator Klobuchar will ride to the Capitol with President Biden and President Trump, and again, another interesting moment.
But Senator, what do you talk about in a moment like that? It's you, Donald Trump, Barack Obama. What is the conversation? I'm curious.
Well, and actually, my wife Abby rode to the Capitol with Mrs. Trump and Mrs. Obama, and she thought she was the person that had to keep that conversation going. But I think President Trump did ask President Obama, "What was the biggest mistake you made as president?"
Okay.
President Obama wisely chose not to answer that question. I think he said, "This is a hectic job. I haven't had time to think about that yet."
Let's go back to political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's there at St. John's Church. And Caitlin, you can tell us what the president said. I heard him say something while he was pumping his fist.
Yeah, Nora, he's actually still in the vehicle right behind me. I don't know if you can see. He just exited the church. It was about a 20-minute long service, and we were trying to shout questions from him. We're standing right across the street from the church. You try to take every chance you can get on a day like this, and he essentially we asked, "How are you feeling, Mr. President?" And he put his fist up in the air and said, "Very good." He mouthed that to us. That is really kind of all he said. But Nora, this is a moment of reflection before starting a very busy day. There is a lot of pomp and circumstance, and I can tell you, I've covered Trump's campaign through its entirety, and this moment feels a little bit surreal still. He is returning to power in Washington. This is a familiar scene for him. But the pomp and circumstance surrounding this day is just a really special moment for all Americans. And it really is an honor to kind of get that first glimpse of the president-elect, soon to be president, as he has that moment of reflection. I mentioned the history of this church. Just to give you a little perspective, we're right across the park from the White House. And I mentioned before, this is called the President's Church. There's actually a pew inside the church, pew 54, that says the President's Pew. That is a designated spot for presidents, given this distinction here. But a short service that just concluded, and we see the President-elect still waiting in that SUV right behind us, giving those words that he feels good ahead of this very busy day, Nora.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. No doubt the president probably waiting for the cue to make his way then over to the White House for that traditional tea with the President of the United States. Want to bring in Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes. She's in the Capitol's Emancipation Hall, where there are 1,800 seats crammed in there. So, Nancy, I know since the festivities were moved inside, everyone trying to garner one of those last seats inside. What can you tell us who'll be sitting there?
That's right. I'll give you a lay of the land, Nora. We are about as close as any journalist is going to get to the swearing-in ceremony itself, now that it has been moved indoors to the Capitol Rotunda, one floor up. There are about 800 seats that have been crammed into the Rotunda for the VVIPs. We're talking about family members, cabinet picks, Supreme Court members, members of Congress, and those tech titans that we've talked so much about, like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, who have been specially invited by the president-elect. Emancipation Hall, where we're standing, is normally where visitors come. It's their first stop before they go on their tours of the Capitol. But today it has been transformed. You can see all the seats that have been set up. And about 10 or 15 minutes ago, they started allowing the first guests in. These are dignitaries, representatives from foreign countries, big donors. We've already seen some familiar faces, by the way, including the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, who just visited with President Trump on Friday at Mar-a-Lago. We also spotted Danica Patrick, the race car driver and Trump supporter, and Nora, the influencers, podcasters, and sometime boxers, Jake and Logan Paul. So that gives you a sense of the type of individuals that we are seeing here in Emancipation Hall. We did manage to get our hands on a program a few minutes ago. This is on every seat, the 60th inaugural ceremonies. This program says the presidential oath of office will be administered to Donald John Trump by the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, and the oath will be issued to the Vice President-elect, JD Vance, by Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Among those we expect to attend today, every living former president of the United States. Of course, those we know who will not be here: Michelle Obama, the former First Lady. No official reason given, but we know she's not a fan of Donald Trump. And there are several members of Congress on the Democratic side who are sitting this one out as well, including Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker, who is still recovering from hip surgery after a fall on an overseas trip, Nora.
And Nancy, I just have to point out the statue behind you, of course. That's the replica of the Statue of Freedom, correct?
That's right. This is a plaster cast of the Statue of Freedom, that bronze statue that you can see from miles around on the dome of the U.S. Capitol. They have replicated it here so that visitors, when they come to the U.S. Capitol from all over the country, it's one of the first things that they see. Really gives them a sense of what they're about to see in this majestic building.
I love the Statue of Freedom. Thank you, Nancy Cordes, because people can see that plaster model, as she pointed out, replicating what sits atop the Capitol, the one place where a woman is the highest spot in Washington, D.C. As Senator Blunt knows, the beauty and majestic nature of the United States Capitol. And while it is,
I was fascinated by when she was talking about the guest list of people who are going to be there. I would love to know who decides on the seating, like who's going to sit here, who's going to sit there. I can't wait to see the optics of that.
Well, actually, the chairman of the committee makes most of those decisions. She had, Senator Klobuchar had a number of platform tickets. Senator Fisher, the highest-ranking Republican on that committee right now, had a number, and they decided that. You know, interestingly, there are actually more people at the Capitol for this inauguration than there were 4 years ago. Because of COVID, we went from 225,000 people going through the security system at President Trump's inauguration to 1,900 people being present at President Biden's inauguration. So actually, 1,800 and 2,600 attending today. Only 1,900 attended 4 years ago in a very different circumstance. Everybody had those masks on, and it ruined most of the pictures, I will say that.
Yes, but of course we do all remember Senator Bernie Sanders sitting there with his mittens that became
all by himself.
a meme. Thank you. You invited us many years ago to join the platform. I went back again this year with Senator Klobuchar, and it really is one of the most majestic places to be on the west front of the Capitol. So it's a loss that it won't be there today for people to see that. And also the more than hundreds of thousands of people, friends and fans of Donald Trump that have come to this town hoping to catch some glimpse of him, Robert.
And it's also, to Senator Blunt's point, a convening of the President's Club. Even if those former presidents and presidents don't necessarily get along too well, it's a special moment for the country, just as we saw with President Jimmy Carter's funeral, to see these presidents and vice presidents, former vice presidents, together. I think back to January 2017, I ran into President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind Carter at President Trump's inauguration that time around, and I was standing next to Steve Bannon, Trump's chief strategist at the time, and he saw President Carter show up and pay his respects, and Bannon said to me, "Old school."
And just want to point out, we are seeing members of the Trump family also leaving St. John's Church, all of his children, their spouses, and some of the grandchildren. We are told that's Tiffany Trump with her husband there, and we are told that the president-elect and the first lady are returning to the Blair House in order just for a short break before they go then to the White House for that traditional tea and then on to the United States Capitol.
Everything is so well choreographed. I mean, for the whole day, You have to go here. But what we know for sure is noon where everybody's going to be. But I'm always fascinated by the pomp and circumstance of it all.
We've got
Never
the
gets old to
schedule, and
me.
so far they're pretty much sticking to the schedule as the president has to be sworn in at noon at the U.S. Capitol. Let's head over now to correspondent Chris Van Cleve. He is outside of Capital One Arena, where many have been waiting in line for hours. Chris, I'm so glad to talk to you. We were just talking about all of the people that have come here to Washington to try and get a glimpse of the president-elect.
Well, and Nora, people started lining up out here about 10 o'clock last night, spent the night in order to make sure they could get inside. Right now, this line stretches down the street, around the corner, and then back around the other side of the block on 8th Street. We're at 9th and G for people who know the D.C. area. The Capital One Arena only holds about 20,000 people. They've been letting folks in since about 7 this morning. At some point, they're going to reach capacity, and there are far more people in line than will be able to get inside there. You had 200,000 plus inauguration tickets. So clearly, we know there are a lot of people in the D.C. area who came for the inauguration. This will be the best chance to participate in some of that, but certainly not everyone's going to be able to get in, and that's one of the things the police are watching very closely as they try to control the crowd as this day goes on, Nora.
Thank you so much. Want to return to the White House and the North Portico, where you see the vice president and her husband welcoming JD Vance and his wife, Usha. And Robert Costa, describe this relationship.
It's not necessarily a close relationship, but you can see there it's cordial, handshakes. Vice President Harris has decisions to make, I'm told, by people close to her. Does she want to run for governor of California in 2026? JD Vance, just 40 years old, now the vice president-elect of the United States. What a rapid rise from best-selling author of Hillbilly Elegy to the U.S. Senate and now the vice presidency.
Yeah, you described the relationship as cordial, but it was reported that when it was time for them to go to the vice president's residence, she declined. Is that true?
I believe it's not necessarily clear she declined, but there was not a visit by the Vance family to the Naval Observatory at this point. The details of that interaction to be determined.
What role do you think J.D. Vance will play in the Trump administration?
Oh, J.D. Vance is very close to Donald Trump Jr. and the Trump family. He represents someone who has an ideological piston in his political career far more than President-elect Trump. He's someone who has developed an intellectual framework for much of his conservatism, and he will represent a heavyweight presence on policy and on action inside this administration.
And it is interesting, Robert, as you just said there, JD Vance, and all the times we interviewed him throughout the campaign, and he was front and center, very much engaging with the press, and he loves talking about policy. He will tell you there's a policy, even if Donald Trump hasn't announced one yet. He is really he wants to be that intellectual, as you said, sort of voice in terms of coming up with policies, it would seem. Just yesterday, he was meeting with the vice president of China. Very unusual that that high-level Chinese official would even be invited or come, but Donald Trump extended a personal invitation to Xi Jinping, and it's the vice president who came. He had a bilateral with JD Vance. JD Vance, who's only spent about 2 years in the Senate, is now going to be part of that diplomatic outreach. He's going to be part of the outreach, I'm told, to Capitol Hill, and it should be interesting to see because 2 years' time, as you know, and you know this better than any of us, it's relationships, right? And crafting policy and actually getting Congress to act on it. Does he have the experience to do that, having not passed any major legislation in his 2 years' time? So
we're getting our,
we'll watch him.
We're getting our, thank you, Margaret. We're getting our first pictures inside the Capitol Rotunda there. Beautiful as the choir is practicing there. There's going to be about 600 people that will fit inside the Rotunda. We saw images there for Jimmy Carter's funeral. And then the last time a president was inaugurated inside was Ronald Reagan more than 40 years ago, where there were also frigid temperatures here in Washington. Senator, it's so great to have you just because of your knowledge of Washington and legislative affairs. What kind of vice president do you think J.D. Vance will be?
You know, I think he's going to be very active as a vice president. He's intellectually strong. He's 40 years old. He's certainly not been watching long enough to be tired of it. And I think he'll be very active. And I also think he's managed to figure out through his friendship with Donald Jr. and his time with the president how to be a partner without being the wrong kind of partner. You know, Donald Trump likes to be in charge,
Yes.
and he will be. And I think JD Vance gets that, but by understanding it, he'll probably get lots of assignments and opportunities that other vice presidents may not have had. And remember, you know, Vice President Harris had the same from California AG to the Senate. 2 years later, she's the Vice President of the United States. But I don't know that she had the time to build the relationships that would have been helpful to her, because she was so actively running for president, which Vance didn't do. At least he had about a year and a half when he was fully focused on the Senate, and that'll probably serve him well.
One of the youngest vice presidents in American history, I believe the second youngest. All right, now we've got lots more to discuss, plenty of time as we watch this, but coming up, what to expect from some major changes Donald Trump will make on day one, today, impacting everything from immigration to social media to DEI. And as we go to a break, a reminder that today isn't just Inauguration Day, it's also Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
And welcome back to Washington and the inauguration of the 47th president. Just want to show you this picture posted just a short time ago. President Biden and the First Lady with a note saying, "One more selfie for the road. We love you, America." They are from at the White House, likely right before greeting, as they will shortly, the new president and Melania Trump, who will be making their way from the Blair House to the White House shortly, and then up to Capitol Hill for that swearing in. And now we want to head inside Capital One Arena. Let's check in with our Maurice Dubois with the reimagined inaugural parade. Good morning, Maurice.
Good morning to you, Nora. There is joy, there is high energy, there are high expectations here among the crowd. We're here with the lucky few. Lucky few, 20,000 are supposed to show up here. They'll fit into the arena, but as you know, some 200,000+ were going to be ticketed to be outside on the mall to see the inauguration originally. So it was first come, first served basis to get those tickets to come inside. So you have true believers who've been out here since last night, dark 30. Cold weather, standing in a line that just went on, and they're still out there. So the lucky few are inside here, inside this arena. So this is normally a basketball or hockey arena, and you can see there the people will be sitting on the floor. The setup is kind of interesting. You're going to have the president will be speaking at the podium back there, as well as there's a desk off to the left where he's expected to sit down and sign some executive orders. We'll see exactly how that goes and how that plays out. The people on the floor, they got here super early. They were among the first in line, first come, first served basis again, and they get to sit on the floor to see the president when he gets here. So every time they show his image on the screen, the crowd here starts to cheer. Right now there's something of a lull. It's going to be several hours before the new president actually gets here, but they are locked and loaded and fired up to see their guy when he gets here, Nora.
And Maurice, how full is the arena right now?
It's getting there. It's a trickle, as we said, right? There's super tight security, so they're letting people in rather slowly. This arena has, the floor, the first deck, second and third. The second deck is filled. The third is not, but they're getting there. They're getting to 20,000 at some point. But until then, they're just kind of sitting and waiting.
All right, Maurice Dubois, inside Capital One Arena, where we've just learned, as has been suspected, that not only will then the new president, Donald Trump, give remarks, but he will have a table there to sign many of those executive orders in front of the crowd of supporters. Let's bring in CBS News reporter Nicole Skanga. She is on the National Mall, and Nicole covers Homeland Security for us. And Nicole, I imagine it's pretty empty out there since they've told everyone to stay indoors. But what's being done to keep this inauguration safe?
Yeah, Nora, behind me, the stage is set, but the set is relatively empty here. What was meant to be a really jubilant celebration is now more subdued, a little bit more like an Arctic tundra. We have been meeting supporters, passerbys, spectators who have traveled as far as Arkansas, Alabama. We even met a couple from Switzerland. We met a family from Indianapolis who told us they've been to the past 4 inaugurations, pointing out this one looks a lot different. And those jumbotrons you typically see along the National Mall, well, they have been taken down as well. One thing that has not been taken down, though, that anti-scale fencing you can see behind me, 8 feet tall. And when the president-elect takes that oath of office, he will be surrounded by just an absolute steel ring around him. And there is 30 miles of it throughout the Capitol. A little bit more about the security here, 25,000 officers, military and law enforcement personnel in place, including 7,800 members of the National Guard coming from 40 states and territories. Plus, a lot of people don't know this, but 4,000 law enforcement officers from 178 agencies across the country. They were sworn in, deputized as U.S. deputy marshals just yesterday, and they will be patrolling the Capitol. The security perimeter has changed, adjusting to those plans around the Capital One arena when the president makes remarks later today before that very crowded arena there. But here, relatively quiet right now, and U.S. Capitol Police saying there are no specific or credible threats. Of course, the U.S. Capitol Police Chief Thomas Manger saying the biggest concern for law enforcement, a lone actor, similar to what we saw, of course, play out on New Year's in New Orleans. As of right now, though, this is law enforcement's Super Bowl. We've seen helicopters. We know that the Coast Guard is underway at the Potomac nearby, just 360 degrees, 24/7 operation. I asked the assistant special agent in charge for the Secret Service of planning here. He's the lead coordinator for the inauguration. What makes today a successful event? And he cited their zero-fail mission. He said no incidents, everybody goes home safe. And if it's truly successful, nobody's going to be talking about law enforcement tomorrow, just the peaceful transfer of power. Nora.
That's what everyone is hoping for, a peaceful transfer of power. Nicole Sganga, thank you so much. President-elect Donald Trump is expected to sign more than 200 executive actions today, a huge wave of policy proposals on everything from immigration to DEI to establishing an agency for government efficiency. We're going to go through all of that. Let's first bring in senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe on Capitol Hill. And so, Ed, what can we expect today?
Nora, good to be with you. Happy Inauguration Day from Capitol Hill. Just in this hour, Trump aides in waiting have been briefing reporters on some of the details of those executive orders you mentioned that he's going to sign. There are at least 10 regarding the issue that has defined his political career more than any other, immigration and border security. 10 of them, as one aide says, to rectify, as they put it, the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. First of all, the president will declare a national emergency along the U.S.-Mexico border. That gives him immediate powers as commander-in-chief to begin deploying the military and other security assets to that region and to begin refocusing several federal agencies on the issue. He's going to clarify the military's role, they tell us, in protecting the, quote, territorial integrity of the United States. They're going to end a handful of different immigration-related policies from the Biden era, catch and release. They're going to reinstate the Remain in Mexico plan that has migrants wait over there as they seek asylum. And they're going to restore construction of the border wall, particularly in parts of Arizona and Texas that we've seen that were literally, construction was suspended almost 4 years ago this week, and now it will resume. He's going to suspend refugee resettlement for at least 4 months. So that affects a handful of different countries around the world with various issues where refugees have been trying to get into the United States. He's going to end asylum and close the border to illegals via proclamation, they say. Create immediate removal process without the possibility of asylum for many of those. Quote, we are going to then end birthright citizenship. Remember, that's in the Constitution. It's also opposed, ending it, by about 7 in 10 Americans, according to the CBS News poll that came out yesterday. They're going to try to enhance the vetting and screening of what they call illegal aliens, and they're going to rescind, quote, open border policies of the Biden administration and try to bolster customs and border protection, immigration and customs enforcement, restore the death penalty for any undocumented immigrant who kills a law enforcement officer and encourage states to do so as well. Most urgently, we're waiting to see where immigration and customs enforcement might begin carrying out removal programs in cities to try to target undocumented immigrants who may have criminal records or be considered threats to national security and get them back to their home countries. There have been a handful of discussions with Latin American countries about establishing quick partnerships that allow those immigrants to be sent back, and we expect many major American cities. We heard over the weekend Chicago would be one, but there will be others. And when it comes to classifying drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, another thing he's expected to do, watch for Mexico's reaction. They're not going to be happy about this because it'll perceive them as harboring terrorists. And a big part of their society, of course, is controlled by drug cartels. So it creates immediate problems here in the Western Hemisphere as he starts to dramatically reshape immigration policy. Nora?
A lot there, and thank you for walking through all that. Just want to show everyone we are looking at the east front of the Capitol, and that's where President Biden and the First Lady will depart Washington after the swearing in of Donald Trump. The East Front was where traditionally inaugurations were held. The last there was Jimmy Carter. And then, of course, Ronald Reagan, on the advice of some of his political consultants, including Mr. Deaver, they moved it through the West Front because it looked better and the sun would be setting. And so traditionally has now been on the West Front of the Capitol with that beautiful inaugural platform that won't be used today. But what we're showing you right now, too, is this presidential motorcade that is going right from the Blair House, which is right across the street, into the White House as they are going to meet with the Bidens for this traditional tea before heading up to Capitol Hill. Robert Costa.
Very quickly, the history of Blair House is so fun. Eleanor Roosevelt did not love Winston Churchill staying at the White House, so the government purchased Blair House. So the heads of state and dignitaries would stay across the street, not upstairs in the residence. Of course, Churchill never took that direction and always stayed at the White House.
The Blair House has 14 bedrooms. It's beautiful. I was just inside it. I had a tour, and it's where the whole first family is staying now.
She may not have liked that because there is a story, perhaps apocryphal, of the British Prime Minister showing up in the Altogether in front of the president. And when there was embarrassment, Churchill said, the Prime Minister of England has nothing to hide from the President of the United States.
I sure would like to know the circumstances of that. Did he just get lost wandering around?
Busy times, Gail. There were things to discuss.
Yeah, when I spoke to President-elect Trump over the weekend, he said he's really looking forward to getting back to the White House. He really loves the building. He said it was a special place. And he has made it in his image over the years. When he was president, he installed some golf screens so he could take some swings during his presidency in the residence.
I know we want to be able to listen in here. You can hear reporters trying to get some questions into President Biden and the First Lady, who is resplendent in purple, about to greet, and they have done this before. And there you see them posing for pictures as they move inside for tea and then on to the White House. A beautiful hat that Melania is wearing, although it's hard to see a lot of her face with that hat on. But as you know, it's very cold here in Washington. And certainly if they were going to be sitting outside, they would be in a lot warmer clothes, too. Senator Blunt is with us.
Everything's, of course, different. But this is the second time ever that somebody moved back into the White House. Mm-hmm. When the Clevelands left at the end of their first term, Mrs. Cleveland, who I think was not yet 30, said to the White House staff, "Don't change anything, we'll be back." And whether the golf screens are still there or not, they'll be in there soon, I'm sure. But moving back into the White House is something nobody living has ever seen happen before, and it's a different dynamic in every way, I think.
Right. That was, of course, in the early 1800s, so late 1800s,
yeah,
I would say, a return.
1893 would have been when they came back.
Well, one change is the family will not be with him this time. Barron Trump is now of college age,
and
as I understand it. Will be in New York at NYU.
Mm-hmm.
And the First Lady, I believe, is spending the majority of her time in New York as well. So maybe those golf screens will come back really quickly.
I want to we were talking about those executive actions and orders that will be issued today, that flurry of activity by the president. He will sign some of them in front of this crowd. And we just heard from Ed O'Keefe. I want to go to congressional correspondent Nicole Killian because she's on Capitol Hill. And of course, one of the other big stories involves TikTok. What do we know about that, Nicole? Because just to remind everybody, this ban on TikTok, the required divestiture, was passed by Congress, signed in bipartisan way, signed by President Biden, and now Donald Trump says he wants to undo that.
Yeah, that's right. And soon after he is sworn in here at the Capitol, President-elect Trump says he intends to issue that executive order to prevent the TikTok ban from taking place. Of course, a lot of users were surprised to get those notifications over the weekend saying that the service was not available, only to find out a couple of hours later that service was restored. TikTok putting out a statement thanking, quote, the efforts of President Trump. And of course, the president-elect has said that this executive order would basically extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take place. And so, as you mentioned, of course, that law passed by Congress just last year that would require TikTok to be sold off by its Chinese parent company ByteDance in order to keep operating. Now, the president-elect says that he prefers to see some type of joint venture where a U.S. entity would get a 50% ownership stake in some potential deal, but that remains to be seen. In the meantime, there are a number of congressional Republicans who believe that the law should stand as is, particularly because Congress passed it. It's been upheld by the Supreme Court, but the president-elect is still moving forward today with that executive order. And worth noting that TikTok CEO Xiao Chu is expected to be here for the inauguration, Nora.
Nicole Killian, thank you. We're going to keep talking about these executive orders, but I just have to pause for a moment because Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton has issued a very stern warning after this and has said that any company that hosts, distributes services, or otherwise facilitates the communist-controlled TikTok could face hundreds of billions of dollars of ruinous liability under the law. So we see someone who is clearly in the MAGA camp, rebuking those companies, warning them that they should not put TikTok back up. And at the same time, there are a lot of concerns out there as well about what does this mean if a president can, with the stroke of a pen, undo what has been passed by a bipartisan Congress and upheld by the Supreme Court. I may ask Senator Blunt about that.
I think that circumstance, it could be a huge problem. I wasn't in the Senate the last 2 years, so I haven't read the law carefully. I heard yesterday that if there is a viable purchase in place, the president has some power under the law to suspend the law. Otherwise, I don't know how you suspend the law. It's passed by the Congress, signed by the president, the law of the country, though there may be this viable purchase option, and maybe he decides there is one.
But Tom Cotton's position, who is the head of the Senate Intel Committee, is that law would mean that 90-day extension would have been required to have viable and significant progress on a deal prior to January 19th. And that's where the stickiness is now. We're now past that, and he's trying to invoke a 90-day extension, also saying he wants a joint venture with the government of China, which I believe is not legal, but maybe trying to gesture to what China does.
I sat by Tom Cotton for 4 years on the Intel Committee. He's not to be trifled with.
Senator, he's definitely a hunk.
Can I ask you a question, Senator, about these executive orders more broadly? It's the theme of the day. It's certainly the theme of the beginning of the Trump administration. Mike Lee once said about executive orders, the president is not a king. There was a period where Republican senators in particular did not like executive orders. Help us understand how you see those in the context of a government that was built with checks and balances between the power of the presidency and the power of Congress.
Well, what presidents mostly do now is they reverse the last executive orders. So you could argue they're trying to get back to where it was before the other person issued their executive orders. I think it's a huge problem. Every president starts the presidency in this same way. This may be a little more dramatic than others. I don't know, but they all start it the same way, and find out in some cases they don't have the power to do what they hope to do, just like President Biden did about student loans. President Trump may find out the same thing about the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. But we need to, one of the problems here is, John, like the Iranian agreement, it's only as good as the president who is willing to support it. The presidents need to make the effort to get the Congress to make this a permanent treaty, a permanent agreement about Paris climate. If they can't do that, they should realize that we're moving forward here on shaky ground And whatever we do could be immediately changed by the next president. And I'd like to see every president do a better job of getting permanently done what they think ought to be done, rather than temporarily done what they think should be done. Though I understand why President Trump is doing this today, because he's reversing a lot of things that President Biden did 4 years ago today.
Well, but some of these go beyond that and are probably, like you just said, going to go to the Supreme Court with the 14th Amendment and trying to end birthright citizenship, which is what the government interprets as the Constitution saying those born on American soil are citizens at birth, regardless of their parents' immigration status. He says no longer the case. That raises a lot of practical questions about what does that mean for people currently in that status, and then those coming here. Also, I would flag for that executive order trying to end asylum by decree. Asylum under international law is a human right, that you can flee persecution and come and ask for it. We have seen President Biden test that with that executive order that he just put in place right before the election to try to drive down those crossing the border. That's already in the courts. So that is already being pressed. Him trying to today end asylum by decree would say, if you are politically persecuted, you are not welcome in the United States of America as a safe haven.
Yeah. Of course, the problem is that over 90% of the people that claim asylum by decree don't get it
under
when they
current
go to
law,
court.
which is why you'd go to Congress to change that.
I understand.
But to change that law.
It's an excellent point. I want to take a moment now to look at the former speakers of the House and their spouses gathered inside the Capitol Rotunda as we are getting our first look at the 600 seats, folding chairs that are crammed in there to witness this inauguration of the 47th president of the United States. People beginning to get there early, and you can see there's the podium where Donald Trump will deliver his inaugural address and also be sworn in. I want to take a moment now to go to Scott McFarland. He's just outside, I believe, the Senate carriage entrance there on Capitol Hill. Hi there, Scott.
Hey, Nora, the Senate carriage entrance was where rioters breached the Capitol 4 years ago this January. The Capitol Rotunda, from which the president-elect will speak today, was an area that rioters marauded through on January 6, 2021 as well. This is the area 4 years ago where Trump supporters maced, maimed, beat, and clubbed police officers. So the question as this day develops is, how many pardons will Donald Trump issue to January 6 rioters? He has said unequivocally it's a first-day thing that he's going to pardon at least some of the rioters. But the question now, is it some or is it all? You pardon the noise behind me. That is Marine One getting a test engine run. This is the area from which President Biden will depart, the east front of the Capitol. But all of this happens with the background music of the January 6th cases. What becomes of them? We know 1,000 people have pleaded guilty, have admitted their crimes. 600 were charged with assaulting police officers, but Trump has not clarified, Nora, how many people he plans to free or give clemency to on day one, and whether it will be everybody.
It's an excellent point, Scott McFarland. Thank you. I want to check in with Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett. He's also on Capitol Hill with the expected impact of some of these first executive actions. Good morning, Major.
Good morning, Nora. Good morning, everyone. Happy Inauguration Day. A couple of updates. We've just seen the motorcades of 3 foreign leaders here for President-elect Trump's inauguration. In the next couple of hours, the leaders of Italy, Argentina, Paraguay have all made their way into the Capitol complex. We've also confirmed former Vice President Mike Pence will be attending the ceremonies here, arriving here at Capitol Hill very shortly. So, as we've talked about presidential powers, from the beginning of our republic, presidents have always exercised tremendous power over the executive branch, who works for the president and what they do. And we're going to see some pretty sweeping changes because a couple of former Republican speakers of the House, Kevin McCarthy, we just had a picture of him, and Newt Gingrich have told President Trump, you need to tame the federal bureaucracy if you want to expedite the things that you want to achieve in your second term. And taming the federal bureaucracy is a huge, ambitious part of these executive orders. They're going to deal with diversity, equity, inclusion. They're going to end all those programs within the federal government. There'll be requirements no longer working from home. You have to work at your federal agency. And there will be attempts to reduce the size and scope of the federal workforce. But there is a significant change in these executive orders on gender and sex definitions. Let me read to you what the executive orders will say. It will be the policy of the U.S. government to recognize two sexes, male and female. Federal employees will use sex and not gender in all agency communications. Agencies will reflect sex accurately at the State Department and the Department of Homeland Security. These executive orders outline, including on government documents and on passports. The government will not support gender ideology through any communication forums, these executive orders will say, including Transgender Visibility Day. The executive orders will promote privacy in single-sex spaces like rape shelters, migrant shelters, and prisons. These are all parts of not only the way the federal government is organized, but the way it talks to itself and it talks to the country. And on this question of sex or gender, these executive orders to come are quite explicit. Nora, back to you.
Major Garrett, that is part of what the president-elect promised on the campaign trail and is planning to carry it out on day one. Thank you so much, Major. Also getting some breaking news right at this hour. The incoming press secretary has just tweeted that Donald Trump plans to rename the Gulf of Mexico and Mount Denali as part of these day one executive orders. Going to rename whatever the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and then Denali, which is the highest mountain in North America, will revert back to Mount McKinley, which it was called until President Barack Obama changed the name in 2015. So a blizzard of executive actions and orders today, from the renaming of landmarks in the United States to these huge executive orders that will affect how government operates, issues about inclusivity and others as they take dramatic action today. We are watching more supporters of Donald Trump and others arrive now at the Capitol. I also want to point out that the American flag is flying at full staff over the Capitol this morning. That is by order of the Speaker of the House. It had been flying at half staff in honor of President Jimmy Carter's death, but then the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, said, let's change that for a day in honor of President-elect Trump. And several states also changed their rules to bring the flag back to full staff early. I think then it will revert back to half staff to, of course, honor the late President Jimmy Carter. Robert?
You see members of the possible incoming cabinet for President-elect Trump, the nominee for Attorney General, Pam Bondi, standing there over to the right, Scott Bessent for the Treasury Department, Senator Marco Rubio there in the center of the frame, the nominee for Secretary of State.
And you're watching CBS.
Can we just take 1 second when you said about the executive order that he's going to rename it? I think you said Gulf of America. Can he do that historically, John? What does that mean? I mean, we say that like that's something that we've heard before or has been done before. Well, Senator Blunt, you too. I'm curious about what you all think about that.
Senator, why don't you weigh in first?
I don't have a sense that anything quite like that has been done before. It's been the Gulf of Mexico since the exploration times, I believe, and we'll see. You know, our Mexican friends are our good friends, and we ought to be thoughtful about that. They're our #1 biggest trading partner, and we have this long border with both Mexico and Canada that's unique.
They may be more concerned about designating the cartels as terrorist organizations, which is going to create an immediate rift with that government.
I think Ed O'Keefe is waving his hand to say that he knows the answer. Ding, ding, ding. Is this a Jeopardy question where Ed O'Keefe? Yes, I see Ed O'Keefe. Do you have the answer to the Jeopardy question posed by Gayle King?
Yes. Well, Gayle, he can't do it alone necessarily. There is an obscure agency of the Interior Department, among other elements of the government, that actually weighs in on geographic names, believe it or not. And it draws on people from all sorts of departments across the government, and they can rename things like rivers and mountains and bays and whatnot. But also remember, when it comes to the Gulf of Mexico, that's going to require international acknowledgement. And Mexico has already said they want nothing to do with this. In fact, the Mexican president a few weeks ago suggested, well, if he wants to rename the bay, we should probably rename the continent back to what it once was, which was Mexico America, before the Louisiana Purchase and California became part of the United States. So you can see where things may be headed here when it comes to things like that, versus the other more significant policy changes that he's hoping to make with those executive orders throughout the day.
On that note, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth. Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt,
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
The inauguration of Donald Trump. Here again, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of President Trump. And right now we are watching the arrivals of dignitaries at Capitol Hill and awaiting the departure of the incoming and outgoing presidents of the United States. They will ride together in a joint motorcade. This is tradition that they will ride together for these swearing-in ceremonies. That tradition has endured, with just a few exceptions, since 1837. When Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson rode together in a carriage made from wood taken from the USS Constitution. So no doubt would be great to be a fly on the wall in that motorcade, and there will be one, otherwise known as a senator. Senator Blunt had once been there, but you can see some of the rivals now on Capitol Hill. There we have it. The Clintons arriving and getting a quick picture as they go inside the Capitol Rotunda. There will be a remarkable group of 5 presidents all inside that Capitol Rotunda to witness this peaceful transition of power. Let's check in with our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes. She is in the Capitol's Emancipation Hall. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning, Nora. And Major Garrett mentioned a few moments ago that we had confirmed that former Vice President Mike Pence, Donald Trump's first vice president, would indeed be attending today. We knew he had been invited. We assumed he would attend, but now we have confirmation via a statement that he posted on X. And in that statement, it's very interesting what he had to say, because as you know, Nora, things did not end on great terms between Pence and Trump after Trump pushed Pence to try to overthrow the results of the 2020 election. In fact, when they crossed paths for the first time at the funeral of former President Jimmy Carter a couple of weeks ago, Mike Pence's wife, Karen, didn't even look at Donald Trump. And here's what Mike Pence has to say this morning about his decision to attend today. He said, "This is a day when every American does well to celebrate our democracy and the peaceful transfer of power." He said he encourages all of our fellow Americans to join us in praying for President Trump. So not exactly words of support for his former running mate, but a sense of duty that it is important for the democracy of the United States for him to be here today and recognize the transfer of power. There we see Steny Hoyer, former Democratic leader in the House, James Clyburn as well. They will all have coveted seats within the rotunda. And Vivek Ramaswamy, who we have learned, Nora, here at CBS News, was going to be running Doge with Elon Musk, this big effort to try to slim down the federal bureaucracy. But Ramaswamy is planning to announce in the coming weeks that he will be mounting a bid for Ohio governor, and so he will be stepping away. We've also learned that there were some within the Doge effort who didn't get along that well with Ramaswamy, didn't appreciate some of the things that he had to say, and so the departure, Nora, appears to be of mutual benefit.
How beautifully put, Nancy Cordes. Let me ask about that. We know we see Vivek Ramaswamy, who ran for president himself, a young man, billionaire, been very successful in business, was supposed to be co-chairing this Doge effort with Elon Musk. Robert Costa, has there been a falling out or some tension between the two?
The real story here, Nora, is that Elon Musk is as close as you can be to the president-elect of the United States. Last night at the Capital One Arena, who did the president-elect bring on stage? Elon Musk.
And his young son, who came top.
That's right, his name is X.
Yeah.
And as President-elect Trump remarked last night, only Elon Musk could get away with naming his son X.
Yes.
They seem to have a real rapport. This billionaire, one of the richest people in the world, and the president-elect of the United States. It's highly unusual in American history to have that sort of relationship with a business titan, with someone who's in the presidency. But though, as Senator Blunt knows, Doge and Elon Musk, even if Vivek Ramaswamy is busy in Ohio, they're going to face some challenges from the appropriators on Capitol Hill. Senator Susan Collins of Maine, Congressman Tom Cole. These traditionally are the people who decide how the federal government spends money, not some outside informal group run by a billionaire. And that's already the real tension I'm detecting in my reporting. It's not about Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. It's about Congress and Elon Musk.
Congress, Elon Musk, every federal employee. If you're running for governor, you probably don't need this problem. You probably don't need to be at the point of the spear of trying to decide who you should eliminate and what you should eliminate in the federal government. So probably a wise choice on his part if that's what he's going to do.
And the reason this matters is because in the way the American government was formed, you were supposed to have input, political input from a president, but also from Congress to balance out representation across the country. There was a time, it's amazing to think of it, FDR had to go to Congress to ask for changes in the executive branch. He couldn't do it himself. And when he made a very small, tiny little request, there were 330,000 telegrams sent to the Capitol. They picketed Washington saying his tiny little request for aids was a power grab from Congress. Right. Now, nobody but bats an eye when the president says, I'm going to hire somebody to cut out $2 trillion worth of the executive branch.
Someone who has no political experience, too. I mean, he's clearly a successful businessman. We get that.
And wasn't elected by anybody. It's just a shift in where the power and representation lies in a system that was supposed to have an equal representation of power.
Or it's a test, as many of these things are. And John, I think you recognize this, too, that some of it's sloganeering. Some of these are campaign promises. They sound good, but then they're going to hit the wall of what is politically possible, not just within the bureaucracy, but within how our government is set up. It's testing Congress right from the get-go on so many fronts, how much they're going to demand the separation of powers.
Well, I remember a president saying the era of big government is over. Who was that again? A Democratic president who said that. And so it has been popular by both presidents to say it is time to shrink the federal government. I think overwhelmingly the American people, the taxpayers, would like a more efficient government.
Well, no one would object to a more efficient DMV in America.
And not all that unique. You know, the first time Herbert Hoover came back to the White House after he left was when Truman asked him to come back 12 and a half years later to put together the Hoover Commission to figure out how to streamline government. Reagan had the Grace Commission. This is not a new idea. Maybe it will have more success this time. You can always hope.
Do you get a sense that it might have more success because there will be less pushback from Congress?
Maybe less pushback from Congress. Maybe there's so many things you could do, particularly in the technical IT area. We could be like one of those countries that never had a landline, but everybody now has a cell phone. You know, we're about 4 generations behind in technology. There's a place where you really probably could make a huge difference.
There we see the mayor of D.C., Mayor Bowser, greeting people, and no doubt everyone's saying congratulations to the Commanders, of course, which just had a big win over the weekend. Let's bring in CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director Anthony Salvanto. He's here. And Anthony, how are Americans feeling about this new president?
Good morning, Nora. The answer is optimistic, majority optimistic. Let me show you from our latest CBS News poll here, 60% optimistic. Now, everybody's been talking about history today. So let me put that in context. Donald Trump's optimism number is higher than the last time that he took office. Maybe no surprise there. More people voted for him this time, right? But you also see when you compare it to CBS News polling over the years for past presidents, there were higher numbers. There were 79 for Obama, 68 for George H.W. Bush. The reason for that is the partisan era that we live in. There are Democrats optimistic about incoming President Trump, but there are also a lot of Democrats who say that they're demoralized, who say that they're pessimistic. So that's a reflection of more recent times and that partisan era.
Well, I wouldn't want 60% on a test, but when you look at that, optimism for the next 4 years, considering what we've been through as a country, why are they so optimistic?
That is the key question. And the answer is the economy, Gail. Let me show you this. One of the big reasons, if not the big reason, that Donald Trump won was Americans' dissatisfaction with what they said was a bad economy and also specifically about prices, inflation. Well, look at this. Especially for Trump voters, they expect now his policies to bring down grocery prices. We all know presidents don't have magic wands to do that. President Biden found that out, right? But at the same time, this really sets up a key metric for what we watch going forward. And then I'll also show you this. You've got the expectations for the U.S. economy. Right now, as I said, they rate it as bad. But when we ask them, what do you expect for 2025? It's that the economy will be good. So that's really the first thing, and voters tell us this, that's the first thing they want the new president to address.
And then, Anthony, what about immigration?
Yeah, this is also interesting because all through the campaign, we saw that there was support for things like deportation, and that's still the case among all Americans. You see approval of the idea, in principle, of starting a program to deport immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally. And then I've got to point out, among Trump voters, that goes up to a whopping 90%. So you talk about these executive orders, you talk about these policies that we report he's going to try to implement. This is one that definitely plays to his base. But I should add, when you probe a little deeper and ask people, well, how should this be carried out, things get more mixed. Not necessarily, folks say, using the U.S. military to do that, maybe using current law enforcement. And of course, there's a lot of details in this. This is one of the things we're going to watch as the administration goes forward.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. I want to bring in Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. He's on Capitol Hill. And Major, immigration at the centerpiece of Donald Trump's ability to beat Kamala Harris and say it's time for a change here in Washington.
Sure, that's right. And there'll be tremendous executive actions and probably early legislative action on immigration. That's one of the key areas of conversation between the Republican majorities and the House and Senate and the incoming Trump administration. But quickly on this Department of Government Efficiency, based on my reporting and conversations working with those as those trying to put that in place, they're going to have much more success, they believe, working on the timing for federal permits, the timing of federal actions and regulations, as opposed to shrinking the federal workforce. A couple of quick statistics on the federal workforce. 2 million employees, that's 0.6% of the entire U.S. population. That's been the ratio for about 2 decades. So the federal workforce has not exploded in size in the last 2 decades. Also, about 71% of the federal workforce in one way or another works in national security. Nor the largest federal agency by population, 21%, is Veterans Affairs. So when you dig into the federal workforce, you find that most of it deals with national security or national security type work, something Republicans are not going to want to reduce in large numbers. Also, 80% of the federal workforce doesn't work here in Washington, D.C. It's distributed all over the country. Senator Blunt knows this very well. And the 3 states with the largest federal workforce outside the DMV, the District of Columbia largely, California, Florida, and Texas. So this Department of Government Efficiency, as it really leans into this, is looking much more to cutting regulations, speeding up federal approvals, and not dramatically trying to reduce the size of the federal workforce, because doing so not only brings pushback from Congress, but also begins to take things away that Republicans and the citizens of the country at large value, like national security and things there related.
It's an excellent point, Major. Thank you so much for pointing that out about the size and scope of the federal workforce and in what states where they are centered. You can now see the first ladies together entering one of the presidential limos to make their way to Capitol Hill. Just want to update you, just a short time ago, President Biden was asked, what's your message today? And he answered and said, my message is simple, it's hope. And then they asked him, did you write Trump a letter? And he said, I did. And then he was asked, what did you say? And President Biden said, that's between Trump and me. And the tradition continues as a president leaving for his successor a letter in the White House. John Dickerson.
They eventually come out. We learned that Ronald Reagan left a letter for George Herbert Walker Bush on stationery that said, don't let the turkeys get you down. Mm-hmm. So this moment of traveling from Blair House to the White House, and where the president and the incoming president are meeting, was the time that Bill Clinton said it really hit him that he was president, that all this stuff he'd been talking about in the abstract was his. And we should remember that today Donald Trump is going to learn about things or feel the weight of things that are in the deepest secrets of the federal government. Barack Obama learned about the cyber hacking operation against the Iranians on Inauguration Day. He also learned there was a terrorist plot on the mall, and he had a script in his pocket that if the terrorist plot went down, he was going to read evacuation instructions on that day. It is a day where you learn serious serious things are happening.
This is we just got a shot there. That was Susie Wiles, who is going to be the first female chief of staff in the White House. She rules with an iron fist, and many people credit her with not only the success of this presidential election for Donald Trump, but also bringing order and stability to the many people that are around Donald Trump. And Robert, one of the things that has been reported too is that even as they get ready to enter the White House, she's already set up to change some of the things that perhaps hampered the president in his first term, which is the open access into the Oval Office.
She also, Nora, has a deep understanding of President-elect Trump's personality. So while she is trying to regulate the White House and the West Wing in a new way to make it more organized, sources close to President-elect Trump tell me she doesn't try to control his phone or control his schedule in a strict way. She understands that he likes to have a wide circle of communication where he talks to lawmakers and other people outside of the government to get their view. But she wants to make sure that there is order inside of the White House. She was not part of that disruptive, to say the least, first year of the Trump presidency in 2017. Trump calls her the Ice Maiden.
I've also heard that she likes to be behind the scenes. She doesn't like to be front and center, which I would think would be an asset in this administration.
She has not been on television since the election, and on election night, she declined to make remarks when President-elect Trump invited her to do so. That's reflective of her personality and the way she will manage this White House.
It's almost a throwback in some ways to the Bush era, the staffer era, to be first and foremost at the service of the President of the United States. Some of the reforms we heard that she is enacting is to make sure that people have specially coded passes so that people cannot get inside that inner sanctum of the President, and to lobby him. Here, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
A lot. We'll see. Thank you.
There you have it, answering the obvious, which we've heard, which is a lot of executive orders coming today about that access to the Oval Office.
Just briefly, the point you made, Nora, you said she's changing the badges, the famous blue badge, to have access to the Oval Office. They're now going to become gold and platinum badges inside of the West Wing.
Which is better? Which is better?
I believe
Gotta be gold.
Platinum. No, platinum. Platinum's more expensive than gold.
Yeah, I thought.
But Costa, who controls the cell phones and the phones?
He does.
Exactly.
As we know, as we've reported at CBS many times, he makes calls as he wants to, and he has his residence phone and his own cell phone.
I'm fascinated, Bob, that you seem to talk to him on a regular basis.
I've known President-elect Trump for 14 years and have been interviewing him and speaking to him for a long time. And he is someone, this is part of the comeback story, a total outsider in American politics, now twice president of the United States.
There's a history to this chief of staff business. The chief of staff is the gatekeeper and basically helps promote the president's ideas and marshal his forces towards his agenda. And there's always a ping pong back and forth between the cloistered president, who only has a communication with the chief of staff, which was kind of the Nixon model. He didn't much like his cabinet. And then Ford opened it up. Everybody comes in. And ultimately, in the Ford administration, Dick Cheney said no. And the metaphor for this was a bicycle wheel, with the president at the center with all the spokes. And Cheney broke all the other spokes and had just one single spoke, that one line of communication to have an operational White House. He gifted that to the Carter White House, saying, you've got to run it this way. Carter didn't, and that was a problem.
Carter had no chief of staff.
That's right. He thought he could do it himself. It didn't work.
On this note, let's bring in historian Douglas Brinkley, who has also done so much studying of the American presidency. Douglas?
Well, you know, what's striking to me today is that we're looking at these massive pardons, that the fact that the January 6th insurrectionists, as we were calling them, are now called by incoming President Trump. He's calling them the J-Day, heroes, basically. And that's a radical departure on how one looks at January 6th. Add to that the pardoning or preemptive pardon of Dr. Fauci, which seems to be happening with Joe Biden. But it's an attempt to put the two monstrous events that swept the land, the COVID-19 pandemic and January 6th, behind us, but with both Trump and Biden using pardon powers. And in this day, what we're watching right now, to me, what's historical, it used to be FDR almost branded the first 100 days Trump is doing day one. He did that over and over again and branded day one. And when you're signing these sweeping executive orders, this is not a traditional afternoon we're seeing here when the Gulf of Mexico is going to become the, Gulf of America, and Denali is going to go back to McKinley. And so there's a kind of, he's living up to his campaign pledge, but it's sort of punitive. It reminded me when FDR did win in 1933, early on, he took Herbert Hoover's name off the Hoover Dam and put Boulder Dam on it to punish.
And there now, President-elect Donald Trump, along with President Biden, entering into the motorcade together. And this is a tradition for the presidents to ride together to the swearing-in ceremonies, a tradition that has endured with a few exceptions since 1837, when Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson rode together, like I mentioned earlier, in a carriage made from wood taken from the USS Constitution. And as we noted, too, the First Ladies are in a different motorcade, the Vice President and Vice President-elect in a different motorcade. This opportunity for them to ride together at this momentous time from the White House to the Capitol before this peaceful transfer of power. And Senator Roy Blunt has been part of this in the past as part of the inaugural committee. Senator?
Well, I have. I was able to make that ride with President Trump and President Obama before. I've also always wondered, I've been at several inaugurations now, what moment does the current president feel the lifting of weight? And I think you can almost visibly see it if you look as the new president takes the oath of office. At what moment does that happen? Sometime we mentioned earlier President Obama having something in his that he would read if he needed to because of disruption. I remember at one point during the inauguration outside, which I think is a great but vulnerable moment for the government, we were rehearsing. I said to the chief military guy there who was helping me, your job, if we have to leave this podium early, if we have to leave this platform early, your job is to see that somebody goes with the president, preferably the Chief Justice, the president-elect, if the president hasn't been sworn in yet, that can swear him in at 12 o'clock. If we've had to leave the platform early, I don't want any question as to who's the president that has to make those decisions from 12 o'clock on.
Wow.
If you just look at this motorcade right now and you think it was nearly 10 years ago that Donald Trump came down that golden escalator at Trump Tower, and what has happened in that near decade since. And it was only in late May of this year he was convicted in a New York court. It was only in July he survived an assassination attempt. And now, January 20th, 2025, he's about to be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. What a political journey, something we have not ever seen before in American history, and we're now witnessing it in real time.
And getting it from Joe Biden, too. Just think about that, the power from Joe Biden going back to Donald Trump in this moment, too. It's fascinating to see.
Douglas Brinkley mentioned FDR. If President Trump completes this term, he will have dominated the politics of the country longer than any other person ever, and as long as FDR, who was president for 12 years. And it's an amazing, amazing thing to be on every issue, every day. Your opinion matters, whether he's in the White House or not, is extraordinary.
Especially when you think how he started, people thought he has no chance. You know, isn't he the guy from The Apprentice? I remember in the beginning they called him the celebrity candidate who had no shot.
Gail, remember some reporter, some paper wanted to cover it on the entertainment.
Entertainment, yes, I do remember that.
There was a big argument about whether it was on the political page or whether you covered Trump on the entertainment page.
For me, the moment that, Bob, as you were conjuring this political comeback, when Trump left after Biden was inaugurated, Trump said, and he's going, first of all, he's leaving at Andrews. There's nobody there except for his family. And he says, goodbye, we love you, we will be back in some form. This is the form.
And as we watch President Biden and President-elect Trump heading to Capitol Hill, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired, and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News, coming January 27th.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. You are watching the motorcade carrying President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump. The Vice President-elect and current Vice President, as well as the First Ladies, are also in that motorcade in different vehicles as they make their way and are arriving now up on Capitol Hill. So we'll watch this very closely as that ceremony will be held inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, where already thousands have arrived, not only in the Rotunda, but in the overflow room known as Emancipation Hall. And that's where our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, is. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning, Nora. You know, one of the most important, lasting speeches that any president can give is his inaugural address. And it is widely believed that Trump's address back in 2017, when he took office the first time, was pretty dark. The most memorable line from that speech that often gets quoted is about the era of American carnage being over. In fact, former President George W. Bush, who was sitting there on the platform that day, famously said, according to several people around him at the end of the speech, Well, that was some weird expletive. But what we have gleaned based on the excerpts we've seen from the speech he's going to give today is that the speech is much lighter, more optimistic than what we heard from him back in 2017. He's going to say, for instance, quote, "I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country." His longtime aide, Jason Miller, spoke to CBS News this morning. He said, this is going to be a nuts and bolts speech. He's going to get down to brass tacks pretty quickly to talk about what he wants to do over the course of the next week.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. Now, as you see the presidential motorcade arriving at the east front of the Capitol, let's go to our own congressional correspondent, Scott McFarland. He is right there on the scene. Scott?
About 100 feet away from where the presidents are arriving now in this motorcade. It's quite an image, Nora, to see President Biden and President-elect Trump side by side in the same vehicle, considering just a few hours ago, President Biden signed preemptive pardons to protect people from what he thinks is unjust prosecutions by Donald Trump. That happened the same day they made this ride over to the Capitol. The motorcade comes with a separate vehicle, I think, for the vice president and vice president-elect. As they exit these cars, they're stepping through roughly 10 to 12 degree wind chills and about 20-degree temperatures for the short walk into the Capitol together. The families arrived about an hour ago. The former presidents arrived about 30 minutes ago. This whole show happens inside the Capitol Rotunda. A striking contrast to the image that Nancy described from 8 years ago, striking contrast from the image of 4 years ago. There go President, President-elect, and the dignitaries into the Capitol, into the Senate carriage entrance from which they'll be ushered into the Capitol Rotunda.
Scott McFarland monitoring that arrival of the presidents now, and we have learned that Donald Trump will call for a revolution of common sense in his inaugural address. That's according to prepared remarks, capping this remarkable political comeback. Also, I can see there in the green coat is Senator Fisher, who is also is the Republican co-chair of the inaugural committee, along with Senator Klobuchar, and they were able to ride in the motorcade. You see there the two presidents now entering the United States Capitol to make their way up to the Capitol Rotunda, greeting members of the leadership there and others.
You can be sure that President-elect Trump wrote that line, a revolution of common sense himself. I remember many conversations I've had with him over the years where I said, "You're populist." And he said, "No, Bob, I'm common sense." Common sense, in his view, encapsulates his entire political agenda, his political career. He doesn't want to be seen as a, quote, conservative, but some common sense outsider businessman coming in.
You can see the presidents there, followed by members of the leadership. Let's bring in congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. She's inside the Capitol as we look at some of the tech titans, the head of Google and Elon Musk there as well. And Nicole, what have we learned about the program?
Well, we have learned that, of course, to no surprise to anyone, obviously this will be taking place in the Rotunda as opposed to outside on the west front of the Capitol. Worth noting that it's not unusual for these types of ceremonies to take place at different places throughout the Capitol. Sometimes they have been on the east front, the west front, but in this case, because of the weather, we will see that swearing in ceremony of President-elect Trump in the Rotunda, followed by his inaugural address. And of course, after that, we will see what we always see every 4 years. We saw President-elect Trump and President Biden ride up to the Capitol together, but then following that inaugural address will come that moment where then President Trump will see off President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, who you saw earlier in the program, that helicopter there on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol. And so at that point, we will see that official transfer of power with President Biden departing and President Trump then remaining here at the Capitol. At that point, he is expected to address an overflow crowd in Emancipation Hall, where our Nancy Cordes is. Of course, again, because this is taking place place inside. So many supporters are not able to be here, but there are a few gathered here at the Capitol, in addition to the many lawmakers you see there in the Rotunda. At that point, we expect that the president will participate in a signing ceremony where we do expect him to sign a number of executive orders both here at the Capitol and at Capital One Arena, where he will join supporters later in the day. Of course, right now we are seeing some of the president-elect's cabinet designees enter. Many of them have already been through confirmation hearings here on Capitol Hill. We have seen many of them here in the halls of Congress. You just saw Pete Hegseth, of course, one of the president-elect's more controversial nominees, but in speaking to several sources, both here on the Hill and with the president-elect's team, they still believe, they're very confident that they believe he will eventually be confirmed, potentially with a vote, at least out of committee, as soon as this week. I would just quickly point out, as you see John Ratcliffe there, he is the president-elect's CIA pick. We could see a vote on him as soon, potentially, as today, along with Marco Rubio, the president-elect's pick for Secretary of State. Nora.
Nicole Killian, thank you. That's right. You can see members of the president's proposed cabinet coming in together there. And we are hearing that his nominee for Secretary of State could be voted not only out of committee today, but also out of the full Senate. Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary, just out of the committee. Not clear that there will be a full vote today in the United States Senate. And as we look at the number of dignitaries and cabinet members, they're being greeted by Susie Wiles, the incoming White House Chief of Staff. There are a number of notable supporters of Donald Trump in this room, including lawmakers. Not only Dana White, who's the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC. But as you can see there, Sundar Pichai, the head of Google. There are also some of the world's, if not the world's richest men, all in that room together to. Back of Elon Musk, and there you see Vivek Ramaswamy, we mentioned earlier, standing next to Kristi Noem, the governor who is the president's choice to lead the Department of Homeland Security. As you're going to see right now, there's Miriam Adelson, who has donated hundreds of millions of dollars to help elect Donald Trump, strong supporter of Israel, and she's standing right next to the aforementioned Dana White there. These are all close friends. Oh, and that's the head of LVMH. And other supporters there. Forgive me, it's just about everyone that is gathered. You need a Facebook. It does look like Delphine Arnault, though. Yes, it does. And there you have Dan Quayle. There you have there with his wife, and we are expecting, as we heard as well, of course, former vice presidents are invited, and we are expected to see Mike Pence. He has confirmed that he is attending. Want to bring in, as we watch these arrivals, Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. He's also at the Capitol. Major.
This is the ceremonial recasting for the nation of what the meaning of January 6, 2021 actually was. Corporate America estranged itself from then President Trump, and many in the Republican Party thought his political career was effectively over. He is now returning as president to the very place where those who supported him rioted on Capitol Hill to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power and overturn a legal and fairly held presidential election. What we're seeing here is a complete recontextualization of what January 6th means. Those who've long supported President Trump believe it was just a momentary spasm, a reflection of anger that grew out of COVID-19 and lockdowns. Many others, President Biden in particular, in his inaugural address 4 years ago, said it was a symptom of something dark and dangerous in America. White supremacy, extremists, terrorists within the United States. He warned about all of those dark forces coming back into America. Whether those are dark forces or not, President Trump returns to power and can recontextualize all of January 6, 2021 as something that, if it's momentary or not, did not discourage him and did not dissuade the American public for reinvesting him with powers he is about to possess in this room and the Capitol Rotunda in moments from now.
It's an excellent point, Major Garrett. Thank you. And there is going to be massive change here in Washington, Margaret.
There is. It was notable there, Nora, that Mike Pence, the former vice president, walked in by himself. Karen Pence was not with him. And we talked earlier about what was clearly tension between her and the former president. Remembering on January 6th, she was sheltering in safety along with some of their children, as I understand it, and the vice president, as those mobs who were storming the Capitol
yelling to hang Mike Pence. I think as a wife, that's very difficult to forget.
Understandable. Yeah. And she can't forget. We're acknowledging the awkwardness. I don't know if irony and awkward are the right words to even choose when we talk about Joe Biden peacefully transferring power to Donald Trump, whose supporters tried to stop that transfer of power in 2021. And the Biden campaign that ran on this idea of an existential threat to democracy, even in that farewell speech that President Biden just delivered, warning of this dark future, saying, stand guard, talking about oligarchs as we look at these CEOs in the room, tech billionaires, and today walking side by side in this diplomatic, genteel way, as if none of that had happened, as if we had not heard an entire presidential campaign warning us of the dark future should Donald Trump be elected. We're now going to test and see what happens. Nora, it's also interesting to see who was invited to this inauguration. There are a number of leaders. That is unusual, but it's also unusual to see who was personally invited. One of them, the Prime Minister of Italy, a conservative leader within Europe. That seems a symbolic invitation, but there are also party leaders from within Europe, as you and I spoke about the other day, from the very far-right movements, anti-immigrant movements within Europe, in Germany and in France, who sent representatives. And as you hear Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who's not there, but a dear friend of Donald Trump, say it, he sees this return to power by Mr. Trump as a sign of a global shift towards the far right, empowering a conservative global movement. That's how he and his political advisor describe what we're about to see here.
Well, you see Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez, his fiancée, just arrived, standing next to Mark Zuckerberg and his wife, Priscilla Chan. We haven't heard anything from Priscilla Chan, considering Mark Zuckerberg has made a lot of news lately.
That's right. So what we are seeing, Gail, as you just pointed out, the world's richest men are all here at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Elon Musk is number one at that, worth over $200 billion. And then Jeff Bezos, around $200 billion, give or take here, Bernard Arnault, and others gathered here for this inauguration along with their members of their family. And I should just point out that shortly we are going to hear the introduction of former President Clinton, then former President George W. Bush, former President Barack Obama, and then this whole ceremony will begin. John Dickerson.
Well, I was just wondering whether in the history of mankind there has ever been a geographical location that has had more wealth collected in it than what we're looking at right now.
And as we mentioned, this is the introduction of former President Clinton and former First Lady and Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton as they make their way to the Rotunda platform. Normally, this would be through the chute, right, which is down that red carpet onto the inaugural platform, that majestic platform, which for now, which took months to build, is just gathering some snow.
It's a great feeling to be introduced coming down that platform. I will tell you that. I'll also mention that President Clinton and Mrs. Clinton were, of course, there 8 years ago. They came to the lunch, the very small 200-person lunch afterwards, and President Trump specifically expressed his gratitude that they were both there and for their service of the country. It's that kind of moment when a lot of things are put aside. Sometimes they're pretty quickly recaptured, but this is a day that's more about democracy than party.
And as we mentioned, these are members of Donald Trump's family that you just saw there, and former President Barack Obama heading to the Rotunda platform, not joined by Michelle Obama. She did not also come to Washington for the funeral of Jimmy Carter, just recently celebrating her birthday.
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee co-chair, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
And And just mentioned the committee co-chair, Steve Witkoff, who in addition to these responsibilities as co-chair of the inaugural committee, Margaret Brennan has just recently returned from Israel after working to help broker that deal to bring the hostages home.
Donald Trump's best friend, as he describes himself, also a real estate developer, and now the closer on this major diplomatic deal between Israel and Hamas. We'll have to see if the Trump team is able to continue to corral both sides to stay on track with a very complex deal that, if it works, would see the return of as many as 3 Americans who are still believed to be held hostage by Hamas and other terror groups.
Does Donald Trump call him the best friend, Margaret, or you said self-professed best friend?
I don't know. Ask Bob Costa.
Bob Costa, you would know the answer to that question.
There are a lot of so-called best friends
Exactly.
here for President-elect Trump.
Margaret, on the hostage ceasefire deal, are you of the view that it took both presidents to get this done?
Yes.
If they both hadn't been involved, it wouldn't have happened?
It is absolutely remarkable, and the Biden team is very clear about that. We had the negotiator, Brett McGurk, on Face the Nation yesterday. He calls Steve Witkoff also a friend at this point. It was the idea that you can't find divisions between the two administrations, and the fear on the Israeli side that Donald Trump, who has been such an ally of Benjamin Netanyahu, might not take so kindly if he says no to a deal he wants. That helped. So while Brett McGurk was in Doha pressing the Qataris to get Hamas, it was Steve Witkoff pressing the Israelis to get to yes. And that combined power got them there. Now we'll have to see if they can keep them on track with this deal to bring those Americans back and the rest of the hostages.
We just saw Tim Cook a moment ago talking to someone, but I'm curious, Senator, have you ever seen this many business leaders and these business leaders at this stature at an inauguration before?
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember if they would have been at the Obama. I think not. And of course, so much of this wealth has been created in the last decade. It's an incredible accumulation of wealth and success by these individuals. And frankly, they don't all get along all that well together. So they don't hang around together a lot.
And as Gail just mentioned, we just saw the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook. And last night we heard Donald Trump mention Tim Cook, saying that Apple is promising to build some new businesses and make investments in America, talking about how much has changed. He mentioned other companies who are investing, in his words, tens of billions of dollars. Donald Trump trying to make the case last night to his supporters, the Capital One Arena, in his words, that he's gotten more done than, in his words, Joe Biden has gotten done in 4 months. You can see already trying to draw that contest, even on the day before inauguration, which is usually a lot of glad handing and pleasantries. There you see the incoming, in the white coat there, that's Miriam Adelson, who's standing, strong supporter, talking to John Paulson, the Palm Beach billionaire and noted hedge fund, private equity individual who was involved for many years and is close friends with the president, was going to be part of the president's cabinet, but also a supporter here. And everyone is gathered, including the former presidents, as we saw them come in. And what we're expecting just shortly is the Chief Justice will be announced. John Roberts says he will be the one swearing in Donald Trump. And then we will see Jill Biden, and we will see Melania Trump and Usha Vance. And here we go. And Brett Kavanaugh, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, will be issuing the oath of office to JD Vance. And a reminder that one of these justices, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, put into office by Joe Biden, but 3 of these justices were appointed by and confirmed by the Senate under Donald Trump, and has remarkably changed the landscape of the Supreme Court. Want to bring in Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett. And Major, given the changes that have that Donald Trump was able to enact during his presidency, and then Joe Biden. What do you see happening even in this first year of office?
Yeah, what I hear and what I envision for this second Trump administration, Nora, is emphasis on immigration, emphasis on tax cuts, not just extending the Trump tax cuts passed during the first Trump administration, but possibly adding others, giving relief to some northeastern states that have been long seeking relief during the first year of the Trump administration. All of those things are going to be part of the domestic agenda: immigration, tax cuts, and a significant effort to boost what is already a significant amount of domestically produced energy in this country. The Biden administration kept many of the Trump policies, reversed some. There'll be a tactical decision to encourage as much domestic energy exploration as possible. That's natural gas, liquefied natural gas, oil, all of that in the drill, baby, drill umbrella that Trump talked about relentlessly during the campaign, and a transformative approach to immigration that may not land well with all businesses in this country, small, medium, and large. If, in fact, workplace enforcement take laborers out of the economy, that's to be determined. But certainly the American public will support efforts to take those who have either committed crimes or have been already adjudicated to leave this country to be removed immediately. That will be supportive. The polling data on that is clear, and that's going to be the early emphasis of this administration on immigration.
Major Garrett, thank you. And we look now at the number of VIPs who are seated in the front row, very close to what is going to be the president's family. And here you have Donald Trump's 5 children making the entrance into the Capitol Rotunda. They are the last of the Trump family we'll see before we see Jill Biden and Doug Emhoff introduced. And Robert, talk just about how close his children are with the president-elect in terms of advising him, supporting him, being inside that inner circle.
They're everything. Remember, President-elect Trump grew up at his father, Fred Trump's side, and he was told from a young age, you trust family. Everybody else maybe have a bit of a question mark above them. And he has taken that approach to his life, to his business, and to his presidency. He has an inner circle, he has a wide orbit of friends and allies, but it's his family he relies upon. Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Eric in particular, they've been with him through legal trials and political trials.
You know, Bob, I interviewed Eric Trump 8 years ago when they first got into the office, and I said, what will be the biggest adjustment for your family? And he said, trusting people from the outside, because we are very close, we are very connected, and it's very difficult for us to let new people in. And that seems to have been the case, although Ivanka Trump has made it clear she doesn't intend to engage this particular administration. Do you think that's true?
She will remain an informal advisor to President-elect Trump, but will not join the White House staff.
She will not have a formal role.
I think there's a lot of the informal happening with this term. I know Jared Kushner, son-in-law, husband of Ivanka Trump, has been a conduit for a lot of the outreach to the Middle East. He is now invested in heavily by some of the Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia and the others. He's staying on the outside while continuing those business interests, but a conduit to the Trump team, particularly on issues of geopolitics.
So much of what we are witnessing today is this peaceful transfer of power, a lot of pomp and circumstance and ceremony, but a lot of important things also happening today. And I want to ask Senator Blunt about that, because there are reports that Pentagon officials do not know who will run the government's largest agency, the Defense Department. Donald Trump has not signaled. So what does that mean?
Well, I think the time between now and the time that the defense secretary is confirmed, whoever that turns out to be, it's really important to know, and surely those signals will come right away. The president would understand that you've got to have a chain of command, and I think he'll follow up on that.
We've heard reports about other agencies, about people that would be leading them. Those names have been made public. Is it notable that we haven't heard who should be leading the Defense Department?
I don't know that it's notable. I do think it's extraordinary how deeply they have gone into these agencies, the various, not just the service secretaries, but their undersecretaries, their chiefs of staff. If this was done in such detail before, I didn't see it done by anybody, and I certainly didn't see it done by Donald Trump the first time. I don't think he's going to miss something as important as knowing who's in control of the Defense Department at noon today. You still have the Joint Chiefs in place, Nora, and that's important to understand. You still have the Joint Chiefs in place. So we know who's in charge of every agency, and we know who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So to some extent, the Defense Department takes care of itself. But I think he'll be very clear about what civilian person is filling that role in the interim. You know, I just noticed another kind of interesting, the entertainment here, Carrie Underwood, that's always a challenge. It was particularly a challenge for Trump in the first term, just getting entertainers generally. And it's nice to see we seem to have turned a corner on that. But even 4 years ago, the Biden administration had the Biden team had a country music singer who was going to sing. They never announced it. On the Thursday before the election, before the inauguration, he said he didn't think he could come, and they called Garth Brooks that day.
The Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
And thus begins the announcement of the former vice presidents. We should note that we have learned that the entire Biden press staff has officially left the building, that Karine Jean-Pierre was the last to leave. Andrew Jackson's portrait is already back up on the wall. And a Biden press staffer tells CBS News that the Reagan rug, which is the rug that Reagan used and Trump previously used, is back. They had to disassemble the Resolute desk to switch out the rugs.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
And we're waiting now for the introduction of the president and president-elect. And as we can see, Dr. Biden entering with the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff.
Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump.
And we're looking at members of the First Family. And there you have members of the United States Senate, including Senator Cory Booker and Senator Grassley, and Senator Tom Cotton tweeting away, looks like, checking his phone for the very latest on TikTok.
Not on TikTok. Yeah.
No.
Which is not allowed to be on federal devices because of national security concerns.
Well, I think it's Senator Tim Cotton has appropriately and very succinctly said why it's such a concern is that, according to U.S. national security officials backed by both Republican and Democratic senators, if you have it on your phone, they believe that they can monitor, and the Chinese-owned ByteDance can monitor text messages, emails, location, and more, which, as Margaret points out, why it's banned now from federal devices.
I'm curious about the seating.
Ladies and
where's
gentlemen,
the Chinese
escorting
representative
Dr.
sitting?
Biden and Mr.
Here they
Emhoff,
come.
the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
And they're the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Biden, who has done so much for military families in her service as First Lady of the United States. Their son, Beau Biden, had served in the National Guard and had served overseas. And they first started the initiative with Michelle Obama, First Lady, and she continued that then as First Lady, making sure that military families receive the attention that they deserve and the support that they need. It's been one of her hallmark issues. And of course, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, has done a lot of initiatives to fight anti-Semitism, and that has been at the forefront of his agenda. And you can see he's seated right next to Bill Clinton there. And it doesn't take any special analysis to see people are tightly packed.
Yes.
Yes.
And behind President Clinton, you see a man with glasses. That's Phil Ruffin from Las Vegas, the casino owner, Treasure Island, one of the closest friends of President-elect Trump, 89 years old, someone the president-elect talks to all the time, and he has a prime seat.
He's one of the close supporters, and as you said, friends of the president. It's also remarkable to see, I believe, every single one of our Supreme Court justices there in the front row as Justice Kavanaugh will deliver the oath to Vice President-elect JD Vance, and then the Chief Justice to the incoming President of the United States. Those words are important in delivering the oath, because when he did it with Barack Obama, he missed a word, and it was Barack Obama who caught it and insisted that that night they redo it at Blair House to make sure that there was no question about whether Barack Obama was the legitimate president of the United States, because there was a word missing in the oath of the office. And Senator Blunt, you were there.
I was there, and I remember that happening.
Did you catch the missing word, or it was just Barack Obama's fine ears that...
I did not, but I swore the new governor of Missouri in a week ago, and I was sure I got every word. I didn't want to be part of a lawsuit.
You're looking at it, checking it twice.
That's right. Incredibly.
You guys, I have to say, I'm looking at this crowd. I do not see many people of color. Has anybody else besides me observed that? I'm fascinated by why that is.
On Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the most notable and one of the most high-ranking is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, first black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, notably appointed by Joe Biden as he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Jimmy Carter in appointing a number of women and black women to the federal judgeships.
General Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is probably there. In fact, that might be the side of his head. No, because he's, well, I can't tell what uniform that is.
I can't tell from this.
But he was undoubtedly there.
Yeah, I saw Jim Clyburn. I saw him.
You will see Kristi Noem there in the light blue suit, the governor of North Dakota, who is the president's choice to lead the Department of Homeland Security, and she will play a key role in carrying out a number of these executive orders that have been signaled, Margaret, in terms of the mass deportation that Donald Trump has promised.
Yes, the South Dakota governor will. She had at one point been considered as a vice presidential running mate by the Trump team. A book she published may have gotten in the way of that, but is not getting in the way, it would appear at this point, of her rising to a very key role. She will be working alongside a newly created role of a border czar and Tom Homan, also working with Stephen Miller, who will be the architect within the Trump administration of upcoming immigration policy. So she will be in a key position.
I thought that was a very diplomatic way to phrase it, Margaret, that the book she written may have gotten in the way of that. It was the anecdote that she told about killing her dog, and she detailed it. It's the type of thing that no one would have known about it had she not. And I think people were surprised that she included that little nugget.
And then a goat. And she also said that she met the leader of North Korea, and then said somebody else put that in her book that she wrote and had to pull it back from publication. We talked to her about it at the time.
Yeah,
but,
we did too. So I think you're correct to say that book may have derailed things a bit for her.
But she will lead a very powerful agency, the Department of Homeland Security, and I want to bring in Nancy Cordes. She is in Emancipation Hall. Nancy.
Nora, it's so fascinating to see who's in that room, try to read their body language, but the room itself is so majestic, which is why it was chosen for this indoor ceremony. The Capitol Rotunda is at the very heart of the Capitol, dead center, underneath the majestic dome. It was completed in 1824, and it was intended to recall the Pantheon, that ancient Roman temple. And people have probably been seeing, as they take wide shots, these enormous paintings that are placed around the rotunda. Revolutionary scenes like the signing of the Declaration of Independence, General George Washington resigning his military commission, which was such a pivotal moment in U.S. history. And there are also some scenes of early exploration, notably the landing of Columbus and the baptism of Pocahontas. Interestingly, Gail was just talking about people of color in the room. Well, Pocahontas is a woman of color, of course. She was represented 3 times in the art within the Capitol Rotunda, actually the second most of anyone other than George Washington.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. We are still waiting for the introduction of Vice President-elect JD Vance and President-elect Donald Trump to be brought into the rotunda. Senator Blunt, it looks like we're running maybe 20 minutes behind schedule. Does that matter?
Yes.
Yes. In the effort of efficiency, we've got to get the president sworn in right at noontime, don't we?
That's a tradition. I'm not sure that the world would end if that didn't happen. That's a tradition, and you always try to get there. I would say of the in the rotunda, my favorite of all those pictures, because of the story it tells, is George Washington leaving, resigning, going back home. Maybe one of the 2 or 3 pivotal moments in the history of the country. When they told George III that had happened, he didn't believe it, because he assumed, like everybody else, that Washington would take over the government. And George III purportedly said, if that's true, he is the greatest man alive.
And that painting played such a key role in the conversations about January 6th, because to your earlier question, Gail, about what checks a president who has unlimited ambition and perhaps not the regular constraints, that portrait was a sign of the internal virtue, Washington not seizing power, but in a democracy protecting it and stepping aside, which is a part of.
And maybe the second time the great pull of Mount Vernon is when George Washington decides not to be president more than 2 terms.
That's right.
Both pivotal moments, I think.
You see Usha Vance there, the wife of Vice President-elect JD Vance, who is a key counselor to him.
And the future First Lady of America, Melania Trump.
Wearing an Eric Jarvis hat, they said. I think that's a...
What do you call it?
The designer is Eric Jarvis, they said. Which looks very elegant.
It is just now about 11:30, so there are 30 minutes left of the Joe Biden presidency. His team.
What do they do, team, for the next half hour?
You mean
waiting till noon?
Well, we're going to have there's a whole program
yes.
that's set to happen. The Vice President-elect, JD Vance, will be sworn in. We're going to hear from Cardinal Archbishop Dolan, who will deliver remarks. We are going to hear from Carrie Underwood, and there's going to be the Battle Hymn of the Republic and the
Ladies
Trump
and
Inaugural
gentlemen,
Address.
performing
and
"Oh
more.
America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
And we should note, at the White House, there's a flurry of activity as they are cataloging the President Biden's materials, getting them out, and then stocking the fridge, and the valet is hanging the clothes for the incoming president. It's a whirlwind of logistical precision to move one in and one out in the short period of time that this is taking place.
Calling me, you are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee, I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. Keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand and all through this land you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as
The national anthem by Christopher Macchio that was "Oh America." I'm sorry, the program in front of me is incorrect. Followed by the National Academy Glee Club and the Armed Forces Chorus, backed up by the Marine Band. Want to bring in Ed O'Keefe, who spoke with him. Ed?
Nora, you are okay to be confused there, because he's actually the only person performing twice today. He is going to sing the national anthem a little later, and he's a great example of sort of the kind of every guy that has been elevated by the president-elect by virtue of the fact that he met him many years ago when he performed at Mar-a-Lago, became a huge fan of his voice. He performed at the president-elect's brother's funeral, then at the 2020 Republican convention. And as you heard there, he's now described by Trump World as America's tenor. He told me in our interview that the president-elect is set to name him as some kind of an ambassador for American music and culture. And we can expect that he may actually travel the world on behalf of the country performing, and with the president-elect next year as the country marks its 250th anniversary. But he grew up on Long Island and was told by a high school teacher years ago, you have a gift you have to share with the world. And today, before a global audience, he gets to do that.
And there we see the First Lady and the President-elect Donald Trump entering the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Melania Trump sitting next to her son, Barron Trump, and her father. And if there's something that's changed in the last 8 years, it's Barron Trump, who has gained a couple feet there. He now stands at 6'7", towering over everyone in the room, now a student at NYU, living in New York City. And it is cramped, you can see there. Yes. Everyone is packed in as they have put more than 600 people inside the Capitol Rotunda, including many of the lawmakers and dignitaries.
Escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
His career was forged. The U.S. Capitol led to the U.S. presidency. But in a way, as Senator Blunt knows, President Biden has always thought about the Capitol, in a sense, as home.
Wrapping up nearly 5 decades of public service, and a standing ovation there for the President of the United States as the crowd waits.
Escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating.
The schedule calls for the Vice President-elect to be sworn in first.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable JD Vance.
And Robert, a remarkable moment for JD Vance, a noted author who was well regarded by a number of Democrats, who then made his way into the United States Senate and became very close with the Trump family, and now is the future Vice President of the United States.
A remarkable and rapid political ascent for this 40-year-old man from Ohio. Went to Yale Law School, wrote about his tough upbringing in Southern Ohio, Hillbilly Elegy becomes a runaway bestseller, captivates people in the business community across the country. And
Ron Howard makes a movie out of it.
And he's originally a critic of President-elect Trump, but then had a reckoning and became perhaps his biggest ally.
Ceremonies. Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes. Nancy, we're just getting some breaking news about President Biden pardoning members of his own family. Why?
That's right, Nora. With just 20 minutes or so left in his presidency, we've just gotten word from President Biden that he is pardoning his brothers, their wives, his sister, other family members. He says that he is doing this because baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives of individuals. Obviously, the message he's sending is that he believes that the Biden family will be targeted after he leaves office by the incoming administration, and he wants to head that off.
Remarkable.
Please be seated.
Absolutely remarkable, John. I can't think of blanket pardons for every member of your family.
No, and it's a reminder that despite the pleasantries in the ceremony and both sides applauding for each other and all that looks normal, ringed around this ceremony is the politics in America right now, and Joe Biden is anticipating something and acting to head it off.
The statement says there's no acknowledgement of any wrongdoing nor acceptance that it be misconstrued as a admission of guilt. So legally, you'd have to talk to a legal analyst about whether preemptive pardons for crimes not yet committed or no documentation of crimes committed or even charges brought stands.
But the timing and the optics, I think, don't help here.
Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect JD Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
And these are JD Vance's and Usha Vance's young children that are joining for the swearing in, along with his mother there in red.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
And we have a new Vice President of the United States, JD Vance, sworn in by Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. What we should note is that the second lady, Usha Vance, actually clerked for Brett Kavanaugh when he was a judge at the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia. Usha also clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts when he was at the Supreme Court. She is a noted lawyer herself.
Presidential oath of office.
And they are slowly ushering their young children out the door, along with JD Vance's mother, as it is just 12:01, the time when the new president is supposed to be sworn in. Now the Chief Justice.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
And now we have the 47th President of the United States, President Donald Trump, only the second president in history to serve non-consecutive terms, sworn in on the Bible given to him by his mother and the Lincoln Bible. Congratulated by his family and friends.
Oh, you noticed a little scrambling there of the family to get up there, and they moved a couple of the music numbers later to get this done as close to noon as they possibly could. About 20 minutes behind on the regular schedule, but they repositioned. I don't know that it's absolutely essential, but certainly traditional to get that done at noon.
And because of that, we're not sure what's next. We don't know if it's the end.
Exactly. A fitting way to start the Trump administration.
Because the schedule has been changed around a little bit, this is now the Marine Band.
Where the
And that was the Battle Hymn of the Republic by the United States Naval Academy Glee Club. Just a bit of history here. For over 138 years, this song has been a fixture of patriotic programs, still sung in schools and churches across the nation. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord, poem written by a woman. We're about to hear from Senator Fisher, who will introduce the president. And as Senator Blunt reminded us, the first time two women have chaired this committee.
To introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and That is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. To restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government, my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The inaugural address of the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. It was billed as an optimistic and hopeful address. Donald Trump said he wants to be a peacemaker and a unifier, promising to put America first and to usher in a revolution of common sense. In his words, you just heard him say, our golden age has just begun. But he then plunged into a list of grievances, said from this moment on, America's decline is over. We're going to dig into the details of this speech. But I think first we want to hear from Carrie Underwood, who is set to deliver America the Beautiful. And then we'll talk about some of the details that President Donald Trump just outlined in his inaugural address, describing a Liberation Day, saying, too, that they will declare a crisis on the southern border and that, in his words, we will be a rich nation again. Donald Trump also using an inaugural address to say there are only two genders, male and female, also talking about full back pay for those who refuse the COVID vaccine. It sounds like they're just trying to get the music ready to hear from Carrie Underwood. This remarkable moment where you see 5 presidents of the United States in one room. It was more like a State of the Union than an inaugural address in many ways, and that's in part because of the location inside the Capitol Rotunda, as opposed to out on that inaugural platform. And so people stood and applauded. That's not something we usually see in an inaugural address. But it was notable that none of the former presidents stood up and applauded throughout his remarks, including the former Republican President, George W. Bush. That's what I was just going to say, yes.
Either party.
Nora, it was interesting to hear the now president say, I was saved by God to make America great, talking about that attempt on his life back in July. So he believes he doesn't just have a political mandate, he believes he has some mandate from the divine in seeing out the next 4 years.
And John Dickerson, you've looked at so many of these inaugural addresses. Donald Trump has always had a different style. His last one was described as dark. How would you describe this one?
Well, as you noted, I guess let's listen.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties. From sea
asking the crowd to join her. She said, "You know the words." It's even there's going to be a new Department of Government Efficiency. They need to work on the music, I guess, first of all. The backup music was not there for there. But really a remarkable
Senator Fisher will now introduce the
performance.
Benediction clergy.
And as we wait for the benediction here from Senator Fisher.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President JD Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President JD Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight are the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket and glee, heavens bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors and stars take us the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
And there we just had the national anthem by Christopher and the new president
Ladies and
of the
gentlemen,
United
please remain
States.
at your seats while the president and official party depart the platform.
And this is now where President Biden is escorted by the new president of the United States. And President Biden will depart, along with some members of his family, to California and Santa Ynez for a vacation out there with his family. The president's inaugural address, he promised a golden age in which he said a revolution of common sense, in which he promised a bunch of new changes. And I think later today at Capital One Arena, if not in the next hour or so, we will see him sign what has been described as a blizzard of executive orders and actions on everything from the border to energy to also government efficiency and issues about gender and more.
Yeah, in the spirit of getting right to it in his second term, the president kind of skipped the inaugural address and jumped right to the State of the Union, listing the promises and plans, which were ambitious, disruptive, and every inch what he was elected by his supporters, his core supporters, to do. But like a State of the Union, you know, the proof will be in the pudding, the proof will be in the doing. We also have the experience of the first administration and the infrastructure bill, which was much discussed and never came. As a tonal matter, we've been talking a lot about this day, which has a kind of special grace that hovers over it. Political grudges are paused. Donald Trump benefited from that grace in the ceremony, but as is often the case, he did not feel obliged to extend the same grace or ceremony. He talked at some length about the horrible betrayal of the president who was sitting right over his shoulder. And so the question is, as we've seen before, does he enjoy the benefits of the office, but not the obligations? And I should note one other thing. He took an oath today. He's the only person ever to take the presidential oath who has been accused by the leaders of his party in the House, the Senate, and his own vice president of actively working to overthrow an election and therefore break with that oath. What
does that mean?
Well, you make an oath to the Constitution, and the Constitution says there will be a free and peaceful transfer of power. In working to overthrow the election, he sought to thwart the peaceful transfer of power and undo the $81 million votes. Mitch McConnell, the leader in the Senate, Kevin McCarthy, the leader in the House, and his vice president all said he broke with that oath. Well, he's taken the oath again. Same promise has been made again. No one in American history.
McCarthy said it too at the time. I think that's why so many people struggle. I think you always hear from the country they want to be united. You know, he goes to the Biden White House. They have a bunch of crab cakes and ribeye steak and Thumbelina carrots. And then he comes out and insults Joe Biden while he's sitting there. He did the same thing with the Barack Obama.
The lunches that coming up, not
the
lunches coming up. We're going to have that. Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about. I'm just going through the course of the day, the tea that they had, which turned out to be a lunch. You keep hearing people say, I would like the country to be united. And, you know, when you talk to people, he starts right away saying the golden age of America begins now. I did like that he acknowledged that it was Martin Luther King Day, and that under his leadership, Martin Luther King's dream is going to come true. Well, I'm curious about which dream exactly he's talking about, because he proceeded to say America's decline is over. We're going to reclaim the public. He was saved by God to make America great again. Listen, the American people spoke. He won. He won the electoral vote. He won all the swing states. Everybody understands that. But now we're at the point where I think people are saying, how are you going to unite us? And if I'm sitting there as someone who, and I'm sitting there as a Democrat, or if you didn't vote for Trump, where do I fit into this conversation? I think many people are wondering that. People at this point, guys, I believe, just really want to be united. We know that he won. Everyone, I think, has accepted that Donald Trump won this race fair and square.
A jubilant moment for the Trump family as their father is returned to office. I want to bring in historian Douglas Brinkley. Douglas?
Yeah, well, you know, I think it was really the speech about the golden age of the past America, and now he's saying it's today. He had all the tropes of American exceptionalism thrown into the hopper there, pushing the concept of manifest destiny and the settling of the West, that God had ordained it, claiming that we're going to grab, and I think this is a newsbreaker, he is saying we're going to take back the Panama Canal. That William McKinley funded it, Theodore Roosevelt built it, and it's ours, and China's controlling it. You know, and right straight on through, American MAGA is American exceptionalism on steroids. But look how we've changed as a society. I mean, of the days of Me Too movement and Black Lives Matter, climate activism, you know, it's just gone. And there's a void that President Biden's left that no Democrat right now is able to fill. Nancy Pelosi not being there, Michelle Obama, AOC not there. You're feeling there's a little bit of a void, but the speech was, I think, better than his first in the sense that the tone of it hung together well, and it is just, though, not really a unifying speech, but it masqueraded as one.
Donald Trump is now the president of the United States, and President Biden is set to leave from the east front of the Capitol shortly. And Robert Costa, because we're going to be spending so much of the next 4 years talking about Donald Trump, perhaps a moment to talk about how Joe Biden sees these final moments and his legacy.
Nora, I was with President Biden in the White House residence in August, and he takes pride in his record, what he has done to navigate Russia's war with Ukraine, massive spending on domestic policy, and he believes he has been a protector of democracy in his view of how the American system should work. But when we turn to President Trump, this was a speech of action. As the president told me over the weekend, just watch what I'm going to do. Stay calm. Washington should stay calm, he said, but just watch. On the horizon now is an overhaul of the tax code. Republican majorities, albeit paper thin in the House and in the Senate, pursuing a major package on the border along with tax reform, a total upending of many agencies and departments across the federal government, and a scaling back of the size of the federal government. You see the Trump family there. But this was a speech of action, and he explicitly detailed what he is going to do. And for people who haven't been paying attention to the campaign or to the transition, this was Trump underscoring, I mean business. Policy changes are coming, and they will be sweeping.
And just want to note that Hillary Clinton there and President Bill Clinton there are shaking every member of the Trump's family, despite the things that they have said about her. And I think it was, I'm told by people close to the Clintons, it was very important for them to not only show up, but to show the sort of graciousness that normally accompanies former presidents, and to make sure that they publicly support this peaceful transition of power. There is some news at this moment about those last-minute pardons by President Biden. So I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Ed O'Keefe. And Ed, we're watching lawmakers right now, Democratic lawmakers and others set to see President Biden off. What have you learned about those pardons?
Nora, it is not hyperbole to say that as the now former president was taking the stage in the Rotunda, his White House was sending out word that he had issued more preemptive pardons, this time to 3 people and their spouses who've been with him his entire political career. His siblings, James, Valerie, and Frank Biden, and their spouses, saying in part that amid all the talk about political retribution, he felt it necessary to do this despite his respect for the rule of law. In the remaining moments of the Biden presidency, phone calls made by CBS News to try to figure out why he did this. And one source familiar with the decision tells me the outgoing president made it to pardon his siblings and their spouses just in the last few days, amid the, quote, continuing talk and concern about possible prosecution and persecution by the new administration. The source said there was no specific recent action or statement by the now president that prompted Biden's decision, and the source didn't know whether the former president's siblings requested the pardon. All 3 of them have been active in the now former president's political career. James Biden was his fundraiser in his first campaign. His sister Valerie famously was the campaign manager, and then, of course, helped raise Hunter and Beau Biden after their mother died. Frank Biden, who served in the Clinton administration, all of them in one way or another have worked in lobbying or influence peddling in the last several decades. And there had been talk, of course, over the course of this most recent campaign, that the Biden family, or as Trump and his associates called it, the Biden crime family, should face consequences for their alleged actions, none of which in any real way has ever panned out. He, of course, also preemptively pardoned his son Hunter, and we should point out, issued thousands of pardons or commutations to everyday Americans who had been seeking legal relief from the White House over the last several years. Biden will leave office having granted more of them than anyone else. But this 53-year political career now ending as he prepares to take the East Front walk, get on the helicopter, head to Joint Base Andrews for a final goodbye. Notable, he did not walk down the steps of the East Front. Remember, amid all the concerns about whether he can ascend staircases, especially in this tough weather, notable that he did not do that. Nora?
And it should be noted, too, the ages of both of these presidents.
True.
Donald Trump, 78 years old, now becomes the oldest president elected at age 78 and will serve into his 80s as well as Joe Biden, who is now 82 years old, just having had his birthday in November. And he will now join what is now Special Air Mission 46. It's only called Marine One when the President of the United States is on it for that final flyover of our majestic United States Capitol to see those final moments. And while there has been much accomplished in the Biden administration, even though the American people did not view that so, there were 17 million jobs created, certainly digging the country out of massive inflation that some say he helped with some of his big spending programs. There is much that those within the Biden circle hope that the long lens of history will show that he has achieved more than people give him credit for.
In one of his last interviews, Nora, he was saying he should have done a better job on messaging, letting people know all of the things that he had done and that he accomplished.
Every president says that. It's a kind of standard button they push. And, you know, some of that might be true if every voter had metaphysical certainty about the things done in your White House. But also it's very true in American politics and very hard that when the economy is against you, you can't talk your way around that.
And there was always 2/3 of the country thought we were heading in the wrong direction. But to Gail's point, too, I do think that the Biden administration suffered from an ability to communicate their achievements, not only from the principal level, but also from the staff level.
So what will he do now? We hear he's going to California. What will he do now?
Delaware has always been home for former President Biden, and he will return to Delaware. Loves Rehoboth Beach. It's a place where he made that decision to exit the presidential race. He'll also spend time in Wilmington, I'm told. He has a lot of connections in Philadelphia nearby. Family lives in the Philadelphia area. So he'll be in and around Delaware and Philadelphia, and will surely make his way from time to time back to Washington, D.C. What a political life for President Biden. And people close to both President Trump and President Biden have told me that these two men share a lot more in common than might be fully understood. They have both been on the public stage since the 1970s. They have been through ups and downs. They are at their core political survivors. And that led, I'm told, to a relatively friendly Oval Office meeting when they met in private. There's an understanding that they have both endured, even if they both disagree with each other.
And that we're just witnessing as the vice president, the former vice president, Kamala Harris's motorcade just left. And we are already getting a sense of how things are changing here in Washington and around the world. Margaret Brennan, I know you have some new reporting.
Sure, and a historic departure for the first female vice president of the United States, Nora. In terms of what's changing, we're already seeing our Camilo Montoya Galvez is confirming through Homeland Security officials that all of the appointments that had been scheduled for interviews for asylum seekers, those seeking to enter the United States legally through this app that was created by the Biden administration to slow the crowds at the border and get them in through appointments called CBP-1. That's already been just totally taken offline. So 30,000 appointments that had been scheduled for migrants to go through and have it actual legal process gone already. We are seeing changes in these executive orders that could actually create some questions about how does one legally enter if legal pathways are being shut down. This is something, Nora, that came up at the debate, if you remember, that you and I had with the vice presidential candidates. A campaign promise, once again, to do away with some of these things that the Biden administration put in place to deal with what has been a historic hemisphere-wide migration crisis with a crush of humanity unseen since World War II.
So, Margaret, are you saying people that want to enter the country legally can now have lost an avenue to do that? Is that what you're saying? Effective now?
Well, in the view of the Trump administration, they believe that the Biden administration's interpretation of the law was not legal, but they had created this pathway under their interpretation of regulations.
Yes, Senator Blunt.
Well, the traditional avenue for asylum was to go to any American embassy, American consulate, ask for asylum there. This idea that you can come to the border, say, I qualify for asylum and get in is very new. And there's a reason that we're walking away from that. It doesn't work. There's also a reason that in every European country with their border problems, that's been a huge issue in every election now for a decade. And we have to do something differently than we're doing. What we're doing is not working.
Great point in terms of not just the hemisphere-wide migration crisis, but it's really worldwide. You see it through Middle East, through Africa, moving into Europe. But in terms of the processing in this day and age, the poverty that exists for some people prevents traveling to the capital to go to an embassy. Their workaround was create that app on your phone.
Well, yeah, but living in a
poorest.
poor or dangerous country is not a reason for asylum. You have to personally have some unique fear. People all over the world will come to the United States if there's a way to get here for good reason, but you can't let we're the most open country in the world on asylum, and we have made a joke out of the asylum process by what we've been doing at the border.
And that would need to change through law, or what was just announced an executive order by Donald Trump.
It's a full conversation to have. Yes, it's a full conversation to have about the process and failures of the immigration system that have largely been the product of the United States Congress's failure to get something done for decades, even though multiple presidents, Republican and Democrat, have tried valiantly to do that indeed. And now we see a helicopter known as Marine One, and the president is in it, is now Special Air Mission 47 departing. Special Mission 46 departing the east front of the Capitol as Joe Biden leaves Washington for the final time, ending a half-century career as a public servant. I want to bring in Scott McFarlane, who's there. Scott?
Standing in the footprint of this helicopter about to take off on the east front of the Capitol, it really is quite a closing chapter to the peaceful transfer of power. It was 4 years ago where the rioters first fought with police in this very spot, disrupting the peaceful transfer of power in 2021. It has been secured here today with President-elect Trump, now President Trump, side by side with President Biden. Watching President Biden board the helicopter for this aerial liftoff, this one-of-a-kind American image and moment on the east front of the Capitol. If you can still hear me, there are police and fire EMS workers surrounding this area taking pictures on their phones. And it feels something akin to a severe thunderstorm or small tornado in wind strength. The metaphor of a change in Washington.
I can't remember the year that I was there in that exact same position. And just to think about it. Just to think about how President Biden feels at this moment.
That's what I was wondering, Laura. And I wonder, do we know who else is on the helicopter, if anybody? Who else is on it with him? Do we know?
Dr. Biden.
He's about to pass by the old home place, too.
Yeah, besides Jill and Joe Biden, do we know who else could possibly be on that chopper? Because normally it's not just the two of them.
He's going to look down in his own times.
Yeah. I wonder what he's feeling and thinking, too, at this moment.
To fly down the Washington Mall, past the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the White House, and then on to Andrews Air Force Base, where I imagine he'll be greeted by other members of his family for that trip out to California and a vacation for the 82-year-old president. Want to bring in Democratic strategist Joel Payne. And Joel, while 49.8% of the country that voted for Donald Trump elated today, winning a popular vote about what's next, there are a number of people who voted for the Democratic candidate and voted for Joe Biden who are expressing sadness today and thinking about this presidency. What happened?
What happened is a big, broad question, Nora, and good to be with you all. I think what happened is Democrats fundamentally lost two discussions with the American people. One was the disruption and the norm busting of Trump, was that disqualifying? And also, was the return to normalcy that Biden promised and attempted to deliver, was that good enough? And I think Democrats lost the public discussion on both of those points, unfortunately, for us politically. And I think when you have a public that is very rambunctious and angry, and is disappointed and has felt like government and lots of institutions have failed them for years and years and years, you arrive at a point today where Donald Trump can ride grievance back into the White House. And I think that's what we're witnessing with this inauguration. That's what we're witnessing with the messaging he's leading with. And I think that's what Democrats will have to face for the next 4 years.
It's that word grievance that I'm stuck with, Bob. I know that you said that he laid out an action plan. It was a plan of action. Can you lay out a plan of action and still just let go of the grievances? Is that not? Did it feel like a grievance speech to you or no?
The grievances of President Trump certainly, Gail, coursed throughout the remarks today. But what's so clear to me, based on my reporting on his inner circle, my conversations with the president, is that he truly believes, and you could argue it, that he has a mandate and that Washington has accepted his mandate by giving him Republican majorities. And he believes that his critics, wherever they might be, will be relatively muted in the years to come.
And we're about to hear from President Donald Trump address Emancipation Hall, but I want to head first to Weijia Jiang at the White House, who has some new reporting about the new Trump team that's already there at the White House and at work. Weijia.
Nora, that's right. As all of this was unfolding at the Capitol, of course, there has to be a physical transition of power as well. And so by the busloads, 3 busloads, in fact, new incoming administration officials were brought over here to the White House from the Capitol. We also know that a van of national security staff drove onto the White House campus before noon, and they went right into the Situation Room, according to aides who told CBS that they got right to work. We also took note that right at the strike of noon, if you clicked on the White House website, the government website, viewers could see a video of President Trump, a montage of him doing various things throughout the country. There was already posted several of their priorities. There was a space for executive orders, which will be filled once he begins signing them. And of course, there is the physical move of stuff as well. There are moving trucks behind us. We were wandering through the West Wing, and we could see people bringing things in and out. And we saw some of the last staffers from the Biden administration here as well, including the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. So this was a very smooth transition so far physically, and we expect those staffers to come in throughout the day to be with President Trump. Nora?
All right, Weijia Jiang, thank you. We're listening now to Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Emancipation Hall. Let's listen in for a moment.
With hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
And we're expecting another set of remarks from President Donald Trump because there is a huge overflow crowd. Let's bring in Nancy Cordes, who is there in Emancipation Hall. Nancy?
That's right, Nora. Emancipation Hall today serving as a very elegant overflow room, about 1,300 seats that have been set up here for people who would have had a bird's eye view had this event been held outside, but instead watched the events unfold on the big screen here in the room. It's a very partisan crowd. We have glimpsed Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We have seen Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia in here. The crowd applauded throughout the president's inaugural address as if they were in the same room that he was in. And interestingly, Nora, a few minutes ago, when we saw Special Air Mission 46 lift off, there was a big round of applause about that as well.
1%.
All right. Nancy Cordes there, and just remarking about the number of governors that are there in Emancipation Hall, applauding as the President of the United States and the Vice President there gather with many of their supporters. And looks like we're going to hear from the Vice President.
Being here, and was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the the level of, what's going on? Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made, very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? you buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading the stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because you've been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady. We love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Trump completing a remarkable Trump comeback, as I was going to say, and the Trumpian speech, I guess is what we could call it, without notes, going on to what is the so-called overflow crowd. Let's go to Nancy Cordes in Emancipation Hall. And Nancy, he's back.
Nora, I think that's what Trump calls the weave, an unscripted riff about many of his favorite topics. He talked about his political enemies. He talked about voter ID laws. He talked talked about the cost of rebar. He talked about various people who he spotted in the room, including the governor of Texas. He said that he was eager to talk about all kinds of things that didn't quite fit into his inaugural address, which he just wrapped up a short time ago, but that he knew the folks in this room would appreciate because they are his hardcore supporters and donors. There were times, Nora, where the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, behind him looked a little bit pained, possibly because he's aware that there is an enormous room full of dignitaries upstairs waiting for Trump before they can tuck into the traditional inaugural luncheon.
Nancy, thank you. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett. Major?
So I think it's worth pointing out, Nora, that there have been rituals today, traditions, scriptures, patriotic songs. But this transition is one done through gritted teeth. With the pardons issued by President Biden just before his presidency ended, he effectively told the country, I believe my family would be criminally prosecuted unfairly by the next president of the United States. And with his remarks just now, President Trump said he still believes those who have either pled guilty to crimes from January 6th or were convicted by jurors are American political hostages. That is the kind of hostility, one administration to another, that is befitting this moment in our history, but is unlike any other in our history.
Well said, Major. Thank you very much. Outside Capitol Hill, and we're looking at some of those dignitaries. I do see Abby Blunt, the wife of Senator Blunt, who is here. And Senator, because you've been on Capitol Hill for so many years previously, as Nancy Cordes pointed out, that Speaker Johnson was sitting there perhaps with gritted teeth, because a lot of people are waiting for this luncheon, and they are way behind schedule.
Well, and not a whole lot, because it's the hardest ticket to get. It's about 200 to 250 people in Statuary Hall. Normally what happens, Nora, is the newly sworn-in president goes to the president's room over off the Senate floor, nominates officially the people he's hoping can get confirmed in the next few days, and then goes to this lunch. And lunch is going to be cold, I would guess.
Yeah, but I do think that that's an important point, because while we're noticing sort of the ceremony of this and the speeches, the work of government begins immediately, and the signing of those documents. And there are many people, of course, talking about right now. We don't have an acting Secretary of Defense. We don't have someone in charge of the FBI, as the FBI director and his deputy have resigned. Concerns about the transition period.
Well, I believe that's right. And the Senate goes into session right around 2 o'clock today, so right around now, for the specific purpose of seeing if they can't move some of these along quickly. I think it was mentioned earlier this morning that maybe the CIA Director Ratcliffe and the Secretary of State would be among those that might even be confirmed today. And of course, that answers every question about who's in charge. The more of that you could get done, which is why the Senate's in session today as opposed to in the morning.
And that notably, right out of the gate, 2 expected to be with Democratic support. And that may be a rarity for some of Mr. Trump's picks. He doesn't need Democrats because he has the Senate majority of 53 seats. He doesn't need Democrats to confirm his picks. But to have right out of the gate, soon-to-be Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a senator expected to be swiftly confirmed, and John Ratcliffe, who had previously served.
Former House member and previously served as the Director of National Intelligence.
So 2 key national security people on the job relatively soon, it is expected, but we may be waiting. There are still ongoing FBI background checks, Nora, for a number of these picks, including, as CBS just confirmed, the man to run the FBI, Kash Patel. The FBI hasn't finished looking into the man who might run the FBI quite yet. Same with the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Her background check's still ongoing, and it may be a while before we see that.
Mm-hmm. And Gail, it was interesting to just hear President Trump address what he called his closest supporters. Most of them were governors there in the room that didn't make it into the main rotunda. But this was vintage Donald Trump, and including what he said, things that they told him not to say in his inaugural address. So he said he would leave it to them. He talked about the January 6th, quote unquote, hostages, he calls them. These are the people who've been tried in a court of law and are now in jail, that he plans to pardon some of them. And there was a lot more.
I thought it was good, though, that he went down to greet his supporters, you know, because of the weather conditions, you couldn't be in the main room. The fact that he took the time to go But again, it turned into me, I thought, just another grievance after another. Sometimes I feel like he talks in a stream of consciousness. And I think now people want to hear, okay, let's get started. What are we going to do now? Because he's got the country. He's got the country. And everybody is ready to go and stand behind him. And I think when it continues to just be one grievance after another, I think at times that just feels exhausting. I like in his inauguration speech, he said, never believe something is impossible to do. In America, impossible is what we do. And I think that is such a strong message to send. What are you thinking, Bob?
This is a president who is returning to Washington. Yes, he has concerns and grievances about the past. But in my conversations with him before the election and after the election and over the weekend, it's so evident to me that what's coming is fast action, that Washington is bracing for a disruptive presidency, but in a different manner than what we saw in 2017, where he was still trying to get a grip of how to run a White House, who to put around him. You see, the Republican Party now is totally in thrall to President Trump. They are with him. And you see this also out in the country, in the state legislatures. This is a moment of Republican power. And
then why does he keep going back to past history then?
Because that is who he is. He lingers on the past, but he has now put in place an administration that's going to ramp up in the coming hours all of this action on immigration, executive agency policy, and rolling back Biden-era regulations.
Well, you said fast action. The executive orders will be signed today.
And
so
we could even see some
today.
confirmations, as Senator Blunt said as well.
Just let everyone know, you are looking at now what is this luncheon, inaugural luncheon for the new president there. And you can see a number of the dignitaries. There is Barron Trump speaking with
Doug Burgum.
Governor Burgum, who is going to be the new Secretary of Energy. And
Interior.
Interior. Thank you very much. And there are a number of the Trump family members there speaking with Senator Rubio, who's going to be the Secretary of State.
Yeah. Senator, they don't look like they're rushing to their plates. They're still standing around.
And there's Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas.
With Vivek Ramaswamy and Ivanka. And I did just spot Senator Tom Cotton, the Republican from Arkansas, the incoming Senate Intel chair, who was looking at his watch. I'm sure Senator Blunt just reminded us, too, that the Senate is supposed to get started with their business at 2 o'clock today, and the business of government, because there are a number of these agencies where the political appointees have left. They're gone, and the new people need to be signed into office. And
one thing to watch really quickly, Nora, is the Trump family and its finances. So many Democrats have been texting me and calling me in the last 24 hours, paying close attention to how President Trump and his family have put in motion certain business enterprises related to cryptocurrency and that whole financial investment space in recent days. But they don't have any control in the Senate or the House, so scrutiny will sometimes not be met with a subpoena, like it would happen if they had control of the House or the Senate. But you do hear this refrain now from Democrats that the Trump family's business interest is something they at least want to spotlight, even if they can't formally investigate it.
Mm-hmm. There's an interesting pairing. Justice Elena Kagan.
And McConnell, Senator McConnell, as Senator Blunt knows him too well and knows so well. This is someone the Trump team's a little bit worried about when it comes to the nominations. He's now an independent voice, and they're not really sure where he's going to land on Tulsi Gabbard, the Director for National Intelligence nominee, or when it comes to even Pete Hegseth, the nominee for the Pentagon.
Let me ask you about that, Senator Blunt, because in my conversations with people, too, Senator Thune, incredible now, Senate Majority Leader. And they said, yeah, but Mitch McConnell is still pretty much one of the most powerful people in the United States Senate. And he will be in charge of the Senate Defense Appropriations, which is a key post. Explain why that's important.
Well, he's powerful, but he's also untethered, which for 18 years, Mitch McConnell's had to worry about everything he said and how it might affect every other Republican. I think we're going to see him take a strong position on national defense, on our leadership in the world and the importance of that. And these intelligence and foreign policy confirmations will matter to him a lot.
He's already indicated that the Health and Human Services Secretary nominee matters to him a lot. He's put out a statement. He left RFK Jr.'s name out of it, but said anyone who wants this post better be very clear and distance themselves from anyone who is actively seeking to restrict or remove the polio vaccine from circulation, which is someone who worked very closely with RFK Jr., was there was well-documented evidence of a campaign to do so. And, of course, Mitch McConnell, having been a polio survivor himself.
Had polio, was just old enough to have polio before Dr. Salk invented, found the way to cure polio. And still has some after effects of polio.
Another remarkable.
Clearly a pro-vaccine guy.
It seems if you go against Donald Trump, you do so at your own peril.
Well,
don't you?
McConnell has much peril.
You don't think he's worried about it? You don't think so?
He's no.
Nora, I think you just caught what I caught.
Yes, just remarkable to see Ashley Kavanaugh and Justice Kavanaugh having a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan. And the reason that's noteworthy is because there will likely be a number of antitrust matters and more, including issues about social media that come before the Supreme Court. And this is what happens in the cozy corridors of power, or in this case, Statuary Hall of the United States Senate, where business leaders have the rare opportunity to have a conversation in a social way with the people that regulate them.
Well, Senator, you said earlier in the day that it's all about relationships. This is what we're seeing now, building relationships.
The Senate is particularly relationship-driven because under the rules of the Senate, to get almost anything done, you have to have somebody from the other side work with you to get things done. And over time, that really builds up linkages that don't go away.
How much, Senator, do you think that Donald Trump will change, or how do you think he'll deal with the Senate? Would he do any actual outreach of the old kind that we used to talk about to the other party or any of that stuff, or actually less of it because he's been reelected and he's got his own plans?
You know, Donald Trump's actually pretty approachable, and one of the interesting things I think about President Trump is he will respond to you almost exactly the way you approach him. I'm sure he had a great conversation with Senator Fetterman, who went to see him in Mar-a-Lago. Even that first long press conference he's already had, that was a relationship where it wasn't adversarial, but the press got a lot of information. So I think he'll maintain that. And also, I've been fortunate to be in the room with several presidents. Donald Trump was the only president I was ever with who would let you say whatever you wanted to say. Now, he would talk twice as much as everybody else in the room, but he was also never in a hurry. There was never a staffer one single time that said, Mr. President, you've got to go to the next event. Never rushed, wanted to listen, wanted to be absolutely sure you understood his position, but was following that conversation. He was engaged in a way that's pretty hard to find.
Nora, we're looking at Pete Hegseth, the pick to become the next Secretary of Defense, talking to Roger Wicker, the senator who chairs the committee that will, as we understand it, meet later today to discuss Hegseth's confirmation and see if they move that forward. Earlier, there was also a chat I spotted there between Lisa Murkowski and Senator Barrasso. Senator Murkowski is going to be one of those really interesting people to watch in terms of whether she votes with the majority of Republicans or takes some stance on some of these nominees that she's been clear she has felt. She said there was a clear message being sent by the Trump team that you better get in line, and if you don't, you will be primaried, meaning another Republican will try to take you out.
Are you curious to see what Susan Collins does as well?
Absolutely. The women in the Senate are going to be very interesting to watch.
It's interesting to watch the change of Joni Ernst, who seemed in the beginning to be quite skeptical of Pete Hegseth, but she's had a couple of meetings and now seems to have changed her opinion or tune about how she's going to vote on him. True?
Well, she had said she wanted to see the FBI vetting in relation to that allegation of sexual assault against him. But it does not, I think we never got a clear answer. Perhaps you know, Senator, whether any of that FBI briefing on Hegseth was shared beyond the ranking and chair of the Senate Armed Services. So I don't know if she got her questions answered, but in that hearing, she seemed to be on board with Pete Hegseth.
Well, I don't think it's clear either that the FBI report on Pete Hegseth included any information about that 2017. And it is important to remember, too, as Margaret and I have done some conversations about this as well, is that the FBI report is done at the behest of the client. And the client in this case actually happens to be the president-elect in that case. So it was compiled for the president-elect, not necessarily for the senator. So while we call it an investigation or a report, it's not traditionally that. It's not an exhaustive report of someone's entire background, and so we wouldn't expect that. But it goes through some sort of the basics on those things. I do want to bring in historian Douglas Brinkley. And Douglas, I know as you're watching this, I'm curious your thoughts about this moment in history.
Well, you know, I think Robert Costa rightfully pointed out in Trump's first inaugural, he didn't really own the Republican Party. Trump was seen as this populist outsider. All the old George W. Bush crowd really didn't even want to be seen with Trump much. And then his first inaugural, Trump had this massive resistance movement. We're not even talking about that women's march. It's the largest protest march in U.S. history in 2017 with women in pink demanding culpability for Trump's misogyny. And now, look at it right now. He owns the Republican Party. He's now defeated the two historic women nominees for president, Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. And you're just having a kind of demoralization of women because, you know, Cecile Richards of Planned Parenthood died just hours before the inaugural today. She'd gone, and that was Kamala Harris's big issue, was women's reproductive health. The idea that the Republicans in the Supreme Court have worked to scrap Roe v. Wade. It's a very odd moment in U.S. women's history, how the demoralization that's come to them at the hands of Donald Trump, while at the same time some women and the conservative movement, a couple like Joni Ernst, they are rising, but that what we consider the movement of women is they're in a bad place right now.
I want to bring in Weijia Jiang, who is at the White House. And Weijia, we are waiting to have the president do some of the signing of these executive orders, but I know you have a recap for us of what Joe Biden said was he was departing Joint Base Andrews.
Nora, that's right. When he went to Joint Base Andrews, there was a big crowd waiting for him, a mix of prominent Democrats and staffers and supporters and friends. And he said, what I want you to take away from this farewell message today is that we still have a lot of work to do. He chuckled. He mentioned President Trump's inaugural address, and he said, you know, as an example, that shows how much work we have to do. And that was President Trump's formal address, not even the impromptu one that we heard just a short time ago when he went down the list of all the things he wanted to talk about, but he said he practiced restraint and did not talk about. And so that is Joe Biden's last message to all of those who have stood by his side, that there is still a lot ahead for this country. Nora?
Weijia, thank you. Let's go now to President Donald Trump and the 5 binders that are there and listen in.
Cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature. Okay. The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir. But you don't have to sign 47.
You can hear the president there getting instruction about what he's signing. There were 22 cabinet appointments there. This is the 47 sub-cabinet appointments. And you can see the Sharpie is back. And what looks like the EKG signature of Donald Trump.
Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
31 acting designations and appointments.
That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
We have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
15 chairman and acting chairman appointments. Yet to find out whether one of them is for the Pentagon, and they have an acting Secretary of Defense. But Senator,
well, these were more the FCC, good counsel, those nominations.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
I was at Jimmy Carter's memorial service. I think he'd appreciate the fact that the day you're inaugurated president, the flag should be flying at full mast. I think they go back down tomorrow.
Maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Okay. Good acoustics.
Yes.
All right.
That's it.
We go to lunch.
Great. Very good.
And there you hear Senator Klobuchar trying to move it along, saying it's time to get to lunch and keep everything on schedule, handing out the Sharpies as commemorative pens to everyone.
Beautiful custom. It goes back as long as oil comes. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But it was I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss.
Almost like ready.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch?
And there you see President Trump declining to comment further on the fact that President Biden pardoned members of his own family, other than saying it was unfortunate. And then moving toward, I think he's just getting a briefing on what exactly he signed. But so what that means essentially is we're going to be seeing the executive orders, I think, signed at Capital One Arena in front of his supporters and the estimated 20,000 people that have packed in there. And I am told that the interim Secretary of Defense has been named. They will perform the duties of Secretary of Defense until Hegseth is confirmed or someone is confirmed as the Pentagon chief. It's a man by the name of Robert Salas. He's currently the Deputy Director for the Washington Headquarters Service, a name that is unfamiliar to me, but there is someone in that position at this hour. And back now to Statuary Hall, where everyone is seated and waiting for the president to join them. And Senator Blunt, I see the wine is being poured as it's now approaching middle to late afternoon, I guess you could say, right?
Closer to 5 all the time.
It was supposed to start at 1:30, so it's not so bad. But you had pointed out that this was an exclusive lunch, only 200 people. How is it decided who gets to go to this particular lunch?
Well, about 40 tickets are given to the president, to the president's group to use however they want to, and the rest are generally members of Congress or past presidents or past chairman of the inauguration or other things like that. But it's really a hard to get ticket, and everybody that's there is glad to be there.
And there's a special luncheon menu, right,
Yes,
Gail, for them?
I actually have it.
Yes, including...
Here you go. Chesapeake crab cakes, Greater Omaha Angus rib steak, Thumbelina carrots, not sure what that is, broccoli rabe, and potato gratin. And dessert, you'll be happy to know, is an apple icebox terrine with sour cream ice cream. And I do love a good salted caramel.
But we should note that apple icebox dessert is from Minnesota. It's Minnesota apples.
Minnesota, exactly.
And the ribeye steak is Angus from Omaha, which is where Deb Fisher is from. And I'll leave it to Senator Blunt to fill this in. But Senator Fisher and her husband own a ranch in the Sandhills where some of the best beef in the whole country is from. I'm
sure that's right, and I'm sure that even if you'd gotten that beef and she hadn't been involved, it might not have said Omaha beef, but this one did say the menu did say Omaha beef.
Well, I did just happen to see Senator Fisher recently, so she was telling me about, yes.
But are Minnesota apples different? You pointed out, are they different than other apples?
Senator Klobuchar tells me they're much better.
Yes. No, I know that. But I mean, do Minnesota apples have a different taste, other than it's just from the state where Amy Klobuchar is from?
I think the answer is no, but Senator Klobuchar might try to convince you differently.
Well, and we still have the great national question of where the Thumbelina carrots originate from.
We've gotten to that point in the national question. There's a number of serious things to discuss certainly this afternoon, and that has to do with what this new Trump White House will look like and what they're planning to do. And Robert Costa, I know you've spoken with the president over the weekend. What did Donald Trump say he wants to do in this opening week?
He is going to move quickly to use his executive power, but also start to engage with Congress to get a major package together that will couple his proposal on border policy and immigration with what he wants to do on tax policy. There are a few snags on the horizon. President Trump has said to me and others he wants to get rid of the debt limit, the nation's borrowing limit, or extend it for 2 years or 4 years if possible. Some conservatives in the House of Representatives don't love that idea. So how this is all going to play out legislatively is still very much something that's open to negotiation. But President Trump is also telling people behind the scenes, Nora, that he's very eager to get working on deals, whether it's addressing Tik Tok and how U.S. ownership could be part of that company, or when it comes to Russia's war with Ukraine. He wants to be immediately on the phone with world leaders, coming up with diplomatic proposals and legislative proposals, all while the executive branch really kicks into action.
We've also learned that President Trump plans to visit California on Friday.
He will visit there.
That's going to be a very interesting trip, considering how hard that he's hit Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. What do you expect of that trip?
Gavin Newsom is perhaps arguably one of the biggest stars in the Democratic Party right now, widely considered a possible presidential contender in 2028. And you saw President Trump in his inaugural address take real shots at how California has handled the wildfires. So whether they can come to a bipartisan consensus on the federal support for California, that will be something that we'll be closely watching.
And we can see a number of the tech CEOs and tech titans have decided to stick around for lunch. And again, there you have Apple's Tim Cook sitting right next to Donald Trump Jr. and Justice Alito at that prime table. As Senator Blunt said, this is one of the hottest tickets in town because it's not many people, just about 200 people. The inaugural balls, they're packed with a lot of folks, but this is the exclusive spot you want to be.
And sorry, go ahead, John.
Well, Tim Cook is an interesting character in terms of the CEOs from the tech companies. He was one of the ones. I mean, culturally, he is. Has quite different views than Donald Trump, but he was one of the first to learn to work with him, particularly on the tariff question. A lot of component parts of Apple products would have been hit by the tariff. He got exemptions for Apple by working with Donald Trump. And according to the Wall Street Journal reporting, part of that work included going to Texas with Trump and saying, we're doing more business in the United States, and creating an event to glorify Donald Trump. I think that might be a good rule book for the rest of the tech CEOs who are there in that same spirit. But Tim Cook was an innovator in that area.
One of the first members of the president's cabinet that will likely be confirmed is Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who got a warm reception, I would say, in his Senate confirmation hearings from Democrats who've worked with him, senators who've worked with him and praised him not only for his knowledge, but also his graciousness. And you can see he is seated right next to Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez, as well as his wife and the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, all at that very important table.
And Barron Trump was at that table,
That's
too.
right. Thank you for reminding me. And Melania's father at that as well. And
I'd say that's a good seat. No.
I would, too. I would, too, Gail.
Yeah.
I wouldn't turn it down. And Senator Blunt, is it customary that we hear from the new president at the luncheon?
I think the president's going to give his third speech of the last few hours here before long. He'll respond to a toast from either the majority leader or Senator Klobuchar, or maybe both. And also on that high-tech topic, obviously a lot of the high-tech investment in China has been pretty major, and trying to figure out, one, explain how that benefits the final product, and two, how the profits generally come back here, are the kinds of things that those CEOs are explaining to the president and anybody else who will listen.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they follow through with Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has vowed to repeal the CHIPS Act, which was a bipartisan act that poured money into bringing those the production of some of those computer chips back to the United States, into states like Arizona and the like. Another thing, and I know, Nora, as reporters, we look at this room and say there are a million stories here you could be overhearing at each table. I wonder what that conversation between Alito and the CEO of Apple is about, given the Supreme Court decision. on TikTok. Apple, one of those platforms that makes the app available and would have faced stiff financial fines for making it continuously available after the 19th. Senator Tom Cotton reminding them of that quite loudly. Don't test us here on that law that Donald Trump is about to test.
Oh, Margaret, that's a really good point.
And Pete Hegseth, sitting right next to Justice Clarence Thomas and his wife.
Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinschall Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Did you hear Chuck Schumer's wife's name?
And then we just heard from the Speaker of the
Please remain
House.
standing for the honors and the invocation.
Let's listen in now for the invocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable JD Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fischer, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th Inaugural Lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
And thus begins the long-awaited Senate luncheon, which has been slightly delayed in part because of the number of extra speeches and more. But for some of you, your local news is next. For others, we're going to be right back with continuing coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. Just get your popcorn and get ready. Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
As long as there are families who are continuing to seek answers, this work will continue.
60 Minutes introduces you to American patriots who continue to serve 9/11 families. Plus, why does Australia produce so many Hollywood movie stars?
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
From the lowly sandwich to gourmet pet food to the supermarket cart of the future. Eat, drink, and be merry. The Food Issue, Sunday morning.
Stream live inauguration coverage on CBS News 24/7. Join the CBS News political team for expert analysis on what this transition of power means to the issues impacting Americans most when the former president becomes the next president. All-day streaming coverage today on CBS News 24/7.
For continuing coverage of the Southern California wildfires, stay with CBS News and streaming on CBS News 24/7 and Paramount Plus.
This is CBS.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
The new president of the United States, Donald Trump, there in his inaugural address after being sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. We have already witnessed a remarkable morning here in Washington, the peaceful transfer of power that is outlined in the 20th Amendment, and Donald Trump becoming the 47th president, not only delivering his inaugural address, but then going to Emancipation Hall, where he then spoke for another half an hour before supporters. And the news this morning, in addition to the president's comments that he plans to usher in a golden age and a revolution of common sense, in his words, is what we are expecting some 200 executive orders and actions that will have everything to do with immigration, to energy, and more on the federal workforce and regulations with them. And we'll dig into that shortly. We've also seen the remarkable gathering of people here in Washington, including these tech titans that gathered that had better seats than most members of Congress and even the president's incoming cabinet. That's right. You see them here. These are the world's richest men who had the best seats in the House there in the Capitol Rotunda. You see Elon Musk there, the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, Jeff Bezos and his fiancée, Lauren Sanchez. And then you can see Mark Zuckerberg there of Meta with his wife, Dr. Priscilla Chan. All of them just some of the notable businessmen. And then also the head of LVMH, Bernard Arnault, and his family, also, I believe, the third or fourth richest man in the world. So all gathered here. And so we heard from President Biden in his departing remarks from the Oval Office the other night. He warned about a tech oligarchy. And so for more on what that may mean, let's bring in Walter Isaacson. Walter is a Tulane University professor and also wrote the biography on Elon Musk. And Walter, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Nora. Boy, you saw that tech oligarchy right there, didn't you?
That was the words of President Biden. He called them that, but certainly a powerful collection of individuals here to witness in person Trump's inauguration. And those I didn't mention that you can see here, too, including the CEO of TikTok and then Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. And let me ask you, Walter, because how many hours did you spend with Elon Musk?
I spent most of the time for 2 years, morning, noon, and night, because you could see all of this developing. What he's going to do in government, there's a whole playbook, and he's been doing it for 20 years, both in terms of going too far sometimes and causing rubble in his wake, but also trying to get rid of every rule and regulation and make things happen fast. And I think that's what he's planning to do in this new role as being the advisor on government efficiency.
And let me ask you, because Elon Musk has arguably become one of the closest advisors and confidants of Donald Trump. He's there a lot at Mar-a-Lago. How did that relationship come to be?
Well, it came to be rather quickly in terms of it being in the past year, because when I was traveling around with Musk, he didn't have a whole lot of respect for Trump. As you know, he supported Ron DeSantis. He said, Trump is a charlatan. You know, he's a carnival barker. He reminds me of my father, is what Musk said. And if you know from the book, it begins with this difficult relationship Musk has with his father. And then Musk almost finds a substitute there, becomes fascinated with Trump, especially because he felt Biden had done too many regulations in the COVID crackdown. Biden had not invited him to the electric vehicle summit. And also what he calls the woke mind virus. When I was traveling around with him, there's a scene in which there's a message from his firstborn child saying, I'm transitioning and my new name is Jenna. And that got Musk onto this kick about what he calls the woke mind virus.
Elon Musk, I think arguably a genius, also eccentric in many ways, but a pioneer in so many different avenues. I do want to ask you, I spoke with a friend of his recently who said, what's wrong with having someone as smart as Elon Musk in government trying to eliminate waste? That would be a good thing. What do you think, though, would be some of the challenges?
Well, look, everything he's done, he's been able to do things like eliminate waste. There are little scenes in the book about the latches that the military had you put on space because he said, no, let's just get the latch off of the bathroom door stall. We can do it at 1,000th of the price. Well, that generally works well, but sometimes you cause problems. And I think Musk is really going to go full bore. People have no clue of what this sort of flamethrower mentality that he shows throughout of his life, how that's going to affect government. Obviously, there's probably a good side to that. There's a lot of paralysis in government, but you're going to see rubble, just like you see rubble every time he tries to invent a new rocket. The book has him doing the first Falcon launches, rubble in his wake. Eventually, though, he gets to orbit.
You know, Walter, I read your book. It's called Elon Musk, by the way. I read the book from cover to cover, and it really is a good read. And you mentioned Elon being a flamethrower. And my thing is this, we talked to a lot of people out on the streets who said, we know he's brilliant, we know he's a genius, we know he's smart, but they're also they're very afraid of him. They say he has very close access to the president. Does he only care about the power? When you think about that, did you see that kind of thinking that he wanted this kind of power? Because now some people even call him President Musk, which of course drives Donald Trump crazy. Did you see this side of him wanting to get into politics?
Yeah, you and I talked about this when the book first came out, Gail. I think that he's in some ways driven by larger forces than that. Here, as you know, is a kid who's got no friends. He's very lonely on the autism spectrum, reading the X-Men comics, the superhero comics, imagining him saving humanity. So I think he imagines himself almost as the avatar in his own video game, and he's getting to play hero. So I don't think this is about, hey, maybe getting tax credits for EVs, because as you saw, Trump's not going to keep those things going. It's about, I feel humanity's threatened. I'm going to help us get to Mars. I'm going to fight all the dark forces. And when you got a sense of mission like that, it can be amazingly strong. But as you said, it can also be dangerous.
Yeah. Do you think he and Donald Trump are a good team together? Do you have concerns? Knowing what you know, you've gotten to know Elon very well.
Yeah, you know, it's not exactly the most stable molecule because Elon has never really worked for anybody. The only time he tried to a little bit is the beginning days of Tesla, and that didn't work. And Donald Trump has not exactly shown himself to be an expert at sharing the limelight. But my own prediction is you can see how dedicated Musk is to this. Steve Bannon, the head of the other wing of the populist MAGA, said, I'm going to get Musk gone by Inauguration Day. Well, there you saw Elon Musk sitting in front of the Secretary of Commerce, sitting in front of the cabinet, Steve Bannon nowhere being around. So I think there's at least a good year in which this Department of Government Efficiency, you're going to see Elon doing in government what you saw him in the book doing to the private sector.
Walter, this is Margaret Brennan. I too read your book, including the parts about Elon growing up in apartheid-era South Africa. And I think that's so interesting that he, as an immigrant to this country, has taken on immigration as such a personal thing, even dabbling in European politics now on these anti-immigrant platforms. He has even talked and gone to some pretty big rhetorical battles, at least with Steve Bannon, who you just mentioned there, over H-1B visas and bringing skilled workers into the United States. I'm wondering, where do you think this is going? Why is this such a personal issue for him, not just in the U.S., but around the world, this anti-immigrant position?
Well, Margaret, as you know, this populism that has swept the Western world, Europe, the United States, is driven by many things, including a sense that there have been open borders and you've had way too many immigrants come in. You know, look, you can go back in history from the 1840s to the present and you can get anti-immigrant waves. But what you put your finger on is very interesting. Musk himself came in both on a student visa, then an H-1B visa. He believes that America is in competition with the rest of the world, and we do have to let skilled immigrants in. We do have to have the best engineers of the world coming to the United States. And so it's a very complicated sense that we don't want to have open borders, but we do want to get the best, or the smartest, I should say, engineers into America.
Walter Isaacson, so wonderful to have you on this day. Thank you so much. And we are seeing things change across Washington this afternoon, and here's one of them. You may have seen this portrait of General Mark Milley. It was unveiled just a few weeks ago in the Pentagon, and notably there is a, that now what we're showing you is where that portrait has been taken down from the Pentagon. As Donald Trump came to power, we're told that the portrait of the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was removed. And highly unusual for a man who served 40 years in the U.S. military. But General Milley got on the wrong side of Donald Trump, and as a result, President Biden issued a pardon for Milley today to warn against any future protection. And Margaret, I know you've spoken with the general. I've interviewed him for 60 Minutes and spoken with him recently as well. He was very worried about his own personal safety and worried about retribution.
Well, it's interesting because he served very closely with Donald Trump as his main military advisor when he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs. This isn't a relationship at a distance that went bad. He was someone who felt when he took that walk back in 2020 to St. John's and stood in the midst of those Black Lives Matter protesters that he had been pulled into something in terms of appearing to represent in uniform someone backing what Donald Trump was saying in that moment in time, and wanted to make clear that he wasn't trying to cross that line of bringing the military into politics, something that he very clearly spoke out about after the fact. Since that time, really became very clearly someone who was about lawful orders, obeying only lawful orders, making clear that the president is not the emperor or the king. The president is constrained by design by our founding fathers in the role that he has. And Nora, it's not just our speculation that this was removed intentionally. Katie Miller, who is the wife of Stephen Miller, one of the top advisors to Donald Trump and the soon to be director of Homeland Security or advisor to Homeland Security to the president, was posting publicly and posted just a few hours ago that this is coming down. She called Mark Milley a paper pusher, made all sorts of accusations about him. But he served this country in uniform. And in fact, there is also a cost to this for his personal safety. He is one of the people on the hit list for the Iranian regime, because of the role he played in helping to take out Qasem Soleimani, that Iranian general, which he did in part at Donald Trump's direction.
I guess pulling back for a moment, what kind of message do you think this sends within the Pentagon to other uniformed officers who serve the Constitution, not the President of the United States, by design?
You know, Nora, this is something that, and I know you have heard this as well from others, particularly who serve in uniform or have served, how much character, how much judgment, how much rules are just instilled within you as virtues when you take on that uniform, because good order and discipline are part and parcel of having a well-functioning military. So it is really challenging to some of those in uniform to see this idea of loyalty to anything other than the Constitution, of putting aside as well the military, the Code of Military Justice. That's one of the things that came up in the hearing for Pete Hegseth, for example. It's not just because someone's a prude that they don't like that you cheated on your last two wives. It's if you did that, you'd be prosecuted if you were in uniform. Mm-hmm. There are reasons some of those things are in there, and that some of the Democrats in particular on that committee went at Pete Hegseth that way because they were trying to make that point, including the ranking member of that committee, saying, you know, character in this way is something that you are supposed to uphold your troops to, mm-hmm. including laws of conduct. How can you elevate people who do not abide by those themselves?
And Robert Costa, Mark Milley had become this symbol for someone who stood up to Donald Trump as president. In many ways, too, but just saying, look, you have to actually sign the orders. You can't just go shoot people in the knees, as Mark Esper described in his book, The Former Secretary of Defense, to quell a domestic protest, that there are rules and regulations that he, I think, probably spoke back to the president, for a lack of a better word, and Donald Trump did not like that, and then has since been forced with a lot of threats, including Steve Bannon saying there should be a military tribunal, that he should be court-martialed in those words. How has that affected General Milley recently?
Nora, when you sat down with General Milley for 60 Minutes, he had a grave answer to you about his own personal security, that he has taken real steps to secure himself and his family in the wake of the Trump presidency. The backstory here is important. In the days after January 6, 2021, then Chairman Milley did three different things. One, he called in a mill-to-mill call the leader of the Chinese military and reassured them that the United States was stable. He also had a conversation with then Speaker Pelosi where they talked about what they believed was President Trump's mental unfitness for office and his conduct at the time. And three, he had a private meeting at the Pentagon with key officials saying that if President Trump decides to do anything militarily, to make sure that General Milley is read in. Once these comments, these episodes were reported by Bob Woodward and myself in our book Peril, Milley came under enormous scrutiny from Republicans, and he had to testify ultimately on Capitol Hill about the decisions he took on January 6th, 7th, and 8th of 2021. And the consequences of those decisions, as he told you on 60 Minutes, continue to hover over his life. And that's why I'm told by a source close to President Biden, he had built a relationship with Chairman Milley in his own presidency, and he wanted to make sure that Milley felt protected in this new Trump presidency.
I want to bring in Jan Crawford because pardons is a big part of today. Because President Biden has issued so many pardons in these final days, not only for General Milley, but also Anthony Fauci, and then just at the last minute, an extraordinary move for just about every member of his family.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, those are preemptive pardons. They haven't been charged with any crimes, much less convicted. And those are highly unusual, not unprecedented, of course. I mean, we all remember President Ford pardoned former President Nixon. He'd not yet been charged. So there is precedent for it. But this is highly irregular. And I was thinking, I remember there were some Republicans who were urging then President Trump, before he left office, to preemptively pardon members of his own family and potentially even himself. And obviously, Trump declined to do that, at least his immediate family. He did pardon his
father-in-law, Charles Kushner, who is now in
but he had been
diplomatic
charged
role.
and convicted, And
he had actually served time.
Yeah.
He had actually gone through the legal process.
So, I mean, I think, the messages that sends and would these people have been prosecuted? I think, obviously, it's hard to imagine. And then, of course, this is only, they could be prosecuted for future crimes. But it goes to what you're saying, Nora. I mean, the numbers of pardons that we have seen from former now President Biden, I mean, we're talking, 4,000? Mm-hmm. And in his first term, President Trump, as he was leaving office, I think, pardoned about 238. So it's quite a dramatic increase here that Biden's done.
It's also interesting to me about Dr. Fauci, who now says he has to travel with security. He released a statement saying, let me be perfectly clear. I've committed no crime. There are no possible grounds for any allegations or threat of a criminal investigation or prosecution. But the fact is, the mere articulation of these baseless threats, the potential that they will be acted upon, create immeasurable, intolerable distress for me and my family. So he says, I acknowledge and appreciate the action that President Biden has taken today on my behalf.
And of course, taking that action is not going to do anything about the threats,
yes,
right? And so that's an issue, I think, that is not unique to whether we're talking about General Milley, Fauci. That is a reality of public service, sadly. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, the threat levels that people are under right now are
actual physical threats.
But does it take away?
I cover the Supreme Court. The justices, there are justices on the Supreme Court who at times have to wear bulletproof vests. I mean, think about that. So, that's again, the pardons don't help that.
But would the preemptive pardons of members of the Biden family, we're not talking about Hunter Biden right now, who has been accused and was convicted. Talking about other members.
Also pardoned.
Yes, he did also pardon him. But I mean, these preemptive pardons for the other members of the Biden family and for General Milley and for Dr. Fauci. Does that preemptive pardon, though, in some ways say to members of Congress who wanted to hold these hearings and investigate, well, probably not worth it, or do they go ahead and have the hearings anyway?
I think the question is going to be, what are you going to see from some of these state attorneys generals? That's where I think you're going to see some of the real action. Because obviously the president can only pardon federal crimes. I mean, we've seen that with President Trump, right? I mean, he couldn't have gotten a pardon for his state convictions, state court convictions. So whatever you're talking about with Dr. Fauci and being pardoned for any potential federal crimes, there's still a real avenue there for a state attorney general to try to file suit.
I want to switch gears just a little bit and talk about this luncheon that's going on right now on Capitol Hill. The cameras are dark, but earlier we saw the world's most powerful men, these tech executives, where back in the day, Donald Trump Jr. and others railed, including the president, against big tech. Now they have a literal seat at the table, not only with the incoming administration, but with Supreme Court justices sitting right next to them, these justices and their wives. Potential conflict of interest, Jan?
Well, I think one thing that is not on the table in these conversations is anything to do with TikTok or any other kind of issue that would involve social media. It's, I'm sure, just luncheon pleasantries, and who knows? But
really,
yeah, they're not going to talk about.
You mean the justices would? The justices would be very careful, but others may try and bring up those conversations.
Sure, like the decision, but that they're just not going to engage in those kind of conversations.
So if Tim Cook,
anything about TikTok or social media.
Jan, if Tim Cook says to Judge Alito, so what are you guys thinking?
What are you going to do? Are we really going to have this TikTok?
But it does establish a conversation.
President, I mean, can you give me an advisory opinion? Can President Trump actually
I'm being facetious, but
the law?
Right. Okay, it does encourage conversation.
I have another question to ask you, because we talked about this on the evening news. So the President of the United States, before he became president, essentially said, I'm going to issue this stay on TikTok, which has raised a number of concerns because this was an act of Congress, signed by the President of the United States, upheld by the Supreme Court. Can the president, with the sweep of a pen, undo all of that?
No. And that's what we talked about Friday night. There is a provision in the law that said that if there's a deal in the works, and obviously deals take a long time and maybe it takes a little longer than you think, but if there's a legit deal in the works, that the president could grant a 90-day extension. But the way many members of Congress, including Senator Cotton, read that law is that was something President Biden could have done. Once the law takes effect, which it did.
But TikTok is on. But these platforms that Tom Cotton is saying are going to be liable, they've decided to put TikTok back on.
But there's nothing in the law that said TikTok has to go dark. And in fact, TikTok was just playing games on Saturday. The law only says that you have to remove it from if you don't have it on your phone right now, you're not going to be able to get it because it has to come off the app stores, and you're not going to be able to update your app. So it'll gradually lose its, functionality over time. That was TikTok playing games. TikTok doesn't have to remove that. Even now, that's not in the law.
And we don't know they want to sell either.
Well, they've refused to entertain any offers whatsoever for over 4 years. So I think that tells us that they don't want to sell, and why they see that as having real value to them to keep that kind of ability to collect data on 170 million Americans.
It's always so great to have you, Jan Crawford. Lots to discuss. Want to talk about what's coming up with immigration, because we've learned that immigration raids are expected to ramp up this week. CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano is in Chicago, one of the cities expected to be targeted. And Lilia, what have we learned?
Nora, good afternoon. What we have learned so far from ICE and from immigration officials is that we shall wait and see. Right now, we've heard from local community members, people who own businesses here, from undocumented immigrants and advocates, that there is a great sense of fear. We've heard from businesses who say, look, some of our workers are not showing up to work tomorrow because they are in fear of these mass deportations. We know that President Trump has said that he will begin the largest mass deportation in American history. But Tom Homan, the border czar, who will become the border czar, over the weekend and for weeks has been saying, look, we are not going to do these mass raids that are being reported, that they're going after people who are considered a national security or a public threat, and that the goal is to make sure that the people who they are detaining and the people who are going to be deported first are people who are under investigation by ICE. That said, that is not what the president has said throughout his campaign. So there is a great deal of fear and anxiety in these communities. What we have also learned today is that the first order of business is something we expected because of the way that the president described it throughout this campaign, was the end of the CBP One app. That is the app that people who seek asylum while in Mexico were able to use in order to have an appointment that is confirmed by the U.S. government and make their beginning of their claim for asylum at 8 different points of entry along the U.S.-Mexico border. Well, now that has ended, meaning that the tens of thousands of people who had appointments and are waiting on the Mexico side now no longer have that opportunity to make their case for asylum while being in the United States. And with that, they have potential eligibility to work in the meantime. What I thought was interesting, having covered for years the Trump administration's immigration policies, is that without the CBP One app, because you might remember the Biden administration had already shut down the possibility for people to make their case for asylum if they came into the U.S. between ports of entry, meaning without that appointment, is that now it's essentially like going back to the Remain in Mexico policy, where there is no possibility for people to right now show up at the border with an appointment in between ports of entry and try to make their claim for asylum legally. And this policy, the CBP One app, has allowed for nearly 1 million people to enter the U.S. Under the Biden administration.
That is a big change today, as Lilia mentioned, there in Chicago, where some of these immigration raids could start as soon as tomorrow. Thank you, Lilia. I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca. He is in El Paso, Texas, near the U.S.-Mexico border. And I know you could hear Lilia as well. What are you hearing about the real-world impact for some of these migrants who are seeking asylum?
Well, at this point here on the El Paso side, it's hurry up and wait. Now, of course, when President Trump was sworn in, the CBP One app, which is something that migrants would use to try to get some sort of meeting, I screen capped here what it was showing. It says effective January 20th, 2025, the functionalities of CBP One that previously allowed undocumented aliens to submit info and schedule appointments at ports of entry no longer available. Existing appointments have been canceled. We've seen on social media that some people who are waiting on the other side trying to get those appointments, they're just in tears. They're crying. That was part of what the incoming Trump administration, now the president, wanted to kind of control things at the border. Another thing that I want to bring up in my travels across the U.S.-Mexico border from Texas all the way to California, with the president wanting to declare cartels a terrorist organization, I had Republican and Democratic sheriffs along the border telling me they were a little bit worried about that, partially because they're worried if they're calling those cartels a terrorist organization, they're wondering if people in Mexico or living in those areas of Mexico would now have some sort of asylum claim to try to come to the U.S., saying that they are fleeing terrorism. How that plays out in the court of law, of course, we're going to have to wait and see. The last thing I want to mention is declaring an emergency at the border, which the president said he wanted to do with an executive order, wants to send the U.S. military. Here in Texas, the U.S. military, the Texas National Guard, is already here. They have been here on the border since 2021 as part of Texas's Operation Lone Star. As of right now, the Texas government is footing that bill, and Governor Greg Abbott here in Texas has been hinting he's hoping the federal government will take over some of that payment. But Tom Homan, the incoming border czar, has said repeatedly in his trips to Texas that we've seen him that he wants to make Texas the model for what the border should look like on the southern border. And you're talking Humvees, you have armed soldiers and concertina wire all across the border. Greg Abbott is a Republican, but in New Mexico, Arizona, and California, there are Democratic senators. So how that plays out, we're going to have to wait and see. Nora?
Oh, it's well put. Omar Villafranca, thank you for explaining all of that. President Trump promising today to use the muscular power of not only the executive office, but to employ soldiers to carry out this immigration crackdown. He will be signing those executive orders shortly. And as we learn more details, we'll bring them to you. We're going to continue this conversation in just a moment. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
As long as there are families who are continuing to seek answers, this work will continue.
60 Minutes introduces you to American patriots who continue to serve 9/11 families. Plus, why does Australia produce so many Hollywood movie stars?
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
From the lowly sandwich to gourmet pet food to the supermarket cart of the future. Eat, drink, and be merry. The Food Issue, Sunday morning.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. You are looking inside the Capital One Arena, a major sports arena here in our nation's capital. And the pre-program is already underway. There are tens of thousands of supporters of President Trump gathered there waiting to hear from him. He will come and address the crowd there. And we've also seen set up a small desk where we are told the president will sign many of these nearly or more than 200 executive orders that will be a crackdown on immigration. He will dismantle diversity initiatives in the federal government. There are also some energy initiatives, and as the president outlined in his inaugural address, it will include his efforts to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America and Mount Denali back to Mount McKinley. So much still expected as Donald Trump is trying to quickly change things here in Washington and to, in his words, enter into a golden era of government. We want to continue our conversation about the Trump immigration policy and the ripple effects. I want to bring in CBS News correspondent Nancy Chen. She's at a farm in Chester, New Jersey, with talking to farmers there and how these plans could impact farmers. Nancy?
Nora, good afternoon. You talk to any farmer and they will tell you it is difficult work, but it is becoming harder and harder to stay in business these days. There was a 7% drop in the number of American farms from 2017 to 2022. That is 142,000 fewer farms in just 5 years, according to the USDA. These days, farmers are up against a whole host of issues, including higher costs for feed and fertilizer, climate change, as well as the outbreak of avian flu we're seeing right now. But few issues are as recurring and paramount as labor and the lack of it. That is why so many farmers we spoke with say that they're watching very closely to see how President Trump addresses this, given that he has vowed to launch the biggest deportation effort in American history. About 2/3 of farm workers in this country are foreign-born. And while many of them come to the United States for seasonal jobs legally through H-2A visas, a program that could expand in a Trump administration, the USDA estimates that 42% of crop laborers are undocumented. The group United Farm Workers tells us there is a lot of nervousness among farm workers right now. And the owner of this farm says his workers, they are all legally authorized. But what Trump does next is something that he and so many others around this country are watching closely. When we talk about the ripple effects of a potential mass deportation, labor is already hard enough to find as is. Could it be even more difficult to find across the board if that does happen?
Well, there's no question in the United States we have a shrinking workforce. There's more people retiring and aging out than there are entering the workforce. We're not producing as many children. And yet we have a growing economy that requires workers. So I think anything that happens from a policy standpoint that reduces people in our workforce is going to make it very difficult for industry, and certainly for agriculture. We rely on a lot of people. It takes a lot of hands to hand harvest fruits and vegetables. We're fruit and vegetable growers. We would be in big trouble if we lost workforce.
Yeah. Now, if a mass deportation did happen, economists we spoke with say that there wouldn't necessarily be a dramatic and drastic price increase at the grocery store for consumers, but there could be an increase in the produce that is imported into this country, which could lead to concerns about environmental and labor protections where they are produced. And that, in turn, Nora, could mean national security issues, as well as the acceleration of the closure of more American farms.
Well, Nancy, thank you. I want to ask you about that, though. Why wouldn't it lead to an increase in prices at the grocery store? If there are no workers and the increased labor prices, I mean, it's got to get passed on to someone.
Right, exactly. And it's a good question because there are so many fruits and vegetables that are being produced or being imported to the country right now. They're saying that this could speed up that process as well as lead to the more of a mechanization of farm produce that you see in this country.
Nancy Chen, thank you. I want to dig into those economic issues with CBS correspondent Kelly O'Grady, who joins us now. Kelly, good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I know we've been doing an analysis here at CBS. So what would that cost be to do this mass deportation?
So at the broadest level, over the past 5 years, it cost about $19,600 to deport one undocumented person. So if we broaden that out to 11 million possible deportations, you're looking at something over $200 billion. Now, of course, that's not all going to happen at once, right? But you start to think about, okay, you have all of these different industries, as Nancy mentioned, agriculture, hospitality, construction. Think about the reconstruction of everything that's happening in Los Angeles, right? All of those workers that aren't going to be there if you were going to reach the point where we are deporting those people. Of course, President Trump is likely going to start with those with a criminal record. But on the other flip side, there's also the drawing less on resources. So housing, right? There's food stamps, things that these undocumented workers are drawing on right now. So it's kind of a push and a pull, and it's all about how long it would take to go through with this deportation process. But you really have to think about the impacts to inflation, because you could see prices rise from all of that lost work. The other thing is, okay, yes, the argument is, well, that would mean more U.S. jobs, but you have to pay U.S. workers more. The average minimum wage for someone in California working on a farm, it's $15. Some of these undocumented workers, they make 5 to 35% less because they don't have the leverage to ask for that minimum wage.
Did you say close to 19,000, or are you saying 9,000?
$19,000.
Close to $20,000.
$20,000.
Wow.
That's correct.
Per person.
It's a good point on the guest workers who are allowed to come in. Richard Escobedo on our team was just saying a quarter of all guest workers in the U.S. are in the two states of Florida and Georgia, two Republican states. But on the question, Nora, you raised about cost and immediate cost, we know this promises of immediate action. But it, again, is constrained by the existing resources. There are 41,000 detention beds Immigration and Customs Enforcement has right now. Over 38,000 of them are currently filled. So when you have 1.4 million people with court orders of removal against them, that's one of the criticisms of the Biden administration is why didn't they remove them? Their defense is, oh, we prioritize those with criminal records who would be a risk to safety. How does the Trump administration define criminal when they say that? So we don't really know the number. They throw around 1 million. Lindsey Graham, the senator who on the Budget Committee is negotiating with Stephen Miller to work with the Trump administration on this, told us just yesterday he's working with $100 billion. That's what they want to put together in this Senate package that they want to get passed immediately, but really probably looks like the spring, to give resources to do all this. So the promise of shock and awe may be the paper rather than the raids, although those are promised, because the other question is, where do you send people? The executive orders we got today saying that they're going to focus on two gangs, MS-13 from El Salvador and a gang out of Venezuela. Venezuela doesn't accept deportations right now. So if you round up these gangs, where do you send them back to? And Mike Walls, the national security advisor, said they're trying to negotiate to find another country to take in people who are documented criminals. So there's a lot that still has to be worked out policy-wise to deliver on these things.
But Robert Costa, in your conversations with the president and his close advisors and Stephen Miller, this is his goal. He is a deputy White House chief of staff. He's going to be the Homeland Security advisor inside the White House. That is a big job. This is priority number one. They promised this to their supporters and the people. Do they have to deliver quickly?
On day one, not just priority number one, but on day one, they said they were going to do something.
It's not just a priority, it's a passion for this crew. I remember going to see Stephen Miller at Johnny Halfshell, this restaurant that doesn't even exist on Capitol Hill anymore. He'd be huddling there when he was a Senate staffer for Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama, plotting out conservative policies on the border, never imagining they'd have this opportunity to go to this length when it comes to immigration policy. I was with Senator Sessions when he first met with Donald Trump in 2015 in Mobile, Alabama. And what were they talking about when they convened on his plane? Immigration. They had grand plans over a decade ago for what could be possible. Now, Stephen Miller is perhaps one of the most powerful unelected people in this country. He will be deputy White House chief of staff, and he'll be working with the border czar, with the chief of staff, with the head of DHS to use executive power as much as possible to put into motion President Trump's vision. When I spoke to President Trump over the weekend, but especially on Election Day, he said immigration is everything in terms of his victory. And I said, well, what about the economy? He said, of course, that's a big issue, but he truly believes immigration is why he's back, and that's why he's pursuing it with such vigor.
I want to go back and show and keep up the pictures of live inside the Capital One Arena where that program is underway, and we are going to hear more from the President of the United States and his supporters, and where I think he's going to talk more about those immigration orders and that passion that the President and his supporters have for this crackdown on immigration that was the centerpiece in many ways of his election campaign. And Kelly, I want to use your economic expertise while you're here as well to talk about Bitcoin. We saw it surge, of course, and then fall back. We saw the President of the United States, as well as Melania Trump, issuing their own Bitcoin. What are the legalities of that? How much money have they made?
Billions and billions of dollars. And the really interesting thing, I like to liken these meme coins to what we saw happen with Donald Trump's stock, right? DJT. You saw that trade with the volatility of his popularity and the chances that he might win this election over the past few months. And so you saw supporters just throw their money into that, and it would soar, and then it would also fall. And so you saw that happen with the meme coins the other night. I mean, billions and billions of dollars. But what I will also broaden out to this cryptocurrency space, I mean, I know a lot of folks think of this as, oh, you know, it's this kind of dark magic kind of thing. It has gained in popularity a lot, Bitcoin specifically. And 1 in 5 Americans now own Bitcoin.
But there's a difference between Bitcoin and meme coins.
Exactly. And
Bitcoin
that
is actually tied to something, memes are not. But
right. And so you could see if people sell this, you know,
right.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, we're getting pretty loosey-goosey here.
Sorry, but we'll let Kelly explain. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Kelly. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. But these meme coins, I think that's where really this is just people trading. I like Donald Trump. I like President Trump. I'm going to throw my money in. And you've seen kind of happen with these celebrity meme coins where the celebrity will sell and then people lose everything. And so that's going to be kind of really interesting. I think this also could trade with how people feel he's approaching the crypto industry. Is he making good on those promises?
Part of that is pulling back regulation, and that is something that Donald Trump ran on during the campaign. And the crypto space was very upset with how the now former SEC chair, Gary Gensler, prosecuted to have them regulated as if they were more like a stock. But it's unusual. We have now, for the first time in American history, a crypto czar, David Sachs, a South African immigrant to this country, who has promised to open that up, and AI, artificial intelligence, and promising big tech. You won't see as much regulation as you saw under the last administration. And I think this is going to be a real interesting area to watch because there's tension even within the administration. You have JD Vance, who came from the, helping to fund startup world, and he says he likes little tech. He doesn't like big tech. So he'd tell you he doesn't like Tim Cook and those other big tech giants in the room.
They're in the front row.
In the front row. Yes, fair.
Have we ever had a president that had seen such a fast turnaround from a policy choice to dollars in some kind of currency, whether it's a made-up one or a real one or whatever? But that kind of fast call and response in a market is amazing.
Incredible. Kelly O'Grady, thank you so much. And coming up, we'll talk to two people on opposite sides of the political spectrum. They just watched the inauguration together. We'll be right back.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
As long as there are families who are continuing to seek answers, this work will continue.
60 Minutes introduces you to American patriots who continue to serve 9/11 families. Plus, why does Australia produce so many Hollywood movie stars?
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
From the lowly sandwich to gourmet pet food to the supermarket cart of the future. Eat, drink, and be merry. The Food Issue, Sunday morning.
Stream live inauguration coverage on CBS News 24/7. Join the CBS News political team for expert analysis on what this transition of power means to the issues impacting Americans most when the former president becomes the next president. All-day streaming coverage today on CBS News 24/7.
We welcome you back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of President Trump. We are now joined by two New Jersey residents from two different towns that are next to each other with two very different points of view. Lou DeMoore is a Republican. Donna Miller is a Democrat. And they sat down with Tony DeCopel a few times and were very nice enough to spend part of their day with us. We wanted to get their reaction to Donald Trump's speech. Lou and Donna, it's good to see you because we talked to you before the election, then we caught up with you after the election, then we really wanted to touch base on Inauguration Day. I know you both watch two different networks. And so, Dana, I want to start with you, what you're thinking.
What am I thinking that I haven't said before? I am thinking the worst and hoping for the best. I am thinking that I have lived through 4 years of normalcy where I didn't have to predict what is going to happen next. And now I fear that Friday afternoon where he puts it all back out there and he's going to cut somebody and we're going to hear about it all weekend. So I'm fearful.
So you watched his speech.
I'm hoping
what did you think?
For the best.
I know you guys watched his speech. You watched it together. Yeah.
Yep. And what did we think?
I want to know what you thought.
I felt like it was a
how
campaign speech.
Your campaign speech. I want to know how you're getting through this day.
I'm getting through it with some beverages, okay? I'm getting through it. Hoping that, you know what, those day one promises, I hope he's signing a lot of papers for all those day one promises.
Well, Dana just said, Lou, that she said it felt like a campaign speech. You watched the speech. What did you think? I see you have a little libation as well.
I'm so excited right now. I'm so excited it's not even sinking in yet, because we're doing all this filming here. We were here all day today waiting to go on and haven't really been paying attention so much to the speech, but I'm excited. I've been waiting a long time for this, and I felt like I've been in a coma for 4 years. Lou, and I finally came out of my coma.
I know, I know the feeling, and sometimes in television there's a lot of waiting, so we appreciate you sticking around. But was there something that spoke to you specifically in his speech that excites you?
I want those borders closed. I want all his people to get nominated as soon as possible. I want to get the ball rolling, man, because we've been waiting 4 years for this. Really been hurting. I'm in a lot of pain.
I am in a lot of pain starting today. I look around that room at that whole spectacle and I didn't see anything other than all the yes men, all the representation. His first presidency, he had checks and balances. He is footloose and fancy-free right now. There is nobody there to reel him in. They're all a bunch of yes men. Look at Zuckerberg kissing the ring. It's a bunch of yes men, and he's an oligarch. He has all these little pious little men behind him. That he's the puppet of these puppeteers.
Lou, I know you disagree with that. I want you to bring us back once.
I want you to bring us back once a week or once a month to see how the update's going with data.
Let's see.
I'm very optimistic.
Lou, I know you would disagree with everything she said. Surrounded by oligarchs, surrounded by yes men. When you look at his speech today, what did you see?
I've probably watched almost all of his rallies in the past few years. So it's like a broken record to me, really.
Oh, it's a broken record.
Yeah, but I think it's going to happen. I mean, the country's in bad shape. We got to stop that border day one. We got to stop this illegal immigration. We got over 300,000 missing children, Gail.
Yeah. Yes.
Over 300,000 missing children. We got to find these children.
Yeah, we're expecting to hear his plan. We're expecting to, if you can hold on a little bit longer, we're expecting to hear his immigration plan very soon. But Dana, before you go, was there anything you heard that gave you hope? I'd like to think that maybe there was something that gave you hope in the speech today.
You know what? Actions speak louder than words. And what I'm going to hope for, I'm going to see the facts. 100 days out, let's see where this policy has led us. Let's see if all those day one implementations have been started in a democratic way. Let's see if we're able to hold back World War III. Let's see if we're able to put together and come together. And let's see if all these promises are not just reared towards the Lou's of the world, but for the rest of us, all people in America. Not just people that follow him.
I like that, Lou, the Lou's of the world. You know, What I appreciate about you guys is that you're neighbors, clearly you're friends, but you're able to have these difficult conversations that many people cannot have. It's fractured some families, it's fractured some friendships. Why is it that you two are able to still maintain the relationship that you two have and your spouses?
We want to bring the country back together again. That's what Trump's going to do. We want to bring the country. This has to stop. This division has to stop. We can never go forward as a country divided like this. It's never been like this.
I never knew where my neighbors stood on politics. I never knew who voted where until Trump in 2016/17. And then all of a sudden, everybody knows where everybody stands on politics. And a lot of it caught me by surprise. I didn't know that people didn't think like me. A lot of my friends. And apparently, a lot of them don't.
Well, guys,
I think the country spoke in this election.
Yeah, the country has spoken.
The country spoke in this election.
The country has spoken loud and clear.
But Gail, I just want to say one more thing, Gail.
Yes, please.
I want to get this one in there, too, Gail. The Democratic Party, in my opinion, has no leader. They don't have a leader, whether a man or a woman, and they don't have a message for the people. The people are looking for a message. This party has nothing to offer the people. That's why they got slaughtered. It's simple as that.
2 years until you've got 2 years until the next re-election. And let's hope that holding the Senate, the Congress, the presidency, and SCOTUS for that matter, you can get something done. That's good for everybody.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yep, that's what we're hoping for.
2 years.
Lou and Dana, we're going to save your number. But Dana, here's something I thought was very optimistic in his speech. I said it earlier today. Never believe something is impossible to do, because in America, impossible is what we do. I thought that was a nice note to strike for all of us.
Bravo.
That's well said.
Bravo.
Gail, I will hold the same optimism you do. Because I do, Gail, I've been watching you for years. I do respect you. And if you hold in faith, I can do it as well.
I respect you too, Gail. I learned a lot about you in the last couple of months. I really respect you. I really do.
I come from the school, guys. We want the president to succeed.
Oh, I did.
Thank you, Lou. I feel so much better today. I come from this point of view that, listen, we want the president to succeed because we want the country to succeed. That's the position I hold today. I thank you guys both, and we will definitely check in with you. I'll tell Tony you said hello. Thank you both. Two very vocal people, guys, on either side. And it's fascinating when Tony went into their home and they're each watching dueling cable channels. That's how the conversation went when they were pointing out different stories on there. But I like their authenticity. I like that they feel so strongly about their positions.
Yeah, it's a good snapshot of
I think
America
so too.
right now.
And I think they both expressed it very well, how people are feeling in this country, the two of them.
Agreed.
They could be a reality show.
Gail, I want a shirt like that with your face on.
I've seen one of those, I think. I think
we'll pass. I think we'll pass.
And we today are following here in our nation's capital the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. And there's a snapshot here of two key places, because on Capitol Hill, it looks just like the sun is beginning to set here in Washington. It is frigid here, and that's why all of the activities were moved indoors. And there is the luncheon in Statuary Hall. The cameras are back on as they are wrapping up that delayed luncheon there at 3:38, where we're going to hear the toasts here.
The luncheon's still going on, Nora.
Still going on. And let's listen now to Senator Klobuchar.
Of Louisiana and Leader Hakeem Jeffrey of New York for the presentation of the flags to the President and the Vice President.
And we are set to hear now from Steve Scalise in a toast to the new president of the United States and the First Lady. A lot of the pleasantries going on here. And as you can see, enjoying a luncheon there. And then they will head over to Capital One Arena where tens of thousands of people are waiting. Let's listen.
Lady, Mr. Vice President, Madam Second Lady, what a wonderful occasion. We all come here to celebrate what is a great tradition in the United States, and that is the peaceful transfer of power. And when President Trump spoke over in the beautiful Rotunda, wonderful that it was indoors, Mr. President, because I don't think the crowd would have wanted to be in the 20s or below. But one of the things President Trump said that I thought was the most touching, he said, In America, the impossible is what we do best. And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room, this statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America, like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation, out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the president and the U.S. Capitol for the vice president, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the vice president, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the president of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. JD Vance. JD, you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He writes a lot about, speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us. That if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. JD Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the president.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
Thank you.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Brennan, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
And we are watching the end of the ceremonies up on Capitol Hill. Donald Trump's remarkable return to power, inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. He gave an inaugural address, then spoke to an overflow crowd in Emancipation Hall, and then this delayed luncheon that is just wrapping up just at about 4 p.m. Eastern time. But the day is not over. There is much more ahead. CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
As long as there are families who are continuing to seek answers, this work will continue.
60 Minutes introduces you to American patriots who continue to serve 9/11 families. Plus, why does Australia produce so many Hollywood movie stars?
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
From the lowly sandwich to gourmet pet food to the supermarket cart of the future. Eat, drink, and be merry. The Food Issue, Sunday morning.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News, coming January 27th.
I can see clearly now. Ooh, gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
That's right.
Stream live inauguration coverage on CBS News 24/7. Join the CBS News political team for expert analysis on what this transition of power means to the issues impact.
Nancy Hodgman is right there in that entryway. You can see the back of her head. Nancy, if you hear me, come in.
I do indeed. As we're looking down here, you can see the policemen getting the crowds aside so the new president, President Kennedy, can come up here. He is being preceded by some men with top hats. They're Senate officials and dignitaries, some of the Senate policemen. There's a push, and in a minute you will see Speaker Rayburn, and here comes the new president, President Kennedy. He is shaking hands with everybody that comes along. Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
And an incredible moment in history as we were going through our archives and noticed a familiar face at John F. Kennedy's inauguration in 1961. That's John Dickerson's mom, then known as Nancy Hanchman, who covered the inauguration for CBS News. And welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. Remarkable to see that so many years ago.
Yeah, it was her birthday yesterday. She would have been 98. It's remarkable for 2 reasons. One, because they didn't let women do that. So it's always wonderful to see how far we've come. There were no other women news correspondents. And the other is that they didn't do that at inaugurations. This was the age of the beginning of television. So even having a president stop and say hello, she always kicked herself because she said, "Congratulations, Mr. Senator." Darn it. She knew him as a senator because she'd worked on the Hill. He was by then president. It's okay, Mom.
But he knew her name, too.
Well, that was the big, CBS was happy about that. Yeah, because this was, we now go to remotes all the time and we have all the wonderful coverage we have today from on the scene, but that didn't happen on your television screen. And so you had millions of Americans who were seeing inside a building in a ceremony that had never been seen before at that time in America.
And also a reminder of just sometimes how hard it is to get time with from then a senator to when you become president of the United States and the trappings that then, of course, and the job that becomes as part of president. It's hard to get time, interviews or whatever with the president of the United States. Access, as reporters always want and certainly demand and need in a democracy.
Absolutely. Other important detail from that day, he was wearing long johns because it was so freezing cold. And in 1961, discussing the president's long johns on television was something that was a little bit at the outer edges.
And was it discussed?
I think it was, though I don't think we have that archive footage.
Yes, Robert Costa is with us as well. Robert?
John, what did your mom have to say about Kennedy's message, the new president talking about ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country?
Well, as you know, the passing of the torch, generations you had, Eisenhower handing it over to this young, vibrant, and also, for anybody who was a Roman Catholic in America, here they, after having been a second-class citizens, now one of their team was in it. And most importantly, that sense of a new generation, a page-turning. I remember one of the members of his cabinet saying, we felt like everything was in our hands. And so everybody sort of that new generation feeling and that sense of service to your country. These are people who'd fought in World War II. The sense of duty and service to your country was all right in their fingertips and in their blood. And so here he was singing from a hymnal that they all had that same hymnal. And so she was as caught up in it, and many of the reporters were as well, because he had articulated something that they thought was an era of new possibility in America for a very much younger generation.
And as you can see, Statuary Hall, and now to Emancipation Hall, the ceremony continues up on Capitol Hill. That is the Statue of Freedom, the replica of the plaster replica of the bronze statue that is at the very top of the U.S. Capitol, a woman that sits on the highest spot in Washington there. And the reason we're looking at Emancipation Hall is because there is going to be a first honors ceremony there. And that's where our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, is as well. And we're going to check in with her in just a moment, because we're watching this first honors ceremony where what you see here, troops positioned into 6 Armed Service Honor Guard formations. It actually comes to 102 individuals from the U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Navy, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Space Force, which was created by Donald Trump, and the U.S. Coast Guard. Want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian. Nicole?
Yeah, well, of course, as we watch Emancipation Hall here on this side of the U.S. Capitol, we are on the Senate side. They are getting ready to get back to work now that that inaugural luncheon is over. So this is no day off for them. The senators are getting ready to head back to the floor to take up a number of items, including starting the process of starting to confirm some of President Trump's nominees. We know there are several committees that are due to meet this afternoon to take up the nominations of several of the president's cabinet selections. That includes Marco Rubio for Secretary of State, John Ratcliffe, the president's pick for CIA Director in the Intelligence Committee, as well as the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, which is also taking up the nominations of Kristi Noem for Homeland Security Secretary, as well as Russell Vought for OMB director. Now, granted, all of those may not come to the floor today, but certainly we were told to potentially be prepared for a full confirmation vote for Marco Rubio for Secretary of State and John Ratcliffe for CIA director as soon as today. So that is why it is critical to get that Senate floor open. I was told from several sources, some of this in terms of the timing will depend on whether or not they get cooperation from Democrats with respect to these nominations. Although in the case of Marco Rubio, for instance, he certainly is someone who is expected to have bipartisan support, as is potentially John Ratcliffe. Certainly there are other nominees of the president that have been more controversial, such as Pete Hegseth for a defense secretary, where some of those votes have yet to be scheduled. So that is something that we are watching for on the Senate floor, in addition to legislation that the Senate will take up as well, including the Laken-Riley Act, which is something that has already passed the House, but will be taken up here in the Senate later today, and named after that nursing student from Georgia who was murdered by an undocumented immigrant. Of course, there was a very emotional trial that took place down in Georgia, and consequently, this legislation, of course, is named in her honor, but in essence would, in effect, make it easier to detain undocumented immigrants who commit certain crimes such as theft, which was the case in the case of Laken-Riley and her assailant. So that is something that we expect the Senate to take up in short order at some point today, even in spite of some of the delays that we saw with respect to the inauguration ceremony as well as that luncheon. But a few senators kind of snuck out. We saw them over here, but most of them now set to get back to work. Nora.
Nicole Killian with that update as the Senate is trying to get back to work and begin processing and approving some of the president's nominees for his cabinet positions. Want to bring in moderator Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan. And Margaret, as we look at the number of these officials, governors, senators, and more that Trump has chosen to fill out his cabinet, which ones may be in jeopardy or face a big challenge?
Well, we know the ones who don't even have a date yet to have their day of questioning are particularly in focus. Kash Patel, the choice to run the FBI in particular. He is someone who, as I mentioned earlier, his FBI background check is still ongoing. He has some well-documented public statements, including a book he published with a list of people that he says are on that enemies list for future prosecution, potentially, including Republican names like the former Attorney General, Bill Barr. He's got a long list of things senators want to question him on. Even people like Lindsey Graham, who was on Face the Nation yesterday, said he wouldn't say no matter what he's a yes, but he's probably a yes. You also have we already talked about Pete Hegseth. It sounds like the committee vote on him out of Armed Services may be happening, but there's some questions about when it gets to the floor. You have two new senators who are going to be sworn in. Those Republican votes are very much needed, even though they have the majority. There are still some questions about someone like RFK Jr. Also doesn't have a hearing yet scheduled. What we know, and it's been published in a number of newspapers recently, in the Washington Post and New York Times, there are financial disclosures for RFK Jr. that have not yet been fully gone through with the committee and may be holding things up as well. So that's beyond his vaccine skepticism and some of his public beliefs. It's just getting through the paperwork process is challenging for someone like him who has some generational wealth there as well. And of course, Tulsi Gabbard is someone who is a former Democratic Congresswoman, the pick to become the next director of national intelligence to oversee about 17 or 18 intelligence agencies. She doesn't have a hearing scheduled yet either. And there are a number of people who have very specific questions they want to put to her about why she has said things that mimic Russian propaganda and question the U.S. intelligence community, including very recently having done so and questioning their conclusions. Can she lead when she has
And just to take a step back on Tulsi Gabbard and the intelligence community, in her role in Congress, what are some of the things that she has opposed that the Intelligence Committee believes is central to them being able to do their job?
Well, one of them, a very specific tool, Section 702, a surveillance tool that would that certainly the intelligence community says is essential to their ability to conduct oversight and monitor individuals overseas.
Which many Republican senators support.
Right. But some within the far right of the party, within the Freedom Caucus, have said that surveillance of individuals, even if they're overseas, if it involves conduct with some of the United States, they don't get too comfortable. There was some reform of it. But without getting too much in the weeds, she came out publicly very recently with a change of heart on that provision, something that was very much seen as a gesture to try to get more Republican senators on board with her. There was also that trip she took to Syria in 2017 in the wake of a high confidence assessment by U.S. intelligence that Bashar al-Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, a finding that she questioned, and some disclosures over that. One of the senators from West Virginia Senator Capito recently said on another television network that Gabbard assured her she didn't know she was going to Syria. She just ended up there. She thought she was going to Lebanon. So there are some questions about.
And did Senator Capito believe that?
I would love to ask Senator Capito more questions about that. If she was on Face the Nation, I would have.
Noteworthy. And I think that Tulsi Gabbard has visited Syria more than once.
That's right.
Yeah,
and she did go into some opposition areas, but some members of the opposition have said that they did not like that she questioned the accounts of some of those individuals who said they had been bombed by the Assad regime.
Mm-hmm. Just to mention what we're looking at now, this is Emancipation Hall. First honors ceremony. Troops positioned into 6 armed services honor yard formations. And a number of the lawmakers arriving as well. That's the Joint Committee on the inauguration ceremonies. Ed O'Keefe is here with us.
Nora, good to be with you. We should remind viewers who might be wondering, where is this exactly? And Roy Blunt was telling us earlier how there wasn't an inauguration 4 years ago. This is still a relatively new space. This is under where President Biden's helicopter took off from earlier, part of the massive Capitol Visitor Center that was built after 9/11. And this large space is usually where tour groups line up to go in for their tours of the Capitol, but they can use it on days like today for this kind of indoor ceremonial use, and it's been used for other ceremonies, movie screenings, receptions that Congress holds. And so it's a newer space maybe to many Americans who are watching. And a reminder, there are some big indoor spaces in this city
and if
on
you're
such a cold day.
And if you're online as well watching this, you may also remember that 4 years ago, when Joe Biden was inaugurated, on these very floors were sleeping a bunch of National Guard members.
Yeah.
They had been brought in to protect the Capitol after the January 6th assault, and so they were there, and many of them were sort of laying on the ground because they were on duty full time, and there were members of Congress and senators who brought them pizza and tried to take care of many of them as they were on duty for an extended period of time on these cold marble floors. On the other side of the screen, we've been showing you the Capital One Arena, where tens of thousands have been waiting all day. Many people have been up since last night, just waiting in the cold just to get inside the arena for this glimpse of Donald Trump, the new president. He is expected there later this afternoon after the festivities wrap up on Capitol Hill, where we expect him to once again deliver remarks and to sign many of these around 200 executive orders and actions. And Ed O'Keefe, what do we know about those executive actions by the president?
Well, as we look through what has been announced so far today, what he's going to end up signing either in that event or later in the day back at the White House, a lot of it is kind of the old is new again, and a lot of it builds on things that he had suggested he might have done before. So, for example, restoring drilling on federal lands in Alaska. That restores the drill, baby, drill move. Opening up drilling potentially off the coasts of the Atlantic and Pacific as well, if he can try to get around some Biden moves. Things like withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord. That all goes back. Remain in Mexico, things like that. So
declaring
old is
this
new.
National emergency.
Yeah, those are all
southern
things.
Border.
Exactly. The new stuff is, for example, restoring the mandate that federal employees work from the office most of the time, if not all the time. That removes a COVID-era policy that was put in place during the Biden years.
Ending diversity initiatives.
And ending diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. We saw some agencies move quietly over the holidays to end them already. The rest will have to be ended in the coming weeks. And then taking more aggressive steps like characterizing these drug cartels and international gangs as terrorist organizations. That's a big, bold move that he had proposed during his first term. Didn't take it. Now argues, given the times and the political mandate that's there, that he can do that now, even if it draws the ire of Mexico and other Latin American countries.
I have a question. If the president signs orders designating some of these drug cartels as global terrorists, what does that mean, and how does that enable him to use, for instance, military force against them?
This is one of those really thorny and complicated issues for a variety of reasons, that being one of them. I believe you talked to Mark Esper, the former Secretary of Defense, saying that Donald Trump had wanted in the first term to actually bomb locations inside of Mexico, not only, I think, at this point, our largest trading partner, but a huge partner on a variety of fronts. One of the reasons why, when members of Congress have floated this and the Biden administration didn't take it up, is also how complicated it is within Mexico internally and the existing government. What does designating a terrorist group and all the things that come with it in terms of sanctions and all the things that come with it in terms of trying to stop access to the U.S. dollar, for example, mean when you're trying to do business with a government that does have ties to cartels at times in certain governments, governing areas of the country? It's pretty messy, and you need Mexico to stop movement of migrants also by foot from the south to the north. So the Biden administration has decided to try to work with Mexico rather than come out.
And what has the new president of Mexico, said about working with the Trump administration?
She said a few different things. She recently said, we'll have to wait and see. I've been asking the Mexican government a few times this morning for immediate reaction here. We haven't seen much in terms of directly responding to this. But, the slogan of the prior president and now Claudia Sheinbaum, the existing president, has been not to take the cartels on directly. The slogan was hugs, not bullets, to try to, offset the control of the cartels, but not go at them. And Donald Trump is obviously trying to push the Mexican government towards a more direct conflict.
The one thing the Mexican Foreign Ministry did say this morning is that they've bolstered the 53 consulates they have in this country, providing more manpower to deal with the incoming from Mexican nationals who may live here, understanding that they're going to be getting a lot more questions.
And anyone in the state of Texas knows how important that cross-border trade and production is. This gets really, really messy really quickly on the trade front and just for basic employment. So it sounds good on paper to say, let's go head to head and but it can backfire.
And now we see the president and First Lady entering Emancipation Hall. Let's bring in Nancy Cordes, our chief White House correspondent. Nancy.
Hi, Nora. So Emancipation Hall, as Ed pointed out just a short time ago, has been repurposed for this viewing of the troops. This is something that would normally take place out on the east front of the Capitol. Obviously, a concession to the weather. It has been brought inside. Normally, these representatives from every branch of the military would process past the President of the United States. But because they are indoors, less space to move, we're told that he will walk past them, acknowledging each unit one by one.
Ruffles and flourishes, and then hail to the chief. A reminder that the President of the United States serves as Commander-in-Chief and is advised by a civilian, the Secretary of Defense. Also has a national security advisor inside the White House that convenes all of his national security advisors and also helps advise the president. And then there is a chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but that advice also goes through the civilian Secretary of Defense to the Commander-in-Chief.
address includes first honors.
And the president has just finished the first honors ceremony in Emancipation Hall, and he is now going to make his way over to Capital One Arena to address supporters that have been waiting all day for him. The ceremony and remarks there delayed a bit as things went a little bit long in the U.S. Capitol. The president gave extended remarks in Emancipation Hall earlier, but we will continue to cover on this historic day. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. You were just looking at live pictures of the Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States, is heading shortly and will give remarks and is expected to sign a blizzard of executive orders and actions. There he is now live with the First Lady as they make their way to the east front of the Capitol and scheduled to depart shortly. Want to bring in Robert Costa. And because this was a remarkable comeback by Donald Trump and inaugural address in which he outlined many of his passions and priorities.
That's exactly right, Nora. Earlier, John Dickerson, our friend, was talking about John F. Kennedy's 1961 inauguration, where he talked about a new generation coming to power. What you see today from President Donald Trump is a new power structure for the United States. It was on display in Statuary Hall. It was on display in his inaugural address. He talked about, quote, a radical and corrupt establishment, his words, for what he would take on. He talked about how, in his view, America's decline is now over. He called this Liberation Day. He said he would be a peacemaker. This is an executive who is so confident in his skills, has already been through the presidency and been through political trials and tribulations, legal trials as well. And he comes in not only with a sense of a mandate, but what you heard in today's striking inaugural address is someone who's ready to get right to work on issues that are both highly controversial, but also something he believes he has a lot of support behind him on.
And he will need the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who he's talking to right now, along with his wife, to help carry forward that agenda and also put many of his cabinet picks and muscle them through a slim Republican majority in the Senate, where there might be some minor opposition to some of these candidates. But Thune is on board, even though he has expressed reservations about Donald Trump in the past.
Senator Thune, I saw him last night in Washington, and he is someone who comes from a small town, Murdo, South Dakota, was a basketball star, captivated the Republican Party 2 decades ago by winning a coveted Senate seat long held by a Democrat. And he is someone, I'm told by his allies and colleagues in the Senate, really is able to build a rapport with President Trump. They're not similar in personality, but he recognizes that this is Trump's party. He wants to be someone who helps Trump get the nominations through. Perhaps Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State tonight. CBS News has learned from our colleagues that Senator Thune just told reporters he hopes to get Rubio done for Secretary of State as soon as possible. You're not going to see the same tension you saw with Senator Thune as you saw with Senator Mitch McConnell when Trump was first in the White House.
Let's go to our congressional correspondent, Scott McFarland, who's right there for us on the east front of the Capitol with a view of everything. Scott?
Yeah, the motorcade is beginning to queue itself up for movement here to bring President Trump from the Capitol the short drive to the basketball arena where the crowd has long been awaiting him. You see the conversation, and Bob notes it, with Senate Majority Leader John Thune. It's a key relationship, obviously, but I'm going to watch for a different dynamic. The House Democrats may be the firewall for those who want to contain Donald Trump's instincts here and his legislation. Donald Trump is entering the presidency with a particularly narrow majority in the U.S. House for Republicans. Just 1 or 2 votes can swing anything. And just today, Nora, another House Republican stood down to join the administration. Mike Waltz of Florida is no longer Congressman Waltz. He is to be the national security advisor, making that an even razor-thin majority for Republicans. It's going to be difficult for Trump to navigate through this House majority to get legislation passed in the coming months.
It's an excellent point and something we'll be watching very closely as the president relies on this Republican majority, albeit a slim one, in order to move through much of the ambitious agenda that he has laid forth with and was elected by his supporters to carry out. And we'll continue to watch this motorcade. I want to bring in Terry Sullivan, CBS News political contributor and the former campaign manager for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential race. And Terry, how do you see how President Trump will govern?
Yeah, look, I mean, we heard it in his speech when he talked about a new golden age in America. He's going to hit the ground running. We see this with all these executive orders. He's aggressive, and he's far better prepared this time. I think he and his team were even caught off guard last time. He's had the 4 years in between to prepare for an agenda and how to implement it. He's ready to go, and I think we're going to see a lot of action from the Trump administration and a lot more discipline and effective and efficient administration over the next 4 years.
You know, it's interesting, as our colleague Major Garrett has pointed out in his book, Mr. Trump's Wild Ride, when Trump came in the first time, there was no roadmap. No roadmap. And they threw out the transition document, the playbook, and so there were, in some ways, took some time to catch up. That's much different this time around.
It really is, and it's well, Terry, I think, can appreciate this too. That where it's been most organized, it would seem, is in the national security space, especially in preparing Senator Rubio to become Secretary Rubio tonight. His team coalesced around him. He's brought along some old aides and has essentially been left to organize his plans, at least, somewhat independent of all the other planning that's been going on.
And we should talk about some of those foreign policy objectives and challenges with Margaret Brennan, who covers the State Department. There's a lot on the president's plate. In addition to keeping this country safe,
yes.
There is certainly carrying out the rest of the Israel-Hamas plan, hoping to get, we're learning there may be some more female hostages released soon. Is that right?
Yes, around day 7 of that accord, and Americans would come after that. The 3 remaining Americans are male. And that's just one piece of what is really a Middle East that's being reshaped because of a much weaker Iran. But we have to see who Donald Trump puts in some of these key roles to implement that. But he's coming into power, and I thought it was so interesting, Nora. It is such a tense moment in time, and he said in his inaugural address that his job is to be a peacemaker and avoid getting into wars. The rising power and biggest threat to the United States is widely perceived to be China, whose vice president is here at the inauguration today at the personal invitation of Donald Trump, and whose government has planted, in the words of his national security advisor, cyber time bombs throughout U.S. infrastructure in the event of war. That's the vice president there, a top communist party leader who met with JD Vance just yesterday. And there is some contradiction there of having a charm offensive at a time when U.S. intelligence is saying we can't get Chinese hackers out of the telecom systems right now. We can't eject them.
But he
name-checked
China in his inaugural address.
He did. Another big conflict we haven't talked much about today is Ukraine. And that is something that during the campaign, you heard Donald Trump and many of the perceived isolationist members of his movement railed against helping Ukraine arm itself to expel Russia. He's named an envoy, Keith
And one
Kellogg.
of the questions I think that you and I tried to get JD Vance to answer in our vice presidential debate was the future of U.S. policy towards Ukraine and whether they would push to cut off funding for Ukraine.
That's right. Plan. And it was notable during Pete Hegseth's hearing, as the incoming SecDef potentially, or Secretary of Defense, he did not name check Ukraine once. Nothing. So that is pretty remarkable that the largest land war in Europe, in which the U.S. is not part of, but certainly monitoring and part of in terms of being the largest weapons supplier to Ukraine and trying to, in the view of President Biden, stop it from threatening NATO more directly, thus triggering U.S. intervention. He's saying, oh, it's all going to be done. Keith Kellogg is the envoy who's been named, and the Trump administration has vowed to end the war. He said first 24 hours. Now they're giving themselves 100 days to come up with a peace plan.
Just a reminder that in many of those weapons and weapon systems that we have provided for Ukraine are built by American-made companies, many of them in America, and are jobs that have stayed here in America as those billions of dollars have been spent to help aid Ukraine in that war that was started by Russia in Ukraine there. And then finally, Margaret, as we're hopping around the world and getting your expertise on this, I understand because we heard President Trump talk about Panama and the Panamanian Canal, we have heard from the Panamanians just recently.
The Panamanian president out with a social media statement rejecting the premise of what Donald Trump said in that inaugural address, that China actually was in control of the Panama Canal and that the U.S. would retake control. Wasn't clear if Trump meant eject the Chinese influence or actually physically seize the Panama Canal. But the president of Panama really pushing back publicly against that. And Nora, it's interesting as we talk about the world leaders who have gathered. Some of them are political party heads. They're not necessarily heads of state. But the political parties are also of note. I mentioned earlier the leader of the far-right party, AfD, from Germany, whose leader has had cases against him because he's echoing Nazi statements within his own country. You have from the far right in France, Marion Maréchal, who is the niece of Marine Le Pen, also from the far right. The through line there is anti-immigrant sentiment. The migration crisis, as we were talking about with Senator Blunt earlier, is worldwide, and it has upended the politics of more than one country, not just the United States of America. And Donald Trump has become, in some ways, this conservative movement leader, at least rhetorically, for some of these folks. You do have the president of Argentina also, we saw in a photo earlier next to the Italian prime minister. Javier Milei is also really sort of recasting himself as a Trump acolyte, make Argentina great again, was one of his slogans, borrowed MAGA there.
Hard to miss him.
And the first gathering of foreign leaders ever of this rank. Normally diplomats are here, right? But never heads of state before. So to have the Italian prime minister, who's the head of government, the Argentine and Paraguayan presidents, that's a first today, at least in inaugural history.
And today is a day of constitutional tradition as we see a peaceful transfer of power. And for many, it's also a celebration. We are looking now at these live pictures of Capital One Arena, where tens of thousands are anxiously awaiting to see President Trump. I want to bring in singer-songwriter Parker McCollum. He'll be performing at the Commander-in-Chief Ball tonight. And Parker, it's so good to have you. I know you have a busy night ahead. Let me ask you, how did that invitation come about to perform at one of the inaugural balls tonight?
My brother-in-law, John Adams, first of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here in D.C. and be on with you guys here right now. But my brother-in-law, John Adams, and my sister own a company called Tag Strategies. They were in D.C. for about 15, 16 years and, made a lot of good connections, did a lot of work out here for several years. And, my brother-in-law was the one who called me, and I think it was sometime last week, and said, somebody just called from Trump's plane and said that they want you to play at the Commander-in-Chief's Ball at the inauguration. And, I'm a very, very proud American. I love this country. I bleed red, white, and blue. So, it's an honor to even get that call for someone to consider me for something like this. So that was an easy yes for me.
Can you give us a preview of your set list?
It's a little up in the air right now. We got a little something special to finish with. I'm sure a lot of these folks in this event tonight won't be too familiar with me or my songs. Hopefully they just love country music in general and won't mind us getting up and yelling into the microphone for a little bit. So we'll play some. I'm lucky enough to have a few #1 songs at country radio over the past couple of years, and we'll rip a couple of those and then end with one of my favorite country music and patriotic songs of all time. So I think it'll be quite the evening.
Well, your fans know some of your #1 songs. Will there be a Burn It Down or To Be Loved by You?
I usually get in a whole lot of trouble if I don't play those two. So I think we'll. I hear it on Twitter pretty loud when we don't play those. So we'll definitely play those tonight. And then I think just. I never, ever get nervous, but I've never done anything like this. This is such an honor to be here and to get to be a part of a historical moment in the country that I love. So just try to calm the nerves, remember the words, and smile.
Yeah. How's the traffic out there?
Yesterday it was bad. I got off the plane at 3 and got to my hotel at 7 last night after walking the last mile, carrying all my luggage through the snow. And it was so worth it.
Yeah. Well, look, good luck tonight, Parker. I know many fans are excited for you, and thank you for taking some time to join us. And so since you know the traffic, leave early.
Yes, ma'am.
Tonight to get there.
I'll try to be in the air early tomorrow morning, so I'm sure I won't be the only one.
Well, thank you very much, Parker. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And as we're talking to country music star Parker McCollum there, we're also listening to the Marine Band. The U.S. Army Field Band from Fort Meade. My apologies, I got that note late, and so want to make sure that I name them correctly, and doing a fabulous job there. As you can see, it is packed inside Capital One Arena. And we're going to take a break. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. We'll be right back.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
As long as there are families who are continuing to seek answers, this work will continue.
60 Minutes introduces you to American patriots who continue to serve 9/11 families. Plus, why does Australia produce so many Hollywood movie stars?
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
From the lowly sandwich to gourmet pet food to the supermarket cart of the future. Eat, drink, and be merry. The Food Issue, Sunday morning.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal.
Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Stream live inauguration coverage on CBS News 24/7. Join the CBS News political team for expert analysis on what this transition of power means to the issues impacting Americans most when the former president becomes the next president. All-day streaming coverage today on CBS News 24/7.
I don't know what all this fuss is about. I'm here. It's the sun is shining. You're talking about 2 degrees. A little bit of warm coming from the television lights, and there's really no problem. 3 pairs of socks, ski boots, thermal underwear, and a couple of coats, and you could make it through this inaugural day without any problem. They don't need to be inside.
I suppose I'm supposed to be funny here. Actually, I see very little funny down here in Pennsylvania where I am.
They were warned, we were told by the White House spokesman, by medical folks, that people, all these youngsters in the bands, would suffer frostbite after about 5 minutes out.
They put this together last night in the middle of the night. I'm told about 4 a.m. they decided that this would be the place because the bands couldn't come to the president. The president is coming to the bands.
It's a good day for constitutional government and a good day for earmuffs.
Dan Rather always had his one-liners. Look at that. That was how our CBS reporters in the field covered the unprecedented weather in 1985 during Ronald Reagan's second inauguration, where it was so cold out, they had to do the same thing and move everything indoors at the last minute.
Coldest ever, right? 7 degrees?
Yeah, it was pretty. It was not 7, it was about 11 out there when he was sworn in, and thermal underwear, 2 pairs of socks, but no hat like Phil Jones out there earlier.
You weren't out there, were you?
I was out there, yeah.
In 1985?
No, today. I'm saying
today.
You were.
I was not old enough to be out there in 1985.
Swaddling. In these swaddling clothes.
Today we dressed like Phil Jones did there. It was it was brutal out there.
Yes, it was brutal, and thanks to all of our correspondents who have been outside covering all of this. And certainly I know that many of the people who were going to be outside, including the security officials, probably grateful today to be indoors, as well as those witnessing the ceremony, which went off quite well in the Capitol Rotunda. And In fact, it went so well it even got a little extended and a little longer. And so we're a little bit behind schedule, and the president behind schedule to appear at Capital One Arena, where he is on his way there now. And political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is there at the arena and has been all day. And Caitlin, what's been happening?
Hey, Nora. Well, I, for one, am also glad to be inside now after being outside St. John's Church earlier this morning. But look, this looks and feels like a Trump rally. So it's not the parade that he expected, but due to the weather, this may be more fitting for him because rallies are such a part of him, part of his campaign, part of his kind of political communication style. And it feels like that. Behind me, you can hear the U.S. Army Field Band based out of Maryland playing beautifully right behind me. This is getting underway. We have heard that the president has now arrived here at Capital One Arena. And I don't know if you can see behind me, but on the stage behind me, there is a lectern and a desk on the other side. And that is where he is expected to sign some of these executive orders that we've been talking about. And it was really an interesting moment, Nora. We were watching all of the ceremonies, the oath of office on a big jumbotron for the audience to see. And as soon as President Trump took the oath of office, they put the official presidential seals on the lectern and on the desk where he will sign those executive orders. Now, this is filled to the rafters. It's about 20,000 people in this arena. We've been talking about the cold outside. Remember, this is where the Washington Capitals play. So we're actually sitting or standing on an ice rink. So a little cold in here as well, but certainly not as cold as outside. I've been talking to supporters here. Some of them lined up yesterday, last night. So imagine what they sat through overnight in that cold. Another family I talked to came from Louisiana. They were here at 2 in the morning, ready to get their seats. It was first come, first served, and the doors opened at 8 today. Some things to look forward to in this kind of unconventional parade that we're going to see here. A couple of nods to the president and the vice president. First, you're going to see the Butler County first responders. Remember, that's the site in Butler, Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump survived that assassination attempt. We're also going to hear from the Middletown High School marching band, and that's a nod, of course, to JD Vance's high school and hometown there. So a couple of things to look forward to. But otherwise, this has felt like a Trump rally. We've heard some speakers. Kash Patel, the president's nominee to lead the FBI, was a speaker here. Elon Musk took the stage as well. And also to my right in the front row, there are a group of families of the Israeli hostages, and they are sitting with yellow scarves and pictures of their loved ones still held hostage. And Steve Witkoff, the president's Middle East envoy, as you can see there, his Middle East envoy came down to meet with them and talk to them for a very extended period of time. So they are seated right there at the front row. And looking around the crowd, many people, of course, have those iconic red MAGA hats, and others are wearing construction vests, a nod to, of course, during the campaign when the now former President Biden made those comments about Trump supporters and garbage, that construction vests became another kind of fashion statement, I should say, from Trump supporters here. But this is a crowd that has been here since the early hours of the morning, very eager to see the now president, whom they all helped to elect. And there's also a little bit of color as you're seeing the stage there. To the right of that stage, there's a group of ladies from North Carolina, and they have followed President Trump to nearly every single rally that he has had over the course of his campaign, and he always nods to them. So that is also a feature here. And this really does feel like kind of a quintessential Trump rally, and we're expecting him to make those remarks and sign executive orders here. So not what he expected, but again, a fitting tribute to the president.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. And as those supporters are listening to the U.S. Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland, and you can see the Trump dance as they are People in the arena heard from and the president last night and many of his supporters, including Elon Musk. And there it is. There's the desk, which we're told has about 9 or so binders on there. Those likely are the executive orders and actions that the president plans to sign. We are told he could sign somewhere around 200 of these executive orders, everything from a crackdown on immigration to ending diversity in the federal government to energy initiatives and much more, including renaming the Gulf of Mexico and naming it the Gulf of America and renaming Mount Denali to Mount McKinley. And there's much more that the president even talked about in his inaugural address. I think the president said last night that people said to him, don't do all of that on day one, leave some till later. And he said, no, I'll have much more even to do after day one. He wants to send a message, Robert Costa, as well as start moving quickly.
Day one of this new presidency is about executive orders. It's about using the executive branch to exert the power he believes he has now won, and he has a mandate to move forward with. And then the coming days, though, will be about Capitol Hill. Can he really start to put together legislation on taxes and on the border?
One of the executive orders regarding the electric vehicle mandate that he pulled back was actually something lawmakers didn't want him to do because they wanted to hold the savings from that potentially for that big spending bill that they're trying to do called the reconciliation process, as they call it. They needed the funding from that to justify doing that bill that way. The other thing to keep in mind, there may be hundreds of executive orders. There will be hundreds upon hundreds potentially of lawsuits regarding all of these. Already today, the ACLU says it's getting involved in his push to end birthright citizenship. 4 federal suits filed today to challenge DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency, arguing it's too secretive and too much to the benefit of his billionaire benefactors. So much of this, if not all of it, is going to end up in some kind of legal proceeding in the coming days. The Trump administration knows that and invites it.
Yeah, right.
I want to bring in historian Douglas Brinkley. Douglas?
Yeah, well, you know, the United States is litigious, and Trump can sign 200 executive orders, and they're going to. A lot of them won't make it to the big leagues. They'll be dumped. The problem in American history that we have is the executive orders are not in the U.S. Constitution. George Washington did one, a Neutrality Act, but when Lincoln did the Emancipation Proclamation, other presidents started doing it. But this is Donald Trump owns the day one idea. Biden did 9, but before that, 0 executive orders first day by Obama, both Bushes, Reagan, just go all the way. Nobody would do an executive order like this on day one because it would seem insulting to the other party. It was supposed to be a kind of a time to heal. Instead, this is a time for Trump to build on his momentum and show that I'm in charge with a big scrawl signature. Let's not forget, Donald Trump is a 2-time president, commander-in-chief, but also was a reality TV star and the greatest showman since P.T. Barnum. So the stage set up here with a table to sign these, and you know, it's a visual imagery, and it's been stagecraft quite well today. It reminds me of how Ronald Reagan and Michael Deaver used to stagecraft things. And just one word for Senator Klobuchar. I was wondering who would be the Democrat that kind of stood up today in a positive way, and I thought she did a very good job representing the Democratic Party throughout the afternoon.
Someone who has had presidential ambitions in the past and is certainly talking about common ground in that role and moving forward as well. As we just heard, God Bless America. I want to bring in John Dickerson. And Douglas makes an excellent point about, for moving so quickly, this rally inside, it's quite a stage setup and will fit the purposes on this first day of what Donald Trump wants to convey about his presidency.
Which is, I'm running forward, doing, and anybody who's in my way, whether it's the lawsuits that Ed talked about or even Republicans in my own party, they are all keeping you, my voters, this mandate from getting what you want. I mean, this is a show to say, I'm doing everything I can possibly do. But these other forces are getting in my way as a way of trying to put pressure on those other forces, which sometimes will be in his own party. The reconciliation bill that Ed mentioned is the vehicle, and it's a technical term, but it gets you through the Senate without fear of a filibuster. It has a lot of technical rules, and Donald Trump undoubtedly will say, forget those technical rules. Let's just get this through with all the things I want. In that debate, he will be able to say, look, I on day one was so active. These Washington institutions are what's thwarting me and therefore thwarting you.
It's a bit of an inverse of what we were talking about earlier with President Biden, where we were discussing his regret, he says, in losing the messaging and getting too into the policy. Donald Trump is more about the messaging and less about the guts of the policy and how to implement it. If anything, saying, don't worry about that, I'll blast through that wall. And that's what we're testing, is those structures of checks and balances that are actually meant to moderate and to make things not just able to be put into or repealed simply with the stroke of a pen, but there should be advising consent. There should be a conversation about it. It's interesting so far, we haven't seen with the stroke of a pen anything around tariffs that I've clocked at this point in the conversation, because we point back to that, what was it, 10 to 60% tariffs were what were vowed. There's a huge range on the campaign trail from China to Mexico. We haven't seen that yet, though it does seem he did sign something saying there should be a process that's studied there. So on that, there's where the process is, because you have some brakes being put on there.
And he's putting a process in front of himself because he's got more power as a president on tariffs than a lot of these other things he's claiming.
He could put those in on national security.
So he's saying, he's stopping his own self.
Because of the markets and the economic
The markets,
impact.
yes.
The other reason they're inviting lawsuits on a lot of this is we haven't seen the guts of the policy, as Margaret said. But once we see the text of these things in the coming days, Democrats believe, observers of all this believe, a lot of this is going to come out of the Project 2025 playbook. If you were a TV viewer in a battleground state, you saw all the ads from Democrats warning you Project 2025 is going to have all sorts of things and changes in federal policy. And it's believed a lot of what he's proposing today comes from that general blueprint of conservative governing and trying to challenge the legal parameters of what the federal government and a president can and cannot do.
And Kelly, President Trump is inheriting a very good economy, even though there has been inflation that has hurt people, higher prices. The economy is excellent. The stock market up 55% during Joe Biden's term. What is the expectation about tariffs?
Well, this is a really interesting point because, yes, the economy is in a good place, but it's also at a really delicate balance when it comes to inflation. We've seen it ticking back up in the last couple of months, and some of these policies, like tariffs, could be inflationary. And so, you mentioned the process, right? Sort of that stopping of, we haven't actually seen day one 10% or 25% when it comes to Canada and Mexico. At one point, he even said 100% when it comes to China as part of the Brazil, Russia, India, China nation. So we are expecting him to use it as a revenue tool, but also a negotiation tool. We are expecting him to try and renegotiate the trade deals, USMCA, with Canada and Mexico. But there's also this push to bring manufacturing here, jobs here. I do wonder, you look back, we have historical precedent how this worked under the first Trump administration. Prices did go up. It was a much smaller group of things that he put tariffs on, but you also saw the retaliatory aspect, which is really interesting. I've spoken to a number of folks in the agricultural community that are lobbying the president, please don't do this, because China put retaliatory tariffs that really hurt the agricultural community.
Kelly O'Grady, thank you. And it is quiet inside Capital One Arena as we are awaiting President Trump to appear. We're told he's there. No guidance yet on when we'll see him, so we're going to take a quick break. You're watching CBS News coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and news. I am constantly curious and constantly want to learn. I know I personally want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
the justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Your Holiness, what an honor. So wonderful to meet you.
What's it like to have a conversation with the Pope? You're about to find out.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
60 Minutes takes you inside the Vatican for a rare and extensive interview with Pope Francis.
Thank you very much.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
Stream live inauguration coverage on CBS News 24/7. Join the CBS News political team for expert analysis on what this transition of power means to the issues impacting Americans most when the former president becomes the next president. All-day streaming coverage today on CBS News 24/7.
The sun is setting here in Washington there. A beautiful picture of the Washington Monument. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CBS News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. It is chilly here in Washington, but the 47th president took the oath of office for the second time just after noon from the Capitol Rotunda. President Trump declared America is entering a new golden age and that voters sent a clear message.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
The president embraced by his children with that 14-gun salute and kissing the first lady there under the brim of her hat. And then Donald Trump got to work. Among the things that President Trump has promised that he will declare an emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border. That includes an end to the Border Patrol app, which immediately canceled appointments for migrant families who are seeking asylum in this country. He also promised to slash environmental regulations, rename the Gulf of Mexico, reclaim the Panama Canal, which the U.S. handed back to Panama during Jimmy Carter's administration. He also promised to end diversity, equity, and inclusion in government, and he said there will only be 2 genders. The day of inauguration celebrations isn't over yet. The president about to participate in a reimagined parade at Capital One Arena, where he will sign some of those executive orders, and then the day goes on because there are those inaugural balls tonight where the president will appear. Our incredible political team has been here all day, and want to begin with you, Margaret Brennan. There's a lot that the president not only promised on the campaign trail, but in his inaugural address tonight, that he says he will deliver, not only on day one, but in these first 100 days of his administration.
A very long to-do list, and then we get into the politics of the possible. One thing he can do is change personnel relatively quickly. I know CBS has some reporting from our Camilla Schick about what's happening over at the State Department today, where a significant number of diplomats in leadership roles have been told their services are no longer needed. At least 20 State Department officials, and this includes not political appointees, which typically do transition out, but rather career diplomats in leadership roles who received some notification not to show up, that their jobs, it's unclear who will be filling them. If you remember during the campaign—
So people fired, essentially, a big shakeup?
Essentially, and that leaves those questions of if you're a career official, if you're a civil servant, you have some guarantee that you will have your next post at the end of your current job. It's not clear what this means and what constraints there are on firing of some of these officials. This has been an active issue with Trump on the campaign trail. Remember, they promised to come in and kill the bureaucratic state. That was something even during the primary some of his challengers picked up because it was so popular to say, go in and fire everyone at the Justice Department who's a career official. These are people whose names you may never know, but whose expertise you may have benefited from in some form or fashion behind the scenes, who work through presidents and have that institutional and historical knowledge.
As career civil servants.
This is one of the great experiments going on in the Trump administration now that has begun, which is radical change at each of these individual agencies. In some cases, like perhaps depending on with Pete Hegseth, run by people who have not managed radical change. And it's not so easy to do because, you know, the old cliche about trying to take over organizations is you're trying to build the plane while you're flying it. In this case, they are dismantling the plane while they're flying it. How do you meet the obligations of an agency while removing lots of its staff and do both at the same time? It's quite tricky. And so this is a real test of just leadership and pure execution while you're trying to do two very complicated things. Execute on the job while dismantling the organization.
And the parade is about to get underway there in Capitol One Arena. You can see Jared Kushner, who was an advisor in the first administration, will stay behind in Miami and informally advise, but of course worked so diligently on the Abraham Accords, which now Steve Witkoff, who is the Middle East envoy, hopes to expand the Abraham Accords after this latest hostage deal to include perhaps Saudi Arabia. What does that mean? It means the normalization of relations between these Arab states and the state of Israel, the potential to transform the Middle East, which has been one of the efforts, but as we know is incredibly difficult. And we should also point out, you may be able to see those families with yellow scarves. Those are the families of those Israeli hostages who have worked so diligently for more than 15 months to pressure the Biden administration and now the Trump administration to make sure they do not forget about their family. Those hostages who have been held inside Gaza, that they continue to courageously bring attention to their plight and pressure leaders, not only here in America, but also in Israel and around the world, so that their loved ones are not forgotten. And you can see they continue that in a bipartisan way.
And Nora, it's interesting, one of the incentives here, besides peace and stability that comes from sticking with this plan for Donald Trump to implement, is because one of the three Americans would not come out in these first 6 weeks. You have to get through another round of diplomatic negotiations to get all of the Americans out under the framework of this existing deal. So it is forcing the Trump team to hit the ground right away on helping to negotiate after the next 12 days pass. They have to get back to the negotiating table.
And a snapshot there of Donald Trump's adult children there in the front row. Barron Trump, the youngest of those, a freshman at NYU, and then his older children, who have all children of their own, standing in the front there and being welcomed by the crowd. Lara Trump taking a seat there, sitting next to Ivanka and others. And Robert, just to talk about, too, this family structure, it is a dynasty in many ways, too, because Donald Trump has allowed his children to carry enormous amount of weight, not only in the decisions that he makes, but in the past White House. And it's yet to remain seen whether they take any formal role in this administration.
It is certainly, Nora, a family that likes political power as well as financial power. The Trump organization and the Trump family built their fortune in the 1960s and 70s with Fred Trump building all of those apartment complexes in New York. But you see there with Donald Trump Jr., so influential in the vice presidential selection. Laura Trump, a former head of the Republican National Committee. Barron Trump is touted by some Trump supporters as someone who could run for office someday. So not like the Kennedy family per se, where you had so many people running for office at the federal level. At this point, the Trump family is centered around President Trump, doing his will, doing his bidding in different capacities. But you see them being embraced by the Republican Party in a way the Democratic Party for decades embraced the Kennedy family. This is a party that sees in this family their own values, part of their own odyssey in American life. And now that he's been on the political stage for nearly a decade since that escalator ride in the summer of 2015, there's a sense of acceptance that this family, this president, here to stay in Republican politics and in American politics.
And how has he assembled his team inside the White House under his new chief of staff, Susie Wiles, the first woman in history to be White House chief of staff?
Susie Wiles is a veteran Florida operative. She is also the daughter of the late sportscaster Pat Summerall, and she has had a lifetime of dealing with, shall we say, big personalities. And she has an understanding of how to handle President Trump. She sees in him someone who wants to make 1,000 phone calls a week if he can, to get input from other people. At the same time, he also wants to have structure around him when it comes to his schedule, when it comes to governing. So she understands how to navigate that dynamic in a different way than some of the previous chief of staffs for President Trump.
And what is Trump's nickname for her, and how has she already changed how people have access to the Oval Office?
Well, it's a bit of a winking nickname. She's known as someone who's pretty low-key behind the scenes, but President Trump likes to call her the Ice Maiden, because if you do wrong her behind the scenes, she is known to give you quite a glare, let you know, and she's famous for asking people, "Are you sure that was helpful?"
The question is how many times she'll ask that her boss.
Yes, and there is also a new pass system inside the White House. It used to be if you had a blue pass, it was kind of an all-access pass. There's a new color coding system, right?
Well, President Trump, Nora, did call it, in his words, a new golden age, and you do have gold and platinum passes now serving as the official badges at the White House.
It was one of the concerns that people could go into the Oval Office and give Trump a piece of paper or lobby him, and that led to, I think, what some people may have called some of the more chaotic moments inside the first Trump administration. So there are efforts underway to change that. I'm just listening as we are awaiting the President of the United States and the First Lady on this stage. Caitlin Huey Burns is inside the arena. Caitlin?
Hey, Nora. Well, when the now first family entered this arena, the crowd went wild. And you're seeing the adult children of Donald Trump received, and you see Barron there on your screen. You know, Nora, it's really notable because Barron turned 18 this year and has started participating in politics. I was covering the campaign at a rally in Florida over the summer where Barron made his first entrance at that rally, and the crowd just loved it. So he is seen as someone that is really accessible to a lot of younger voters as well, was actually responsible for his father embracing some newer social media techniques and podcasts and other things to try to reach new voters here. But, you know, it's also been interesting to watch Melania Trump today, because she is someone who has been absent from the campaign, notably absent from the campaign. She was not by her husband's side through most of it. She was not at rallies. She was not at campaign events. We saw her at the Republican National Convention, and that was really the first time she kind of embraced this process. And so we know what her plans are. She said she's actually moving to the White House. She says she's going to keep a room there for Barron, her son, as well. Remember, he is a student at NYU, and Melania has been living in New York to be closer to her son, but she is planning to move to the White House and revive her Be Best campaign.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. And you can hear them introducing the band as because this is supposed to be the inaugural parade, and so they are announcing what you might normally see in that viewing stand that is set up across from the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. But because the festivities have been moved inside, everybody in this arena gets an up-close look at what normally is just viewable on television, and or if you're standing out in the cold along the parade route. So much more enjoyable, certainly inside this arena than out in the cold as it has been today. Want to bring in John Dickerson. And John, the trappings of the presidency, Donald Trump knows them well. He benefits from having served 4 years, then been out of office for 4 years, and returns not only with a mandate, in his words, but a sense of what could inhibit him and things he doesn't want to inhibit him.
Right, and he's feeling quite disinhibited, and that is his natural inclination as it is. I mean, that's the way he was in his first term. But
as you know, it takes a while to learn the levers of power.
Well, of course, every president comes in, especially in the first time, they've just done this incredibly complicated thing, which is win an election, and they think, all right, I'm going to hit the ground, and everybody's going to fall down before me, and you know...
and then there's a federal bureaucracy.
As Truman said about Eisenhower, he's going to order somebody to do something, and they're just not going to do it. But Trump has designed, from Susie Wiles that we were talking about, his chief of staff, all the way through his cabinet, he's got people who are already saying yes, as opposed to people who came in his last administration who said, you know, I'm going to be a guardrail for him. I'm going to hem him in.
And now they're introducing the Vances being introduced. A 40-year-old former senator from Ohio who served just 2 years in the Senate. Before that, a noted author. They have very young children who I think are, am I getting this right, 7, 5, and 4 years old. Excuse me, 7, 4, and 2. 7 years old, 4 years old, and 2 years old.
She's adorable, that 2-year-old, and I have to feel she must be so overwhelmed. She was sucking her thumb earlier when her dad was getting sworn in. It was very cute.
Yes, and as anyone knows, with young children, it's hard to travel with. It's certainly probably hard to bring them in an arena full of tens of thousands of people before the public eye. But to see this young leader emerge here before this group, he is the second youngest vice president in American history. I think it was Breckinridge, right? Vice President Breckinridge, who was the youngest before that, maybe 36. So good thing we have Douglas Brinkman here with us, our historian, Douglas.
Yes, and JD Vance really represents two states in his mind, Kentucky and Ohio. He considers himself the triumph of the Cincinnati area people.
You know, having interviewed JD Vance a few times when I went out to Cincinnati, Ohio, and spoke with him, one of the things I had to ask him about was the heat he was getting from the far right of his party, who were picking on his family for being biracial and saying some pretty hateful things. And it put him in an awkward spot right off the bat, where he had to distance himself from some of these people who were Trump supporters, but who were not embracing of his family. And it was an interesting thing to press him on, and an uncomfortable one.
Please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America. This is the Romney attack.
Donald Trump entering to his supporters, greeting them along with the First Lady, people who have been waiting all day to greet the president. And this is unusual and different because normally the president, after walking part of the parade route, which Jimmy Carter started, then goes in a viewing box with his family. And now these supporters are up close. It's like a Trump rally, Robert Costa.
And it has echoes of President Trump during the campaign going to UFC fights and doing that long walk from the arena exit toward the center stage. He is someone who made his career not only in real estate, but on television, considers himself a producer, a public performer. And this is unusual in American history. But it's not that unusual. We've seen this kind of personality before. Which portrait just went up in the Oval Office this afternoon? Andrew Jackson. And many around President Trump see echoes of Jackson in Trump's public presentation and how he tries to symbolize populism to his base.
This is a much more orderly inaugural day than Jackson's, where the White House was overrun with his supporters wanting patronage jobs after they just promised to kick out all the other people with patronage jobs.
And that's the closest he's come to the quote-unquote common man all day after spending most of the morning with the well-heeled and quite well compensated. So notable that he would walk that way and see quote-unquote everyday supporters on his way in.
And we see standing right there, too, Steve Witkoff, who is his Middle East envoy, who has received credit for helping push along that deal between Israel and Hamas for the ceasefire and to get the hostages home. And they're, of course, very close with the president. And you see the president greeting the Vance family and then going on to greet his own family just on the other side there. And we are expected to hear from the president shortly. Melania still in their same outfit that she's had on all day and that striking hat inside the arena there, and many of the supporters shouting USA, USA, excited to see the 47th president and the 45th president in person for this event. We don't have a schedule or agenda for what will happen next. So it's not that I'm not telling you what we're expected to see. We just don't know yet. And that's because a lot of this was changed at the last minute and also because we're behind schedule. But we do expect to hear from the president. And I do mention those executive orders, which I do think is worth mentioning just how sweeping in scope those orders will be. Not only a crackdown on immigration, declaring an emergency at the southern border, but issues on climate change, energy, renaming landmarks. It goes on, Ed.
And it's all designed to sort of wow or overwhelm critics and make clear to his supporters he's moving quickly, especially when Congress is going to take its time trying to get certain things done. But
border crossings are at a 4-year low at this point. Yeah. More of the challenge may be the internal law enforcement that he's promised in terms of rounding people up and deporting them.
And have we heard whether the president would move forward on these January 6th pardons today?
Yes, this is the key thing he wants to do now, I believe, is get rid of, say, look, I won the big fight of the country over January 6th. He's even just not even calling it just, J Day and all of this. He's trying to show that he won the big battle of the time. And I think it's unfortunate that suddenly people that are going to get a pardon at this moment, and we're not trying to erase the history of what really happened on January 6th. And then, of course, we have all the pardons today that Joe Biden did from this, people like, the whole selection committee.
We don't know the scope of the potential pardons for them, but there are 250 of the 1,600 total January 6 defendants are still incarcerated, and they're mostly defendants who were violent or assaulted police. There have been suggestions he might not pardon those specifically, but all the others, as he says, that were rounded up and did nothing wrong. He
said go on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
I think a large number of those are prosecutions for trespassing.
I just want to note these are the Butler County first responders that are part of the presidential parade that are getting a huge applause, as you know, and there is firefighting vest of Comparatori, who was killed in that assassination attempt against Donald Trump. He mentioned that assassination attempt in his inaugural address, the fact that that bullet grazed his ear, that he miraculously survived, and then President Trump crediting God for allowing him, essentially saying that his winning the presidency and being able to make America great again was part of a divine move. Let's listen in.
10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump, Pipes and drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, JD Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. And while they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks, from our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, entering your arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. And as the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody. Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration. we're counting close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Inauguration, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
One incredibly moving moment as Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy for peace in the Middle East, acknowledging the families of the hostages in Israel and then welcoming them on stage to shake hands with the President of the United States and, as he said, meet with them later today. And Margaret, no doubt that Steve Witkoff and the comments by President Trump helped push this deal along in the final hours of the Biden presidency.
This deal, and also, Nora, before that, the ceasefire in Lebanon, there was outreach by the Biden White House to the Trump team through Jared Kushner to say, by the way, we want to get this done, and it'll be off your desk. Help support us, help press the Israelis, and help us show a united front. So both on the ceasefire in Lebanon and on this tenuous ceasefire in Gaza, there was some coordination, which is pretty fascinating, from two extremely pro-Israel presidents, by the way. extremely pro-Israel presidents, though there was the perception during the campaign that Democrats were less so because the progressive wing of the party and increasingly younger voters being critical of how brutal the war was, particularly when it came to the death toll of Palestinians and a lack of empathy, perceived lack of empathy in Biden's.
Listen to these chants. Bring them home. Bring them home. It's hard not to get emotional as someone who reported
and now,
in Israel after October 7th what these families have gone through.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And Nora, there are other Americans wrongfully detained that the Trump administration is working for in places like Afghanistan. The Biden administration in these final days unable to get 3 Americans out of Afghanistan. And I know the Trump team says they're on it. They are trying to pick the baton up and run with it on that front as well.
A reminder of the powers of the presidency extend beyond those that happen sort of legislatively or by pen, just the pressure and diplomatic pressure that presidents can employ.
There's a freed hostage, former hostage, Noah, right behind him.
So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. They're more coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy so we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that, these creeps? Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens. Because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
And the President of the United States speaking there to thunderous applause of the crowd there, and now shaking the hands of many of the families of these Israeli hostages.
Nora, I just also wanted to point out, at the very end, there's a young boy, probably around 14 years old, with curly brown hair, and that is the Corbett family there. That is Ryan Corbett's wife and his 3 children. He is one of the Americans that I was telling you about who is being held captive by the Taliban, and the U.S. was trying to get back. So that's not just Israeli hostages now. Those are the children of one of the American prisoners being held by the Taliban.
And no doubt the families of these hostages grateful to both President Trump and President Biden for their efforts to help bring their family members home. But was there a bit of an uncomfortable moment here when he was sort of equating the
first item the
hostages in Gaza with the J6 prisoners who have been convicted?
I don't think we need to remind people of just how brutal being in captivity, a captive of Hamas and the associated terror organizations, held in underground tunnels, raped, taken against your will, could be, versus the justice system having a day in court and actual charges and lawyers surrounding you. There is no comparison.
Let's listen into what these executive orders are.
President Trump is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
And President Trump throwing some of his famous Sharpie pens into the crowd as he has just signed a number of these executive orders. And Ed O'Keefe is our senior White House correspondent. And Ed, these were not the orders on immigration. Those could come later tonight. But what was there?
No, as we watch the presidential version of a T-shirt toss here in the arena, he essentially began by reversing a series of Biden-era policies. We don't know yet exactly which ones, but the aide there said 78 of them, and put a freeze on regulatory work by any federal agency, quote, until we have full control. Freeze on federal hiring, sending most federal employees back to the office immediately if they aren't already. Important to point out there, though, there are several big agencies like IRS or the Federal Trade Commission that have separate labor negotiations and agreements that actually are going to allow some employees to keep working from home, which he'll not like, but which is just reality. Withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty, and we are expecting later tonight the executive orders on immigration, and he teased there pardons for January 6th defendants. Remember, we said there are about 250 of the 1,600 who have been imprisoned, incarcerated for violent offenses like violence against police officers on that day. But you heard the president there say pardons for them are coming, and incredibly equated those January 6th defendants with the hostages being held by Hamas in the Middle East right now.
Scott McFarland, those pardons have not yet come, but President Trump promising them. What do we know about whether that could mean some of them are released tonight?
There's a growing expectation there's going to be wide swaths of pardons and releases imminently. There's a crowd outside the Washington, D.C. jail where a couple dozen of the defendants have been held. There are hundreds more elsewhere in the nation, and Nora, there is a sense it's a matter of when, not if, there are mass releases.
And Robert Costa, as we look at what happened today, and a remarkable comeback for Donald Trump, who was defeated by Joe Biden after his first term in office and now has come back in this remarkable moment, has escaped prosecution, was under indictment, and yet now this governing now with a mandate, in his words.
It is the culmination of a remarkable story in American history. To think about in 2015 when he launched his campaign, few expected him to ever win the nomination, let alone the presidency twice after dealing with legal ups and downs, political ups and downs. But now he is ready to use his power. That just came through in him signing these executive orders. He's already making calls to Congress, talking to leaders on Capitol Hill. And as he told me over the weekend, get ready. And he said, be calm. He said he knows a lot of people in this country are on edge about him coming back. But he said at this point in his life and his career, people should watch what he does, see what happens. And that's what we'll do.
There was a lot of talk of grievance today. He's very sensitive on some things. But what a key Republican once explained to me, the thing about Donald Trump is he has an extraordinary pain threshold. He's going to do things and people are going to say, that's crazy, it'll never work. Thinking back to that ride down the escalator, the things he said in that speech about immigration, oh, he's going to drop out immediately. He's weathered through all of this. And now in particular, all those people who said this is going to be bad and so forth and so on, that gives him the kind of serenity to go through all of what is going to be a very active and chaotic period.
Margaret?
Strap in.
Yeah.
We'll be busy.
On day one of the Trump presidency, we are told he will be in the Oval Office tonight for more executive orders and actions as Trump promises what he called today in his inaugural address a revolution of common sense, a crackdown on immigration, and changes to the federal bureaucracy and more. For some of you, the CBS Evening News is next, and tune in for our primetime special at 10 Eastern. For all of our correspondents and guests at CBS News, and thank you for joining us for the past 10 hours straight as we cover the inauguration of Donald Trump, our 47th president. Thank you for watching. I'm Nora O'Donnell.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
Is
that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed? That close. Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
I accept with humility the honor which the American people have conferred upon me.
We must be willing, individually and as a nation, to accept whatever sacrifices may be required of us.
President-elect Nixon's limousine moves up, the president-elect and the president, the transition, an actual drama right before your eyes.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America.
I will bring the values of our history to the care of our times.
Carter means it, getting next to the people, tradition shattering walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
The Bushers holding hands, now as President and First Lady.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
We have chosen hope over fear. Unity of purpose over conflict and discord.
When America is united, America is totally unstoppable.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Major Garrett, coming to you from Capitol Hill, where I can assure you it is very cold and still quite breezy.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in New York with our continuing coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. It's so good to have you along. The 47th president of the United States is pledging to save America from what he sees as a state of decline.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
As promised, President Trump went straight to work, signing numerous executive orders within hours of taking office. They include requiring federal workers to return to work full-time in person immediately, a freeze on all federal hiring until full control of the government is achieved, a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty, and ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration. Now, many of the orders he intends to sign also include actions on immigration, fossil fuel development, and ending diversity and inclusion programs across the federal government.
First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. Today, I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
And on Capitol Hill, votes are getting underway on Trump's cabinet picks, the Senate voting to confirm Marco Rubio to be the next Secretary of State. So, Major, of course, we heard President Trump's speak at the Capital One Arena, a markedly different speech from the inauguration speech. And at one point, he even said advisors told him to stay away from the idea of January 6th pardons, the idea of making fun of Biden and his pardons, et cetera, in his inauguration speech. But he said, I have this giant crowd at Capital One Arena, so he saved it for that.
Yeah, so let's try to summarize the day. First of all, Inauguration Day is a day of ceremony. It is a day of typically peaceful transfers of power and all the attendant rituals therein. Those rituals proceeded exactly as scheduled, exactly as they have in our country's history, with one exception. That was in 2020. We all remember what happened there and then at this United States Capitol. The other things that went on, also very typical. An inaugural address, there were songs, scripture readings, all of that normal. And then we get to the inaugural address, in which this president said the previous administration had betrayed the country, set it into something approximating terminal decline, and then saying somewhat triumphantly, I will fix all of those problems, and took executive actions that you said and summarized, some more to come at the White House later this evening, including, as the president just said in his remarks, at a shrunken, because of the cold weather, all these outdoor activities typically associated with an inauguration forced indoors, told the crowd that he would be issuing a great number of pardons for what he described as J6 hostages. Those are people who have either pled guilty or been found guilty by a jury of their peers for trespass or other more serious crimes relating to acts of violence at the Capitol riot on January 6th, 2021. That's to come later this evening. So it has been a panorama of activity here in Washington today. Some of it ritualistic, some of it typical, some of it about the peaceful transfer of power, with harsh rhetoric about the previous administration, soaring rhetoric about the promises and achievements to come, and a declaration that those who trespassed, rioted, and committed acts of violence against the U.S. government on January 6, 2021 are not criminals, as many Republicans at the time described them as, but instead political prisoners or hostages. That's the rhetoric of the president this evening.
Major, we're not letting you get warm yet. We're going to be together the entire hour. Let's go to CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns from the Capital One Arena in downtown Washington. Caitlin, you have been to more rallies than you could probably count on your fingers and toes, and then some. Is tonight's event, was that reminiscent of some of what you saw on the campaign trail?
I was going to say, Lindsay, last night I attended what I thought would be President Trump's last rally before taking office, and it seems like he's continuing them on. Today's parade, which was, of course, moved indoors because of the weather, felt very much like a Trump rally. People got here at 8 a.m. when the doors opened, but they were camped out overnight. It was first come, first serve. You heard from a lot of different speakers, and Trump, even in his speech, you heard, it was very reminiscent of a rally. I would also argue that his inauguration speech was one that you could imagine being given at a rally as well. And it was interesting because we were here inside the Capital One Arena watching the inauguration speech on the Jumbotron here. And so it very much felt like a rally speech. And you saw at the end here, after he signed those executive orders, he threw out Sharpie pens to the audience. We've talked a lot about how this is a president who, comes from the entertainment industry. These kinds of things are, part of his messaging. But it was notable, Lindsay, too, that the goal of signing these executive orders, at least some of them, at tonight's event, was a way to say to his supporters, essentially, promises made, promises kept. A lot of things that he talked about on the campaign trail, he is saying he is going to execute through executive order. Now, there are likely going to be lots of legal challenges to these orders, but these are essentially, at least from a messaging perspective, at the very least, a way to say to supporters, I'm doing what you elected me to do. And the crowd here, of course, was very receptive to that. The question becomes, how all of this moves going forward. But what Major said about the pardoning of January 6th defendants is particularly interesting because on stage here, he had families of Israeli hostages, some of whom are still in captivity, pleading for this administration to bring them home. And yet he was talking about January 6th hostages right in front of them. So that was a notable moment. But overall, tonight's event here very much felt like an extension of the campaign as he, hours after he took the oath of office.
Yeah, certainly a juxtaposition there with the Gaza hostages right behind him as he was saying those words. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. Joining us now is CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. So, Weijia, we know that some of the priorities for President Trump include energy, trade, inflation, and immigration. Can you go ahead and explain what his priorities are and what these executive orders will concretely do?
Well, the ones that he just signed at Capital One Arena, Lindsay, were not exactly the blockbusters that fall under those categories. And some are, quite frankly, vague, especially the first one talking about repealing 80 of Biden-era policies. We don't know exactly what they are. But to your point, that is exactly the sort of buckets that the Trump administration and the president has put into what these executive orders will ultimately be. Remember, we are told that he could sign up to as many 100 executive actions by the end of today, which or 7 o'clock p.m. We expect the president to make his way over here to the White House at any moment. And so we have to see exactly what they entail. And this is really important, whether they are an executive order or an executive action. An order actually has some meat behind it. It is detailed in the Federal Register. And we have to see in terms of immigration and the economy and draining the swamp and bringing back American values. These are the 4 priorities that the White House laid out for his day one executive action. So we're still waiting on the full text, Lindsay, of what he has already signed and what he will sign here at the White House, because that will be very telling about the extent to which the president plans to take actions on day one. But I do think it is notable that he is clearly waiting until he has the weight of the Oval Office and the resolute desk behind him to sign some of those bigger executive orders that we are waiting for, including the pardoning of those involved with January 6th. So we are closely monitoring that. I will also say, Lindsay, that, having covered Trump the first time around, the sheer number of actions he is taking today really speaks to how he has evolved as a president. On day one, January 20th, 2017, he took 2 executive actions. One was to start the process to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Another one was to freeze regulations. Today, we are talking about several dozens. And on top of that, they have been organized. They have held background calls for reporters to go over their plans. And they have really shown how they plan to use this power the second time around, Lindsay.
Weijia Jiang, thank you so much. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez is also here. And Nancy, I know that you witnessed the inauguration speech and many of today's events. I want to ask you kind of a twofold question. One, give us a vibe check comparing today to 4 years ago, to 8 years ago, et cetera. And also, something so notable I think a lot of us saw was so many tech CEOs really being front and center, not just tech CEOs, but really the wealthy, many of whom we know either donated to President Trump's campaign or people he has lifted up and brought along with him. They're really front and center stage today.
Right. I'll take the second part first. I mean, it was really interesting to see those tech CEOs sitting down and hobnobbing with Supreme Court justices at lunch today.
Certainly. Zuckerberg and Kavanaugh.
Exactly. They had a front row seat practically to the inaugural address itself. They were sitting closer to the president than his own cabinet picks were. Mm-hmm. So the red carpet was really rolled out for them. And Elon Musk, of course, has been in the spotlight even more. He has been speaking at these Trump events. Trump himself has been introducing him, even ceding the microphone and the podium to him, which is very unusual. He doesn't even do that for his own vice president. And yet that's what's happening with Elon Musk right now. So just a sign of their influence and their importance to him. As far as the vibe, it's obviously much different than 4 years ago. First of all, we were in the throes of COVID back then, so everything was different, everything was distanced, and there was a lot of concern in the country. And beyond that, of course, a lot of the traditions that we saw play out today that are very comforting in many ways because they show this peaceful transition of power. Those just didn't happen 4 years ago. You didn't have the President of the United States welcoming the incoming president here at the North Portico of the White House. They didn't ride together to the White House in the presidential limousine the way that they did this inauguration. And certainly you didn't have the new president, newly sworn in, going out to the east front of the Capitol to wave goodbye to the outgoing president as he lifted off on Marine One, which today, because President Biden is now a past president, was designated Special Air Mission 46. And there is, there's power to those moments. And they simply didn't happen because Trump was angry after losing the campaign and after being impeached over his involvement in the January 6th riots. And so he left early and he skipped out on the inauguration 4 years ago.
Nancy Cortez with a flurry of activity behind you at the White House at this hour. Thank you. Let's go to Capitol Hill and congressional correspondent Nicole Kelly. And Nicole, catch us up to speed on all of the confirmation happenings that have been going on.
Well, as you noted at the top of the broadcast, the big headline is that Marco Rubio has been confirmed as Secretary of State, and not only confirmed, but confirmed unanimously and in a bipartisan vote. 99-0 was the final tally. He was also confirmed unanimously out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee prior to that full floor vote. In fact, Rubio gaggled with reporters not too long ago and said that it is a great honor. He said that he feels hopefully people voted for him because they think that he would do a good job. He also opined a little bit about, leaving the Senate, obviously, as he makes this transition to be the top diplomat, saying that he will miss the relationships here. He was asked about some of the current global crises that are occurring, including this new ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. He said that it presents a pretty unique situation and talked a little bit about hoping that both sides continue to comply by the agreement so that it can be carried out in full. He also was asked about the timetable for ending the war in Ukraine. Of course, President Trump has made that a priority and has said at times that he would end it, on day one. But obviously, that war between Russia and Ukraine continues. Rubio saying that he is not going to put any kind of timetable on when the conflict may end, but reiterating that it certainly remains a top goal of the new president. And in addition to that, of course, there were a couple of other key nominees who were voted out of committee this evening. That includes John Ratcliffe, who is President Trump's pick for CIA director. We thought we could get a full confirmation vote on his nomination tonight, but instead it was just voted out of committee, but is expected to advance on the Senate floor pretty swiftly at some point this week. Also, another notable name is Pete Hegseth, of course, the president's pick for defense secretary, as you know, because we've been covering for some time. His nomination especially has been more controversial given some of the allegations that he has faced around sexual assault, which he has denied, financial mismanagement from his time leading to nonprofit veterans organizations. Of course, during his confirmation hearing just last week, some of those issues came up. But again, the defense secretary nominee kind of defended his conduct and again denied any wrongdoing. So at this point, in terms of that vote out of the Senate Armed Services Committee tonight, it was strictly on party lines, which is important to note. The chair of that committee, Roger Wicker, telling reporters this evening that he is hopeful that his confirmation vote can advance on the Senate floor later this week, potentially maybe towards the end of this week. But obviously, that is one where they will have to do a whip count count and make sure they have the votes before proceeding. I would note Susan Collins, who is considered a swing vote, from Maine. She has indicated that she has not made a decision yet about whether or not she will support his confirmation. So ultimately, she is certainly one to watch, and we will have to see how that vote count advances as we get into this week.
Nicole Killian, appreciate you. Want to bring back Chief Washington correspondent and my partner for the hour, Major Garrett. Major, we're lucky enough that we're going to get your poignant thoughts throughout the hour, but after hearing from our A-team, I'm wondering what your thoughts are in this moment.
So this is a unique day. It's a day of two presidents, one leaving, one incoming. And as the president outgoing left, President Biden, he pardoned his family of any crimes they might have committed, signaling that he thought the next president, President Trump, would use the powers of the federal government to investigate and prosecute his family members. He also said the same thing through pardons of Anthony Fauci and Mark Milley, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and everyone associated with the January 6th Congressional Committee, both members of Congress and staff. That is the outgoing president saying the new president is such a threat to these individuals that they must be pardoned preemptively. That is a striking signal to the country about the fears the outgoing president has about the incoming president. And the incoming president, highly unusually, said, this day, my inauguration day, is America's liberation day, implying that for the last 4 years, America has lived in some kind of prison, metaphorical or otherwise. Liberation, and saying that there have been betrayals committed against this country by the previous administration, is a kind of inauguration rhetoric so harsh as to have almost no precedent in our history. So yes, historically, Inauguration Day is a unique day. Two presidents, one coming in, one going out. But even by the unique standards of that event, today was historic.
A historic day, and we're lucky that you are guiding us through it, Major. Thank you so much. Big cities are expected to feel the effects of some of President Trump's executive orders. Next, we're in Chicago, where immigration raids could take place.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Welcome back to our continuing special coverage of the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. And yes, if you're wondering, it's still cold, but we'll just call it bracing. The focus today has been on Washington, of course, the site of inauguration festivities. But large cities across our country are bracing for the arrest of illegal or undocumented immigrants targeted by federal immigration authorities for being here without proper authorization. The cities most concerned about this are so-called sanctuary jurisdictions. That's where under city ordinances, there are limits on the cooperation those city officials can provide to federal immigration officers. One of the locations expected to be targeted by deportation teams is Chicago, and that's where we find our Lilia Luciano. Lilia, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us. How is Chicago's migrant community preparing for what they anticipate is coming in the days ahead?
Hey there, Major. I have been hearing today from undocumented immigrants, from families, from advocates, from attorneys. And basically what's happening is that there's sharing of information. There are these campaigns of Know Your Rights. One of the things that the advocates have been telling us today is they're making sure that people know that they, even if they are undocumented, they have rights. And one of the most important things for them to do to protect themselves and their families from being separated in the case that these wide raids or sweeps happen is to stay silent. This is what we're hearing from the advocates. Immigrants here tell us that a lot of people are not going to show up to work tomorrow because they don't want to take any chances, that people are truly scared. They've used the word panic. They feel that their families are at stake. People who have children who were born in the United States, who are U.S. citizens by birthright, which is one of those rights that we've heard that at some point President Trump might try to challenge, that they might separate, that they might be deported, and then their children would have to stay here, and they're figuring out how to avoid that from happening. That said, Major, what has been communicated by Tom Homan, the border czar, is that this is going to be a targeted operation. Over the weekend, and talking to several journalists, he has pushed back on the idea that Chicago should be the focus of these operations because he says that they will be carried out nationwide. These sweeps, they don't want to call them targeted. And I've talked to ICE about this because they're saying they are targeted, not sweeps, not raid, that they are focused on people who have committed crimes. That said, I have asked people in this community, look, this is what the border czar is saying, that he's going after people who are a national threat, who are a public safety threat. They don't believe that. They're saying everybody could be a target, especially in a sanctuary city where that information of who committed a crime could be out of ICE's hands.
Lilia Luciano, thank you so very much. Illinois Attorney General Kwame General, thank you for your time. What are you bracing for from a legal perspective as the Attorney General of Illinois as you hear declarations from President Trump about immigration enforcement to come?
Well, as the previous speaker said, that Chicago has an ordinance that's a welcoming ordinance, but more importantly, the state of Illinois has what's called the Illinois Trust Act. It says no local or state law enforcement resources can be used for civil immigration enforcement. And so we're making sure that we put out guidance to law enforcement agencies throughout the state. There are hundreds of law enforcement agencies throughout the state to make certain that they know what the Illinois law is with regards to civil immigration enforcement. With regards to whether there's a federal criminal warrant, the same law enforcement can collaborate the same as they can for a citizen if a non-citizen is suspected of committing a crime.
Mr. Attorney General, the president said today he is going to seek to end birthright citizenship. Is that something your state would legally challenge?
Most certainly. The 14th Amendment is clear. I myself am a child of immigrants from Haiti, so I'm a birthright baby. The birthright citizenship has been challenged in the past and has been upheld by the Supreme Court. The language in the 14th Amendment is clear and unambiguous. If you're born in this country, you're a citizen of this country.
When you listen to Lilia Luciano, my colleague, describe her conversations with the immigrant community in Chicago, and they use words like fear and panic, has that been consistent with your conversations, Mr. Attorney General?
Most certainly. And we have to understand that's what these threats are meant to create, is that type of fear. And it's unfortunate because we have an economy that relies heavily on the labor of an immigrant population, taxpayers. And they have blended well into our community here in Chicago and throughout the country. And certainly we need to have secure borders, and we need to make sure that there's comprehensive immigration reform, but we don't need to stoke fear.
And Mr. Attorney General, when you also have conversations with your constituents in Illinois who say, well, isn't it common sense that if people are here illegally, especially if they've committed an offense, even if it's a small so-called minor offense, they should be deported because their first act was to enter the country illegally, and then they committed some manner of crime while they were here? Shouldn't they have to go?
Well, if there's evidence and credible evidence that anybody has committed a crime, and a federal agent can get a criminal warrant, and just as we would with a citizen, we would collaborate if there's a federal criminal warrant. What we don't want is we don't want this wide blanket just alleging credibly or sometimes not credibly that somebody is accused of a crime, and racial profiling can take place, families can be disrupted. I certainly don't stand in the way of credible law enforcement. I am the head of a law enforcement agency. I collaborate on an ongoing basis with federal law enforcement agencies as well as local and state law enforcement agencies, and will continue to do so. But I will not be, and nor will other law enforcement agencies be partaking in civil immigration enforcement.
Last question, Mr. Attorney General. We have a true clash of pardon issues today on this Inauguration Day here in Washington. Right before he left the presidency, President Biden preemptively pardoned members of his family. As you heard, you might have just heard, President Trump said he's going to go to the White House later this evening and pardon many, but we don't know exactly the exact number, many of those who have been found guilty or pled guilty to offenses related to January 6th. I'd like your reaction to that clash of the use of pardon power by the presidents.
Well, first of all, with regards to January 6th, the nation saw the criminal offenses that were taking place on January 6th. Those people are not worthy of a presidential pardon. Those were people attacking law enforcement officers. And so the notion that a first act would be to pardon such individuals that would commit such acts is unconscionable in my view. With regards to the preemptive pardons by our former president, it's an anticipation of abuse of law enforcement, federal law enforcement agencies, which I hope does not happen. I started my tenure as Attorney General when Trump was in his first term, and we collaborated with federal law enforcement agencies on a whole host of criminal enforcement items. And I hope to do so going forward, but I hope that power is not abused by the president.
Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
On his way out of the White House, President Biden, as I just mentioned, pardoned several members of his family. More on the ramifications of those actions next.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Hot! That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
A majority of Americans say they are optimistic about President Trump's second term. 60% of Americans reflected that in our new CBS News poll. 40% say they are pessimistic about the next 4 years. CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director Anthony Salvanto joins us now. Anthony, always good to see you. So were Americans as optimistic going into past presidents' terms?
Hey there, Lindsay. Good to talk to you. So, look, for context here, Americans in CBS News polling history have always said that they're optimistic about an incoming administration. And in this sense, it's more than said so last time Donald Trump was inaugurated. So compare that 60, it's a little bit higher than it was in 2017. But you also notice that of late, those numbers saying they're optimistic haven't been quite as high as they used to be in an earlier, and if I may say, less partisan era. And that's because these days there are relatively more partisans who aren't willing to say or don't feel optimistic. We see some of that today. You pointed out the 40% who said they were pessimistic. We do find while some Democrats are optimistic, well, some Democrats say that it depends on what Donald Trump tries to do, whether they're rooting for success or not. There are others who say that they're not interested in politics now, that they're exhausted by U.S. politics now. So it does set up that dynamic. Yes, optimism, but we'll also see what happens to the political opposition over the next couple of years, Lindsay.
And what are people's expectations for the economy over the next 4 years?
Well, that's the key question because it underpins that optimism. Now, one of the big reasons, if not the big reason, that Donald Trump won was dissatisfaction with the economy and with inflation in particular. So we asked people, what do you expect? Big thing was they expect in 2025 the economy to be good. And that's a lot higher than they rate it now. And then the other thing is very specifically on prices. They expect Donald Trump's policies to lower the cost of grocery prices, particularly if they voted for Donald Trump. You'll get that 3/4 of his voters expect his policies to get grocery prices to go down. Now, that's interesting because for everybody watching, look, it sets up a metric by which we will watch and see if people evaluate him. We know presidents don't have a magic wand to do that, as Joe Biden found out. But it certainly sets up, you watch this administration, that is the thing that voters tell us they most want him to focus on, and it echoes the election results, Lindsay.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you. We are waiting for President Trump to sign his long-promised executive orders. We'll take you there when we get it. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 mile an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football tonight?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish
Yep,
you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
President Trump has made his way to the Oval Office where he is signing more executive orders. He could sign as many as 100 today related to a wide range of issues from the border to gender issues, the renaming of Denali in Alaska. Let's listen.
Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or part of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be blocked by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Can you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay.
President Trump, if cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President,
and that was actually
sure that Maduro would accept Venezuelans?
Say it?
How will you make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see on Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's well, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess, right?
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities tomorrow?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100. Like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
President, Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat to the U.S., Mr. President? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest national
foreign
security
policy is a
threat?
big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who are you going to call tomorrow on your first day in office?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
Yeah, that's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the court? That one is likely to be passed.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
What do you say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left Tim one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about in the demo?
Unification of our country. I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on leaving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is right now?
No. I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. If you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put in on the China tariffs that you're talking about?
Which one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
China
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
JD, where do you stand with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. and they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
When
are you talking?
That's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see our relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
Mr. President, it sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, we are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where you're...
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional...
And a very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs...
And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table, or is that...
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, are they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? Well, you'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
So
It's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to...
tariffs, those countries, like Spain?
As a BRICS nation, yes. They'll have a 100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they thought.
Can you explain how it's...
Which, and therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions
as per the Supreme Court.
Other matters. Yes, sir.
This is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Mr. President, you had said you would end the Russia-Ukraine war on your first day in office. Where do things stand right now, and how do you intend?
Well, there's only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Mr. President, are you commuting the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a pardon. That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already. I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history, in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, you know, what do I know, right? But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people, indirectly or directly, were involved? And it was then 26. That's a lot of people. Now, we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I have a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, you have shown interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
When are you going to be talking to Vladimir Putin?
Who?
Do you plan to meet President Putin, sir?
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When do you think?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up.
What your first trip foreign that might be, sir?
So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK. But I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product. And they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going to end the war's first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi Arabia?
It should have never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon. Not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says Tik Tok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about ANWR?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up ANWR.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless. Worthless. If I don't approve it, it has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, wait, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I've had.
The CEO's in town. Did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. They really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as
Could
well?
be, yeah. It could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
Sir, if you don't continue to 90 days, will you shut them down?
Does Biden ever do news conferences like this? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
0.
And it would be 0 for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be 0.
Mr. President, when you plan to talk to President Musk, going to help implement the executive orders? I think you mentioned implementation.
Elon, no. Elon's very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on them.
What is your reaction to the confirmation of Marco Rubio, and what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio.
Mm-hmm.
You said Marco.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah, I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a lot of votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. I mean, I'm hearing very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas, though, Marco.
You signed the TikTok order, right? Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just signed.
President Marco Rubio's ideas is
just signed it.
How many
still
did you sign?
changing Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that, too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves. So
President Trump.
That'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No. I can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to rig. This last election was just too big to rig. But no, really the opposite.
When do you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict? And
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen. But I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger. They have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
Just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially, with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China, too. I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
Mr. President, so you're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after 90 days from today?
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be, because it's got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You understand? You haven't heard that one before, right? That's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way before. Well, I don't know. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Do you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced now. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. Don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice by comparison.
You said you plan to speak with President Putin soon. What about President Zelensky, and what's your message?
Yeah, I would, but he's told me he wants to make a deal. Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. He might not. I don't know. He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy. You take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope. I got along with him great, and I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, are you keeping U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but, they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pagers and others. The attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war. It's their war. But I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state solution?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza's is like a massive demolition site. That place is, it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be?
No, if China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off, and they never paid anything. But, like, if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok, and it was a good deal, and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it because we'd put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it, then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve it.
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything that's going on here, which one would you call?
It's interesting. Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter. Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan or Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election, too. We won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. So, but Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama at President
I
Carter's
was.
funeral.
And you'd like to know what it was? Oh. Everybody wants to know. I know, I wouldn't want to, but we were having some crazy conversation. Why do you asking a question like that? I don't think you want to know. You might not. You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
That's a big one. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point will you use your powers of the presidency to tell Americans who are concerned about drones?
Yeah. Oh, good.
I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, it feels like old times. I covered the Trump White House the first time around, and extended press conferences like this of an impromptu nature were kind of typical, and they have now returned. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on CBS News 24/7 of the inauguration of our 47th president, Donald Trump, who continues to spar with reporters and take questions inside the Oval Office while signing a raft, that is the best way to describe it, of executive actions and orders. Also, as we were coming into this event in the Oval Office, 1,500 pardons were signed by President Trump, 6 commutations for those who have pled guilty or have been convicted by a jury of their peers for offenses related to the Capitol riot, January 6, 2021. Also, the president said that on February 1st, he said approximately, that would be the time he thought it would be proper to impose tariffs of up to 25% on Canada and Mexico. He also talked at great length about what he may or may not do with TikTok and its threatened ban under federal law. He also talked at length about trying to figure out a way to end the war between Russia and Ukraine, and saying for the first time that Vladimir Putin is destroying Russia, harming its economy, and hollowing out its military, or words to that effect. Also, several executive orders signed about declaring an emergency on the southern border and with American energy production. I'm joined here on the balcony of the Cannon House office building by Finn Gomez, our political director. The feels like temperature, ladies and gentlemen, is 6. I can confirm that is accurate. Finn, we both experienced what we are seeing playing out now. There's clearly a craving that President Trump has for this attention.
Sure.
And that's sort of speaking off the top of his head, though it's sort of consistent with his underlying philosophy, and a lot of executive actions in the Oval Office tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to say, he was asked about Greenland a little while ago.
Yes. Also, I forgot to mention Greenland.
He was asked about Greenland, the strategic importance, and why he wants to, have it as part of U.S. territory at least. And I got to say, Major, it does feel a little bit like Greenland here, I would assume. But I think it's just striking. 4 years and 2 weeks ago, right? About 100 yards right behind you over here was a January 6th attack on the Capitol, and it just shows how much has changed. I was there that day. And to go from there to now, where those 1,500 defendants have now been...
Right, we have a complete recasting of what that was then and what President Trump says, and with the power of the pardon pen, has declared it a basic non-event in American history with no criminal implications going forward.
Absolutely not. And also, this is in part, as you know, he campaigned on this for the last 2 years. We saw this. It was on this. It was on immigration, which is in part what they do credit as why he run, right? And here he said he was gonna start day one with a bang, and he essentially has with these slew of executive actions, and designating some of the cartels and criminal organizations as terrorist organizations. This is all red meat for his base, but also promises that he had said he would do, or actions he said he would take.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Finn, because the implications of declaring drug cartels foreign terrorist organizations means the U.S. military might be involved not just at defending the border, but going into Mexico with military action. And when asked directly about that, just moments ago, President Trump said, I might. Stranger things have happened. Kind of glib about it, but definitely leaving that as a potential future action he might take against the cartels. I also want to catch everyone up on what I was just told by our executive producer, Ali Sands. Scott McFarland tells us that all pending cases, meaning cases that have yet to be resolved and adjudicated related to January 6th, 2021, have been dropped. Wow. That's by the decree of the new Trump Justice Department.
Wow, it just completely, essentially absolves.
Yes, it erases it as if it never happened.
Absolutely, and I think that's, again, it just shows how much the narrative has changed in the last few years, last 4 years. And with this Trump win, and with, this declarative win, and now it shows what he's doing on day one.
And consistent with the rhetoric of his campaign, candidate Trump, nominee Trump said, this is all politics, and if I win the political argument, I will settle these legal matters my way.
Right.
And that's exactly what he has done this evening. Any other thoughts on what we heard from the president? As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, it is still going on. If there's any other news that develops from the president's remarks, I'm sure intrepid Ali Sanza will let me know, and I will let you know. But Finn, this question also of tariffs. Sure. Canada and Mexico had to be listening. I'm sure their foreign ministries are paying very close attention to this. 25% around February 1st. That's just around the corner.
That's just a couple weeks away.
Yeah.
And what impact will that have also? I mean, yes, we from the first administration, we both covered when he threatened and tried to implement some of those similar measures. I mean, will this happen this time? And is it just a threat? Is it a threat to sort of wrangle our neighbors to the north and south? I also thought, Major, it was really interesting what he said about TikTok. Right? Just a couple of days ago, he said he essentially said that he was gonna save TikTok. Right? He talked about the youth and the young voters that came out in support of him. But tonight, he basically said that
maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows?
Yes, maybe no. And actually, it suggested maybe that the U.S. should maybe have half ownership, 50% ownership of TikTok, of the social media.
And the law may not actually grant for him the kind of discretion he's describing, where the president can make all the decisions about this. Only if there's a viable offer on the table, that's the word of the law. And if there isn't, TikTok has to be closed down. How that's enforced, how that word gets to President Trump, we'll find out. Vin Gomez, great to see you. Thanks so much for your time. Lindsay, back to you in New York. It's been a pleasure out here on the Cannon House office building balcony.
Major and Finn can finally get warm. Thank you so much. Of course, we continue our discussions about the many executive orders that President Trump is signing. Let's go ahead and bring in Ed O'Keefe and Notice reporter Evan and McMorris-Santoro. And of course, as they were talking, we did get an ex-post from Speaker Emerita Pelosi, who says that the president's actions as they relate to pardons and commutations of January 6 defendants are an outrageous insult to our justice system. She said it is shameful that the president has decided to make one of his top priorities the abandonment and betrayal of police officers who put their lives on the line to stop an attempt to subvert the peaceful transfer of power. And Ed, notably, the president not listening to some of his top lieutenants, including his vice president, in saying that these cases should be looked at on a case-by-case basis, Ed.
Yep, this is he went full enchilada tonight on these pardons, essentially wiping it all clean, as Finn said a moment ago, essentially invalidating all those years of prosecutorial work by the Justice Department. And one of his first actions is to do that. Well, let's remember, the last official action of the outgoing president this morning was to pardon members of his own family out of fear that the new president might also target them in the coming years after saying on the campaign trail for so long that the Biden crime family, as they put it, might need to be investigated. So it hasn't been a good day for the rule of law, depending on whichever president was in charge today, because you've seen examples of them using their powers to flout the justice system, either preemptively or, many years after the fact. So, but this is arguably the most dramatic move he made today amid a flurry of executive actions. As we said, we're expecting ultimately it's going to be around 200 specific ones, either in executive orders or other executive actions mandated. It began with, invalidating 78 Biden-era policies on things like health care and climate change and federal worker policy. And tonight here in primetime, you've seen the big ones regarding immigration, declaring a national emergency, suggesting, as he did to reporters, that, U.S. Special Forces might have to go into Mexico at some point to deal with this. We'll see, leaving that door open, as he's done on so many other things that would terrify allies and foes around the world, as an American president says that. Also, for example, forcing most federal employees back to the office if they aren't already, ending COVID-era restrictions that had remained in place, although it's not going to apply to every federal employee because there are some agencies that have labor agreements that allow for at least some of their workers to work from home or work from home occasionally. And a suite of other things regarding drilling in the Alaska Wildlife Refuge, for example, or rolling back restrictions on oil drilling offshore as well. So you've seen a yin and a yang today. A lot of this, Lindsay, was putting back in place things from Trump 1 that Biden had undone. So undoing things that that Biden had undone and putting them back in place. And then the new things, like the dramatic steps tonight regarding January 6th and ensuring that those that had been prosecuted are now pardoned.
And I'm sure that we're still waiting on the full list of names.
We are.
So we may not know the answer to this, but would this include a commutation of Enrique Tarrio's sentence, who's the former Proud Boys chair, who was sentenced to 22 years for seditious conspiracy?
We believe it does, if only because his mother tonight was on social media suggesting that he's going to be freed.
Okay.
So he is in a federal penitentiary, I believe it's a federal penitentiary in Louisiana, not here in Washington, D.C., as many of them are. And his mother, at least, was suggesting that she knew a few hours ago that he was set to be freed today. So yes, it would include the ringleader and the charged and convicted ringleader who now walks free tonight, should he be released as expected.
Ed, don't go anywhere. I want to bring Evan in. Evan, I want to ask you about, there's so many places that we can start, but one place I would like to start is the executive order ending birthright citizenship, which we know is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. And you've done some reporting on this, and sort of the unknowns that are involved in this.
Yeah, we've been talking to immigration lawyers at Notice for the past, couple of weeks waiting for Trump to come into power. And this is the thing that's so interesting about now, is that this is a lot of stuff we're hearing him say that feels like a campaign speech when you're watching it. But the reality is this stuff is actually all really happening or starting to happen. And this is going to trigger just such a huge amount of conversation, and things like the courts are going to be full of these cases. Immigration lawyers, they don't know exactly what the next steps on this are, but they're ready to go to court immediately to try and stop this stuff, right? And you talk about, we talk about the January 6th commutations and pardons that we just heard about. All these things, they have consequences when you actually really do them, right? So there's a lot of politics that are happening today. It feels like a lot of stuff happening all at one time, right? That big, huge dictator on day one, I'm in, I'm doing it. But as you've seen with other presidents, when this stuff starts, all of a sudden you own whatever comes after all of this. And to see so much happen in one day, the reporter in me just says there's a lot to come back on this administration in the next couple, weeks and months as all this stuff is unwound and processed through the courts, and we see the impact of it on people's lives. It's a lot of stuff.
And we know that, he has said that advisors told him not to do it all on one day, but he wanted to. It's sort of a proof in the pudding, proof to people who voted for him that he's taking action on day one on these things that he promised. One interesting moment that you and I both looked at each other for was when he was asked, did former President Biden leave you a letter? Can you describe that moment?
Well, so tradition is the outgoing president leaves the incoming president a letter in the top of the Resolute desk, sort of giving them some advice, telling them how much they like the job, congratulating them, wishing them good luck. Trump has gone out today really angry at Biden in a way that we don't usually see. Of course, the last time we didn't see it at all because Trump didn't go to the inauguration, wasn't a part of this as much. But, those pardons that Biden did this morning that Ed mentioned, they seem to really make the new president very upset. And I was just really struck by this moment where I believe it was Peter Alexander says to,
Maybe Peter
President
Ducey,
Trump.
Fox News.
Oh, it was?
I
Steve?
think so.
Okay, well, okay. Well, this it serves me right for using my ears instead of my eyes.
You might be right.
But regardless, he says, is there a letter? And Trump opens the drawer, and in real time, there it is. He's like, oh, well, I would never have found this. It was a really remarkable sort of moment from this sort of very television-friendly president that we have. But it was this moment of all of this tradition is happening around this, right? We've seen so much of the sort of pomp and circumstance of an inauguration today, but really in an administration that is promising to change the way things work in politics, change the way things work in Washington, actually trying to do it with these executive orders. And we're seeing, that was just one of those moments that really indicated to me just how different this is, right?
And we should note that the press has left the room, so we are showing you images from the Oval Office that took place just moments ago. Before we go back to Ed, I do want to ask you about another moment in which he said, we need Greenland for national security. I'm sure Denmark will come along. For anybody who didn't have this on their bingo card for 2025, can you catch us up to speed on this?
Well, the president in his last term in office suggested that the U.S. should buy Greenland and make it part of the United States sort of area of control. This has been brought up again during the transition. Don Jr. went out there with a couple of other Trump advisors. They talk about this idea. Denmark has said they're not that interested in selling Greenland to us. So I don't know that anything will really come of it politically, but this is that thing of when rhetoric becomes real, right? 'Cause it's not just Greenland we're hearing about. We're hearing all this sort of saber rattling about Panama.
Right. Can you explain
we don't know what that means.
too?
So the Trump administration is saying that the Panamanians have given a lot of control of the Panama Canal to China, right? This is this argument that China's getting some sort of special access to the Panama Canal. This has been a long conservative cause celebre that they don't like that the U.S. in the 70s turned control of the Panama Canal zone over to Panama. And Trump has started saying maybe we're going to go and get that back somehow, right? We don't know what that means. But again, 24 hours ago, this was a guy saying this. Now it's the president of the United States saying it. And what that really means, the impact on the global community, on the future of the country, we don't know. It's just an amazing thing to see how fast that can all change. And I think today has been a really striking day to see that and to think about what the implications are going to be.
So much more to chew on with Ed. Ed, I want to bring you back in and talk a little bit about TikTok. We saw yesterday that A lot of users got the error message that it was no longer available because the bipartisan bill the law went into effect that had been signed by President Biden, although he said his administration wouldn't enforce. We know that President Trump has changed his tune on TikTok. He also said in the Oval Office, every rich person has called me about TikTok. Catch us up to speed on the executive order that he issued tonight in relation to the app.
Well, what I believe, Lindsay, there have been so many of them. It's hard to keep track here, but I believe what he was suggesting at one point is that they may not entirely ban it unless or if they can find some way to set up a 50-50 arrangement where some non-Chinese entity controls at least some percentage of it. That would require a new law, and it's going to defy the will and the desires of a lot of Republicans who see a real national security threat to this company being owned by the Chinese or the Chinese entity that owns it. And so, he's inviting disagreement within his own party, despite the fact that it's an incredibly popular, useful, profitable tool for many Americans who can't stand the fact that the rest of the world was still able to use it the other day while they couldn't. And so he also understands, of course, it was quite critical to getting him reelected because it was a pretty effective tool for his campaign and supporters to use. So that is amid all the others. Apparently, at the end of his exchange with reporters, I'm told, he said that President Xi has invited him to China. Now, he had signaled over the weekend that he would like to meet with Xi, and frankly, it is probably one of the top meetings he has to hold as the American president. So whether it's in China, whether it's here, whether it's at a, third country, we'll wait and see. But they've got plenty to discuss between tariffs, TikTok, cyber espionage, the future of Taiwan, the future of the war in Ukraine, the situation in the Middle East, its interest in the Panama Canal and other Latin America infrastructure. There's plenty for them to talk about. And it's a conversation that needs to happen sooner rather than later. So we'll see whether it's there or here. But lots of news made tonight, obviously, just in the last hour in this Oval Office exchange on top of everything else that happened.
And Ed, remind us, too, how President Trump is tying energy and all of his executive actions on energy and drill, baby, drill to inflation and to the cost of living crisis.
The argument is that the Biden administration wasn't doing enough to lower the cost of gas and other goods and services. And so if you allow for more domestic energy production, it should drive down the cost. The counterargument to that is oil companies have had pretty generous access to federal lands on which to drill in recent years. They just aren't investing in doing so because they're concerned that there may not be enough supply or demand for fossil fuels. So they're just not doing it in this country. Now the argument is they can in Alaska or potentially offshore. We'll see if they actually do or not. And I think that question of what is this doing to help lower the cost of eggs, gas, clothing, whatever other services is one that a lot of critics or skeptics of this president are going to continue to ask. And you could look at today and say, what did he do today to actually take that on, since the economy was essentially issue number one? Right. Some of what he did will do that. A lot of what he did today, and will get most of the attention, has nothing to do with the price of living in America. And his critics will start to seize on that in the coming days.
Ed O'Keefe and Evan McMorris Santoro, my thanks to both of you. Coming up, it's just day one, and President Trump has signed numerous executive orders. Stay with us for our continuing Inauguration Day coverage. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7,
that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency? She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Welcome back. In his inaugural address, President Trump pledged to transform the United States by upending the actions of his predecessor.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Let's bring in Peggy Collins to further discuss the president's address. She is the Washington bureau chief for Bloomberg News. Peggy, thank you so much for being here. So President Trump announced several executive actions today. Here's how he introduced them in his speech.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense.
So given the topics trade, energy, immigration, inflation, recognizing two sexes, do these align with what he promised on the campaign trail and with what he said his priorities were?
They largely do. We certainly saw on the campaign trail that President Trump was leaning into border security. Even today in his inaugural speeches, he was pointing to the fact that more so even than inflation and rising prices, he thinks it was the issue of immigration and border security that really gave him this mandate that he's talking about, that people really wanted to see the border security come through. And today we saw them really talk about border security and immigration on the grounds of emergency powers, national security, as one of the first things they were going to move on. But as you said, energy, independence, and power is another issue that came out today in terms of the executive orders. One surprise was on tariffs. We did expect, given the rhetoric on the campaign trail, that we could have seen tariffs on certain countries today, which we are not expecting today any longer.
Well, President Trump devoted part of his speech to the issue of inflation. Let's listen.
I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Peggy, how much control does the president have over consumer prices?
This is going to be one of the most complicated area for President Trump in Trump 2.0. I think the economy is complex, and one of the things we've been reporting on and hearing from economists is that on inflation, some of the policies that Trump is talking about in terms of tariffs and also on immigration, they could cause inflation to go up rather than down. Now, many of his advisors will say they have plans to avoid that, and the revenue from tariffs will help offset some of his other policies like tax cuts. But that is something that we're watching out for and will be a delicate balance for them in terms of employing the tariffs, but also making sure that it doesn't cause prices to rise, or as more people potentially go out of the country rather than in, how do we also keep up the workforce and the jobs that we need in this country to keep prices down?
I want to play a moment in which the president described himself.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
Why do you think President Trump opted to call himself a peacemaker and a unifier? And do you feel like, knowing if past his precedent, his previous actions, his previous behavior, do you feel like that will inform future actions and behaviors in, as you mentioned, a Trump 2.0?
So I think the president in his inaugural address this morning was very specific on calling out the fact that he has a mandate, and he sees that from the fact that he noted he won all 7 swing states, the popular vote. He gave a shout out to Black and Hispanic voters who voted for him, to auto workers, to fire men and women. So that is something that I think he is pointing to, and that is where he's drawing the tie to unity. He did also note that it's Martin Luther King Jr. holiday today in D.C., but it remains to be seen whether or not he will be able to unify the country, which has grown increasingly partisan over the last decade.
Peggy Collins, thank you. Arizona Democratic Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari is here with me now. Congresswoman, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
What was behind your decision to skip today's inauguration, and what is your message to those who want to see lawmakers on both sides work together in the months and years ahead?
Well, I also would love to see lawmakers work towards common sense solutions that will make life easier for the American people and make life more affordable. I have not seen that thus far from my Republican counterparts, and certainly not from the incoming Trump administration. My district sent me to Congress to fight for the families in our community. That includes a significant population of immigrant families. There are over 64 languages spoken in my district with a majority Latino community. We have a large LGBTQ plus population, and already the actions and executive orders that we've seen from the administration show deep hatefulness, hostility, and anti-immigrant sentiment. So I was happy to spend the day with my community celebrating the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But if Republicans are willing to work with us on issues like transportation and costs, I am here to do so. But I do not want to normalize a Trump presidency and the far right attacks that we are seeing.
So what are you and your Democratic colleagues thinking going into a second Trump administration? Which areas would you like to work together on? What areas are red lines? And who is leading the charge?
I believe in our strong leadership in the caucus on the Democratic side. You know, as freshmen, we're coming in. There's 34 Democrats, a number of additional Republicans, and we have already built strong relationships as freshmen coming in. We've had a number of orientations together, and I think on issues like addressing homelessness and especially the housing supply crisis, I have had productive conversations with my Republican counterparts. For me, red lines, there are several. For when it comes to climate change, I believe that the climate crisis is the defining issue of our time. Scientists from around the world have been sounding the alarm for years, and we are seeing in front of our eyes Los Angeles just ravaged by the fires that are exacerbated by climate change. So the executive order to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement and number of actions around, one of the loudest sounds of applause today was saying, drill, baby, drill. And the United States should be a leader and at the forefront of the transition to clean energy that is going to improve our public health, that's better for our national security, that will help us compete with countries like China and others around the world. So on the issue of climate change, this is an issue I've worked on for years. I actually served on the team at the United Nations that helped to deliver the Paris Climate Agreement. I think it's unacceptable the direction that this administration is going. I also do not agree with the anti-immigrant policies of this administration. I believe we can have a strong border and we should secure our border, and we need more legal pathways to immigration. But we also need to protect dreamers. We need to protect DACA recipients. We need to protect the American.
Congresswoman, on that situation, we know that the CBP1 app was shut down as a result. What are your concerns there? And are you already hearing from your constituents, or are you fearful of what could happen in terms of what some cities are bracing for, which could include raids targeting unauthorized immigrants?
Absolutely. Not only am I deeply fearful, residents in our community have been scared for months. We've already, in speaking with school board leaders and superintendents, they have let me know that parents have been scared to send their kids to school in fear of what might happen to them. There's a real lack of information in terms of people knowing what their rights are and what their protections are. And that is some of the work that my team and I are working to do to make sure that people understand in their, in the language that they speak, what rights they have in the United States of America. But it's going to take many of us at different levels of government, nonprofits working together to be able to protect the community to the extent that we can.
All right, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, it's just day one, and President Trump has signed numerous executive orders. Stay with us for our continuing Inauguration Day coverage. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression.
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught.
You're going to go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Welcome back. As we have mentioned, President Trump has vowed and has begun the process of overhauling federal immigration and border policy, this through a number of executive actions announced today. Camilo Montoyo Galvez and Tom Dupree join me now to discuss. Camilo is CBS News' immigration and politics reporter. Tom Dupree formerly served as Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Camilo, I know this is a hard thing to ask. Can you summarize briefly what we expect to see from the Trump administration on day one as it regards immigration policy?
Major, the scope and the nature of the executive actions on immigration that President Trump is expected to issue today are frankly breathtaking. Let's go through the list. At the U.S.-Mexico border, President Trump is expected to issue a national emergency that would allow him, Major, to divert more resources and manpower from the Department of Defense, including active duty military, to stop people from crossing the border illegally and to help Customs and Border Protection set up facilities, for example, and also the construction of the border wall, which is being reinstated as well as we speak today. We also know that the president is expected to try to start the process of reinstating the so-called Remain in Mexico policy, that Trump administration program that required migrants to await their asylum hearings on the Mexican side of the border. That, of course, as you know, Major, requires the consent of the Mexican government, which has yet to publicly agree to that policy. We also know that the president is expected to issue a sweeping ban on asylum claims at the border. It is unclear how that will work because existing Biden administration regulations currently ban most asylum seekers from being able to request asylum, but the administration has already shut down CBP-1. That is that application that was one of the exceptions from that Biden administration policy. It allowed people in Mexico to request a time to enter the country legally. Those applications have